Reincarnating as a baby, our protagonist gets stronger with every single sip of milk he drinks, and by just 3 months old, he is already doing 10,000 sit-ups. At 4 months old, he learns how to crawl, and by 5 months, he can already walk, all thanks to a cheat system he was born with. As long as he trains a specific part of his body, that part will grow infinitely stronger. By his 6th month, he is already watching television right alongside his parents. In this world, there are 2 paths to superhuman power, either cybernetic modification or genetic mutation. Cyborgs use mechanical implants to enhance themselves, strengthening their bodies through cybernetic upgrades. Genetic mutation, on the other hand, involves fusing with the DNA of mutant beasts to gain various extraordinary abilities. As for humanity's uninvited enemies, they are the mutated beasts that emerged after the Earth underwent a massive mutation. Not long after, new neighbors move in next door, and they have a little girl named Shen Qinghan. She becomes Zikin's very first friend in this world, though at this point, he has no idea that their destinies will eventually be tied tightly together. By his 7th month, Zikin has already learned how to run and high jump, and he can even speak. In his 8th month, he begins an intense training regime, focusing heavily on sit-ups and muscle building. Although he only dares to train when his parents are out of the house, doing it for so long eventually leads to a slip-up. He accidentally gets caught by his mom, who rubs her eyes and mutters, "What on earth is going on? Why does it look like my baby is doing sit-ups?" But the moment she takes a closer look, Zikin quickly pretends to be fast asleep, snoring away. She ends up chalking it up to a hallucination, thinking she has just been watching too many brainless short videos lately and losing her mind. A few days later, while giving him a bath, she calls out to her husband in a total panic, "Honey, our baby is only 8 months old, so why does he have a 6-pack? His dad is utterly dumbfounded, thinking his son's appetite was already crazy enough, but 6-pack abs too? Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his dad's head, and he proudly tells his wife that their son must be a once-in-a-generation genius. He boasts, "Our son's future is going to be incredibly bright. Whether he goes the genetic mutation route or cybernetic implants, he is bound to reach the absolute top." Zikin lets out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking he almost got caught using his cheats. But luckily, his dad's wild imagination just assumes he is a natural-born prodigy. Having a dad who is a web novel writer definitely comes in handy. But as it turns out, Zikin is not the only genius in this world. The news reports that a prominent 1,000-year-old martial arts family in the capital has produced a child prodigy with superhuman strength, who can lift 20 kilograms at just 2 years old. Seeing this, his mom gently pats his head and says, "Our Chenshin is super amazing too, and you'll definitely outshine those ancient families in the future." Zikin smiles, thinking his mom has great taste, though he wonders if he will actually be able to easily lift a 20-kilogram weight when he turns 2. Soon enough, Zikin turns 2, and thanks to his steady growth, lifting a 20-kilogram dumbbell has become a total breeze for him. Just then, his mom calls out to him, "Chenshin, where are you, sweetie? Little Han is here to play, so come on out." Zikin rolls his shoulders and walks out, only to see a sweet little girl holding a piece of cake, offering to share it with him. He politely tells her to enjoy it herself. Even though his mental age is way more advanced, he still doesn't mind letting her hang around him. After all, having her lie on his back makes for some excellent weighted push-up practice, which is a win-win in his book. However, there is one tiny issue with his little playmate. She still has the occasional bathroom accident. When that happens, Zikin can only scream for backup. "Mom, come quick. I think Han wet her pants again." By the age of 3, Zikin can easily lift weights up to 40 kilograms. Meanwhile, that famous child prodigy from the capital, who is a year and a half older than him, can still only lift 30 kilograms. But looking at his system interface, he can't help but fall into deep thought, as his evolutionary level is still stuck at Tier 1 of the common rank. He wonders what Tier 2 of the common rank will be like. Will he finally surpass normal human limits? Filled with these questions, Zikin takes his very first steps outside of his house. It is also his first time seeing actual cyborgs and genetic mutators with his own 2 eyes. But the very first place he decides to visit is none other than the local library. Since his parents don't want him glued to electronic screens, the best way to satisfy his burning curiosity is to read as many books as possible. After diving into the books, he gains a whole new perspective on this beast-infested world. It turns out that ancient stone tablets record 6 distinct evolutionary ranks for all living beings: common, advanced, rare, epic, legendary, and mythological. On top of that, each rank is further split into 9 tiers. with normal humans starting out at Tier 1 of the common rank. Compared to higher-tier creatures, humans are nothing more than tiny, helpless ants. It looks like he needs to speed up his training and get stronger as fast as possible if he wants to survive in this incredibly dangerous world. Ding! System notification. You are reading a book. Mental strength +1, comprehension +1, knowledge +1. Accumulate 100 million words read to unlock the celestial wisdom root biological attribute. Current progress, 10.80, 6 out of 1 million words. The system really knows Zichin well, immediately giving him a new quest the moment he closes his book. That is right. After that, he began training both his mind and body. He literally read books while doing sit-ups. By the age of 4, he had already read over 43,960,000 words. Not long after, our MC started going to kindergarten just like any other kid. But shortly after starting, he easily advanced to stage 2 of the common realm. By this point, our MC could lift 80 kilograms with just one hand, perform a vertical jump of 1.2 meters, and sprint 100 meters in just 11 seconds. As for Han, just because she accidentally wet herself once, she was constantly mocked by her classmates and called the bedwetting queen. Seeing this, our MC immediately took action. He jumped right onto the podium and yelled, "Everyone shut up. If anyone dares to call her the bedwetting queen again, I will make sure you are the one wetting your bed every single day." The other kids were absolutely terrified and burst into tears, while Han just stared at him with complete adoration. Ding! System announcement. Your overwhelming dominance has struck fear into all your classmates. You have successfully unlocked the title. Kindergarten Boss. Achievement. Dominating 9 years of compulsory education. Kindergarten Boss title unlocked. Elementary School Boss, locked. Middle School Boss, locked. Our MC did not expect that simple shout would trigger a brand new mission. Before he could even finish his previous mission, a new one had already popped up. It looks like multiple missions can be active at the same time, which is actually a great thing. Not long after, he successfully completed his reading mission, receiving the biological attribute reward, innate talent of a celestial being. From then on, our MC worked incredibly hard, studying and training his way to the absolute peak. In the blink of an eye, our MC and his classmates turned 7, and he happily received his kindergarten graduation gift. During the summer break before starting elementary school, he trained non-stop, constantly pushing his limits. Now, he could lift 200 kilograms with a single hand. His high jump reached 2 meters, and his 100-meter sprint time dropped to a mere 8 seconds. With the extra boost from his innate talent of a celestial being, he mastered the entire elementary school curriculum in his spare time. Soon, his highly anticipated elementary school life finally began. Since he was already studying middle and high school subjects, sweeping all the elementary school competition rewards was a total breeze. But those basic rewards meant nothing to him. All our MC really cared about was unlocking his next boss title. During school hours, whenever he had some free time, he would tutor Shen Qinghan. Even though Shen Qinghan was not some kind of crazy prodigy, she was incredibly diligent, and by the end of the semester, she ranked 2nd in the class. First place, of course, belonged to our MC. To unlock his boss title as quickly as possible, he did not just study, he actively dominated every single sports competition. He even broke every single school record, just when he thought his daily routine would continue like this until graduation. A very unusual transfer student joined their class. What made her so unusual was that our MC could sense an aura from her that did not feel entirely human. The girl was assigned to sit right behind our MC. As she walked past, Shen Qinghan whispered to him, "Xiao Chen, how is her hair so beautiful? It looks just like a flower blooming in the middle of winter." But our MC was not in the mood to reply to Shen Qinghan. He was deeply puzzled as to why Bai Shui had such a non-human aura. Could she be a gene fusion practitioner? Or maybe the descendant of one? Over the next few days, Bai Shui would immediately fall asleep on her desk as soon as class ended. At first, everyone was incredibly curious about her. But eventually, they lost interest and stopped paying attention. Until a month later, when Bai Shui's body began secreting a strange white fluid. No one knew what it actually was, but it had a terrible odor. Because of that, her classmates started to avoid and shun her due to her body odor. One boy took it way too far, pouring water right over her head, mockingly saying he was helping wash her because she stank so bad. Everyone expected the quiet, cold girl to snap, but instead, she just burst into tears. The bullies just laughed even harder. Han could not bear to watch and begged our MC to help Bai Shui. Even though our MC still did not know the new student's true identity, he decided to step in. He placed a heavy hand on the bully's shoulder. "Hey, clean up the water on Bai Shui's desk, now." The kid was instantly terrified, stammering, "Sure, no problem. I will wipe it clean right away." He immediately began scrubbing the desk. After all, our MC had a reputation as the school's undisputed young tyrant. Even the 6th graders did not dare mess with him. Our MC then addressed the entire class. "Anyone who has ever bullied Bai Shui, get over here and apologize to her right now." The kids who had targeted her were shaking with fear. They quickly lined up to apologize. "We are so sorry. Please forgive us." Bai Shui stopped crying and softly thanked both Han Han and our MC. From that day on, Shen Qinghan actively approached the white-haired girl and dragged our MC along, insisting they all become friends. Whenever they had delicious food, they would always share it with her first. Eventually, Bai Shui could not help but ask, "My body smells so bad. Don't you guys find me disgusting?" "Wait, what?" She quickly spoke up to explain, "I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you guys, it's just, ever since I was a kid, everyone around me has hated me. So, having someone by my side for the first time, this happiness feels so unreal. It's almost like a dream." Han Han quickly reassured her. "This isn't a dream. I've been through the exact same things, so I will absolutely never hate you. Besides, as long as you want to, we'll be friends forever." Since the bedwetting queen had gone through something similar, she completely understood how Bai Shui felt. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Shui hugged Han Han tight, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed, "Thank you. Thank you so much, guys." Then, she unclasped the necklace around her neck. "Han Han, Zikan, you guys always share delicious food with me and treat me as a friend, so I want to give you something in return. This is a beast tooth my mom gave me for my birthday last year, and now I want you to have it. I hope you don't mind. And most of all, I hope we can be friends forever." Han Han carefully took the beast tooth in her hands and replied with a bright smile, "We will be best friends forever." But just when Shen Qinghan thought this friendship would last forever, something completely unexpected happened. A heavily modified cyborg came and processed Bai Shui's school transfer. On top of that, our male lead overheard the principal mentioning that her student files were completely classified. Clearly, Bai Shui's true identity was far from ordinary. From that day on, she vanished, and our protagonist never saw Bai Shui again. Perhaps she was destined to be nothing more than a passing memory in his life. But compared to Bai Shui's sudden departure, the events that unfolded next were what truly grabbed his attention. The prodigy from the capital whom he had been keeping an eye on had successfully fused genes at the age of 12. Now, the kid could lift half a ton with just one hand. This came as a shock to our main character. To think someone so young had already undergone gene fusion. Before this, that prodigy could only lift 100 kilograms with one hand, but right after the gene fusion, his limit shot up to 500 kilograms. His strength literally multiplied by 5, but our male lead was only 8 years old. Without even undergoing gene fusion yet, he could already lift 300 kilograms with one hand. This meant his potential was on a whole different level. With that in mind, our protagonist was feeling incredibly confident about his future. That was, until he saw the news and truly understood what it meant to be consumed by pure terror. A neighboring nation had just been devastated by a beast attack. According to the footage captured on camera, the culprit was a colossal, mutated rat. A young girl was caught in the beast's massive claws before being swallowed whole. What was even more disturbing was that investigations revealed a shadowy cult was backing the entire attack. On live television, a Japanese spokesperson pleaded with other nations for assistance, hoping they could team up to wipe out this cult. This so-called cult was actually an extremist anti-human organization. Driven by greed, they became the willing lapdogs of the beasts, helping them terrorize the human world. Fortunately, our main character was born in a global superpower, giving him a relatively stable environment to grow stronger. But right at that moment, a massive explosion shook the window. He rushed to the window to look outside, only to see a squadron of state-level cyborgs soaring through the sky. The next morning, our protagonist was waiting to walk to school with Han Han, but right then, he noticed that the beast tooth Bai Shui had given them was emitting a strange glow. He immediately realized it was a tooth from a mutated beast. No wonder Bai Shui carried that non-human aura. It must have come from this very tooth. Slipping it away, the two of them headed off to school. But between the flying cyborgs from yesterday and this glowing tooth, our protagonist got a sinking feeling that trouble was brewing. Just as they walked down the street, a red-haired woman suddenly called out to them. "Hey there, kids. Want to play some fun games with Big Sister?" She then asked if they were brother and sister. Han Han, completely off guard, blurted out the truth. The woman smirked and asked, "You guys are so little. Are you really walking to school all by yourselves? Where are your parents?" Sensing danger, our male lead quickly pulled Han Han away, muttering that they were going to be late and shouldn't waste time here. Once they reached school, he warned Han Han, "If any stranger tries to talk to you from now on, don't just tell them everything." Han Han nodded, promising she understood. So, after school let out, he decided to take a completely different route to lead Han Han home. But just as they walked past a narrow alley, they ran right into the same woman from this morning. He had purposely changed their route, yet she had still managed to track them down. She smiled wickedly and said, "Hey kids, I've got some delicious treats back at my place. Why don't you come over and play?" A massive man stepped out from behind her. Without uttering a single word, he lunged forward, trying to snatch them both. But our protagonist was already in a fighting stance. He unleashed a devastating punch right into the man's chest, sending him flying like a cannonball 100 meters away. The woman gasped in sheer shock. "How is this even possible? How could an elementary school kid blast a grown man away like that?" Before she could even process it, the male lead closed the distance and landed a brutal punch straight to her face. He then picked up a heavy brick from the ground and slowly walked toward them. Since there were no cameras around, he decided to finish them off once and for all to avoid any future trouble. Even though our MC didn't want things to go down like this, what if those guys blabbed about what happened today? His powers would be exposed, and his plan to lay low and hide his skills to get stronger would go right out the window. But right at that moment, the ground began to shake violently, accompanied by the terrifying roar of a mutated beast. Just then, the MC saw a massive beast materialize right in front of him. It was none other than a mutated giant rat. Opening its massive jaws, the mutated rat bit off the upper half of the woman's body in a single crunch, and then lunged to grab the man. With a victim in each hand, it slowly devoured them. Without saying a word, our MC rushed over to Han Han, scooped her up, and ran for his absolute life. Luckily, he hadn't been running long before a cyborg appeared in the sky, flying straight toward the mutated rat. Hovering right above the giant rat's head, she raised her hands and activated her weapons. Once her weapons were fully charged, she aimed straight at the mutated rat and unleashed a powerful cannon blast. Taking the massive explosion head-on, the mutated rat was left completely dazed and disoriented. Seizing the moment, the cyborg delivered a devastating slash, ending the mutated beast's life once and for all. Once he got home, our MC analyzed the battle. That cyborg woman probably wasn't very high level. She had to use a cannon to stun the rat first, and then it took her a whole 7 minutes in close combat to finally finish the job. But those mutated rats are no joke. An adult can grow up to 4 meters long, reaching the 5th tier of common creatures. Fortunately, that cyborg showed up just in time yesterday, allowing our MC to get away unscathed. But this only proved that relying on his own strength was what truly mattered. So, he pushed himself to train even harder. Soon, the system chimed in. Weighted squats, vitality +2, leg strength +2, squat mastery +1. Before long, our MC and Han Han celebrated their 9th birthday. After making their wishes, they exchanged gifts, and our MC gave Han Han a beautiful hairpin. He had actually carved it himself in a single night, using his newly enhanced celestial wisdom to self-learn the art of carving. Time flew by, and soon they both graduated. At that moment, the system announced that he had unlocked the title, Elementary School Boss. If he could unlock the Middle School Boss title next, he would obtain the Survival of the Fittest trait. During the transition break before middle school, he aimed to quickly unlock that Middle School Boss title and rapidly boost his own strength. Every day, he put himself through high-intensity training. The system chimed in. You have completed 1,000 weighted push-ups. Vitality +2,000. Arm muscle strength +2,000. Chest muscle strength +2,000. Push-up mastery +1,000. Finally, right before the school term started, our MC's biological level rose to Tier 3 Common. All of his physical stats were massively boosted, but our MC still had his eyes on that child prodigy from the capital. At 14 years old, that kid could lift 2,000 pounds with a single hand. Relying on ant genes, his physical strength could be boosted by 4 to 8 times. Even with just a 4-fold increase, his raw strength meant he could lift 400 pounds with a single hand. Comparing their stats, our MC realized he was actually stronger than that genius. Thinking about this, he grew even more excited for the future. If he started integrating genes later on, just how insanely powerful would he become? Before long, our MC's middle school life officially began. Since he was the top student in the city during elementary school, the principal of the city's elite middle school personally recruited him. He finally agreed to enroll in Shanghai Middle School, on the sole condition that Shen Qinghan could continue attending school alongside him. On registration day, both the principal and his homeroom teacher came to welcome him, telling him to bring plenty of glory to the school. After exchanging a few polite words, our MC quickly made some excuses and took his leave. The real reason he chose this place was because Shanghai Middle School had top-tier training facilities. That's why right after registering, he and Han Han had agreed to play a quick game of badminton. But to their surprise, they hadn't been playing long before an uninvited guest showed up. An upperclassman walked right up to them and sneered. "Are you kids new here? This court is strictly reserved for our elite class." The 2 other upperclassmen beside him started mocking Han Han, causing our MC's face to instantly darken with anger. "Hey, you seniors, beat it. Besides, the rule is first come, first served. I shouldn't have to repeat myself." The upperclassmen scoffed. "Who says that's a rule? Today, even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, I'm still taking this court." Without another word, our MC tossed the shuttlecock into the air and smashed it straight at the guy. The shuttlecock flew at such a high speed that it created a sonic boom, tearing right through the upperclassman's racket and hat. The 3 of them were instantly terrified. So fast. Is he even human? Is he a gene-fused warrior? No way he's this young. If we fight him, he'll crack our skulls open. They immediately lined up, bowed deeply to our MC, and cried out, "Boss, we're sorry, we were wrong," before turning tail and running away. Maybe because word about this had spread all over school, nobody dared to mess with our male lead anymore. Since he'd already mastered the entire high school curriculum, he spent his class time reading books on outside knowledge. At night, after he finished training, he'd surf the internet to learn all kinds of new skills. Thanks to the boost from his heavenly human talent, the male lead quickly picked up photography, cooking, driving, swimming, wilderness, survival, and so much more. To unlock the title of high school tyrant as fast as possible, he didn't just get top grades in his classes. He also brought home major trophies for the school in math, physics, chemistry, and computer science competitions. The only reason he didn't claim the #1 spot in every single subject was that he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself. Before long, the first semester came to an end, but surprisingly, the title still hadn't unlocked. However, because he was so outstanding, thousands of girls were crushing on him, but he couldn't care less about that. Aside from helping Shen Qinghan with her studies, he focused all his energy on the upcoming school sports meet. Our male lead figured that if he dominated the school sports events, he might finally unlock the high school overlord title. For this sports meet, he only signed up for 3 events: the shot put, the high jump, and the sprint. These 3 events perfectly tested his power, endurance, and speed. Dominating these areas meant he dominated athletics as a whole. To avoid looking ridiculously superhuman, he held back a bit in every event, but taking first place was still a walk in the park. The moment Xu Chen collected all his medals, he suddenly felt a surge of energy rushing through his body. The system notified, "Your academic and athletic achievements both rank #1 in the school, putting every other student to shame. You have successfully unlocked the high school overlord title. With your 9-year compulsory education completed, you have gained the passive attribute, survival of the fittest." The system described it as placing your life source above all living things. Devouring the life source of other living creatures will accelerate your own evolution. Xu Chen rubbed his chin in thought, wondering, what exactly does life source mean? Suddenly, Qinghan ran up from behind and called out, "Xu Chen, wait for me." He blinked, his eyes widening as a thought struck him. "That is it." Xu Chen pointed toward her necklace and asked, "Han Han, could you let me borrow your beast tooth for a second? I want to take a look." Without a single doubt, she took off the necklace right away and handed it to him. Xu Chen froze for a second as a system notification popped up, stating that he had devoured a small amount of the Abyss Giant Butterfly's life source. Abyss Giant Butterfly illustration, 1%. Once the progress bar hits 100%, he can evolve the attributes or skills of that specific exotic beast. He was shocked. This thing is actually a butterfly's tooth? Now that I know the name of this beast, maybe I can find some info on the internet. But when Shu Chen searched for it on his computer, the screen only read, "Sorry, no results found for abyss giant butterfly." He frowned, completely baffled. There is absolutely nothing on it? It seemed that if he wanted to understand this beast, he would have to rely on himself. Shu Chen quickly pulled out another tooth pendant from his backpack. Found it. Luckily, Bai Shui had given him 2 of them back then. He squeezed it tightly in his palm, causing a surge of spiritual energy to radiate outward. The system chimed, "You have devoured a trace of the abyss giant butterfly's life source." Abyss giant butterfly illustration, 2%. A second later, he let out a heavy sigh, muttering, "Only 2%? It looked like there wasn't much life source left in old animal bones. If he wanted to fully unlock it, he would have to find another way." Before he knew it, school was over the next day. To ramp up his physical training, Shu Chen started riding his bike to school, giving Qinghan a ride on the back every day. That way, if they ran into that giant mutated rat again, he could quickly get her to safety. As they were riding, a voice called out, catching his attention. Classmate Shu Chen, a middle-aged man, caught up to them and said, "I am Coach Guo from the school's martial arts team. Your performance at the school sports meet was the best in our school's history. So, I'd love to invite you to join our team. Your athletic talent is even more impressive than your academic genius. Please think about it and say yes. Of course, you're welcome to check out the team before making your final decision." The 2 of them stood there, completely dumbfounded. Coach Guo spoke so fast that Shu Chen didn't even get a chance to say no. Coach Guo quickly spun around and waved as he walked away, making sure to add, "Room C in the school gym is our headquarters. If you're free tomorrow, drop by. I'll be waiting for you." Before long, a golden sunset blanketed the city. Smack! Someone clapped their hands together tightly. Shu Chen looked down at the squished insect in his hand, thinking that the mosquitoes and cockroaches he had been swatting didn't activate his survival of the fittest attribute at all. It seemed only powerful exotic beasts possessed enough life source to be devoured. After mulling it over, he reached out and grabbed his phone. Shu Chen quickly jumped onto his bicycle to head out. With Qinghan riding on the back, his mind raced as he looked for a way to test his theory. So I decided to head to the meat market inside the shopping mall to see what they have in stock first. It didn't take long for us to reach the downtown supermarket. Shu Chen picked up a tray of meat, rubbing his chin in deep thought. There's plenty of beast meat here, but it's all pre-packaged. I won't be able to test my theory without touching it directly. Just as I was wondering what to do, a voice shouted out, "Fresh meat carving! Come grab your cuts, everyone!" What caught his eye was a big sign. Fresh beast meat, never pre-processed, completely safe to eat. He was secretly thrilled. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic. There we go. The butcher over there is slicing up some meat. Shu Chen quickly made his way over. Han, wait for me here. I'm going to go check out that piece of meat over there. Behind him, she was left utterly confused and could only blurt out, "A single, huh?" Shu Chen's eyes lit up like stars as he rushed toward the fresh meat. Han probably found it a bit gross. But to test my theory as quickly as possible, I didn't bother explaining it to her. After all, the truth was right in front of me. The moment I touched it, a strange surge of energy welled up. I knew my hunch was right. Beast meat truly contains an incredibly rich life essence. Seeing how excited he was, Qinghan was curious and wondered if Shu Chen was doing okay. Why on earth was he getting so worked up over just touching some beast meat? With a totally blank look on her face, she asked, "Shu Chen, what does the beast meat feel like? Is it any different from regular meat?" He scratched his head and laughed sheepishly, saying, "Not really, it just feels a lot fresher. Do you want to try touching it?" Qinghan quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, it's fine. It's enough that you touched it." Zhu Chen gestured toward another section and suggested, "Since we're already here, let's buy some to taste, shall we?" Looking down at the meat trays, he thought to himself that he wasn't surprised by Han's reaction. After all, beast meat was not cheap at all. Even the cheapest option, phantom squid, cost nearly 1,000 yuan a pound. Su Chen picked up a tray of squid. "Let's get this one this time." "Phantom squid?" Qinghan got a little panicked and gently reminded him, "Shu Chen, this is way too expensive. Why don't you ask Aunt Shin first before deciding?" He reached out and patted her head to reassure her. "Don't worry. My mom already told me what to do. I'm actually buying a bit extra." Shu Chen recalled Wang Xin's instructions. "If you're going to buy beast meat, then buy a few more pounds. Then invite Han over to try it with us. I'll transfer the money to you." Then he pointed at the tray and added, She's going to prepare a huge beast meat feast for both of our families. Besides wanting to share, there was another reason he bought the meat. He was worried that directly absorbing the life essence would instantly cause the meat to spoil. Of course, this was just a theory, so Shu Chen had to test it on the meat he just bought first. By now, the cashier had scanned his QR code, saying, "Hello, that's 3 pounds of phantom squid. Your total is 2,995 yuan. Thank you for your purchase. See you next time." Carrying the bag, Shu Chen placed a hand over his heart and grumbled, "That is ridiculously expensive. I don't know when I'll ever be able to afford the next one." By the time they finished buying the meat, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Since things have been a bit unstable lately, it was safer to head back early, so the two of them went straight home. As Shu Chen pedaled his bike, he reached his hand down toward the squid tray in his basket. "Even though we're on the road, I still want to test my theory right away. Time to witness the magic." Instantly, a burst of spiritual energy erupted from the tray. The system announced, "You have absorbed a small portion of the phantom squid's life essence. Phantom Squid Codex, 0.1%. He quickly gave Qing Han a ride down the quiet street. As he pedaled, Shu Chen calculated that absorbing a few ounces of the phantom squid's life essence only unlocked 0.1% of the codex. That means I need to absorb 100 pounds of it to reach 100%. At 998 yuan a pound, it's going to cost around 100,000 yuan. The phantom squid's ability is to dissolve in water and vanish. If I can acquire this power, then 100,000 yuan is definitely worth it. Besides, this is the cheapest meat I can buy. It's decided. Next, I need to figure out a way to make some money. This is a massive sum, and there's no way I can ask my family for it. Oh right, the whole point of buying this meat was to check if it spoils after absorbing its life essence. It's been a little while now, so there should be some results. It looks like absorbing the life essence doesn't spoil the meat. That's perfect." The system suddenly chimed, "Phantom squid progress, 3%. Seeing him so deep in thought, Qing Han quickly warned him, "Chen, watch out, there's someone ahead." Hearing this, he slammed on the bicycle brakes with a loud screech. Shu Chen wobbled, steering the bike right between a young couple, and hurriedly apologized. "I am so sorry. I am so sorry." He then scratched his head, blaming himself for being so focused on absorbing the life essence that he forgot to watch the road. But why is the bike lane so crowded? She nudged him again. "Chen, look over there. It's a bride." She was being held at knife point by a thug. "Stay back. Come any closer, and I'll kill her." The police officers in front aimed their guns at him, shouting, "You are surrounded. Calm down and drop your weapon." The captain glanced over and warned, Bin, don't fire blindly. The distance is too close. And this guy is a pro. He's using the hostage as a human shield. On top of that, he's constantly moving. A careless shot could easily injure the hostage. He suggested a plan, but if we drag this out, the hostages are going to be in serious danger. How about we try using knockout gas? The captain's face darkened as he immediately shot down the idea. No way. Knockout gas is too obvious. If it agitates him before it kicks in, it could easily trigger extreme behavior. Suddenly, someone bent down, picked up a stone, and threw it right past the two of them, straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, it struck the thug's hand right where he was holding the knife. The captain immediately ordered his subordinates to charge. "Now's our chance." The police squad moved swiftly, and in no time, the thug was pinned down. Qing Han, standing in the back, asked in surprise, "Xiao Chen, was that stone yours?" Zi Chen shushed him and whispered, "Shh, let's get out of here. Time to go home." But the captain called out to stop them. "Hey, student, was that stone thrown by you?" He startled, turning his head and waving his hands in denial. "No, it wasn't me." Feeling guilty, both of them turned and bolted. The captain wondered why anyone would do a good deed and run away. After all, heroic acts come with a cash reward, don't they? The word reward immediately caught Zi Chen's attention, making his eyes pop. He did a quick U-turn and rushed right back to the captain. Throwing all shame out the window, he smiled sheepishly and confessed, "Oh, I suddenly remembered. Actually, I did throw that stone." Deep down, he thought he wouldn't normally swallow his pride like this, but money was just too important right now. Qing Han couldn't keep up and yelled, "Xiao Chen, why are you running back? Wait for me." The captain then offered, "Come with me to the station to write a statement first, and then I'll help you get the reward." After he and Qing Han let their families know they were heading to the police station to give a statement, they parked their bikes in the park and locked them up. They were ready to get in the squad car and head to the station to claim their very first paycheck. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But then, the unexpected happened. The kidnapper suddenly began to mutate. He transformed into a hulking, muscular beast, leaving the police in sheer panic. "We've got trouble. He's a cultist." He was showing signs of mutation and turning into a giant rat. The mutant quickly lunged at a female officer standing nearby. The captain grabbed his walkie-talkie and barked, "All security personnel, focus fire on the mutated rat, but watch out for civilians." Calling dispatch. "We have a giant mutated rat at the West Jiangbei Road Park. Initial assessment, it's a cultist carrying the Rat King gene. We can't handle this on our own. We need backup immediately." Zichen pulled the two girls close to him, thinking, "Oh crap." He bolted at the speed of light, thinking, "Pardon my rudeness, girls, but right now, the most important thing is to make a run for it." Luckily, it hasn't caught up, but we've got to move even faster. Just then, a girl wearing iron armor soared right over their heads, causing Zichen to freeze in his tracks. She put all her strength into a devastating kick right at the mutated rat. The impact was so massive that it sent the beast flying several meters back. The girl instantly generated a surge of purple energy and shouted, "Laser cannon charging," followed by a booming, "Fire." With that, a barrage of firepower blasted straight toward the mutated rat. Unable to react, it took the full force of the energy blast. In an instant, the mutated rat disintegrated, leaving nothing but a puff of ash in the air. Zichen watched in absolute shock. That was intense. Fortunately, my bike didn't get blown up, or that would have been a massive loss. Strawberry let out a sigh of relief. "This is great. We're saved," Qinghan sheepishly replied. "Yeah." Suddenly Zichen's eyes shot wide open as he thought, "Wait a second. Did the beast meat go bad? It seems that even after the life essence is absorbed, the meat still spoils, just at a slower rate. There needs to be an explanation for why this meat got ruined. Looks like this cultist guy is just going to have to take the fall for it." Zichen's blood boiled as he slammed it to the ground and yelled, "This is all that cultist's fault." The mecha's attack earlier was so powerful that it completely charred the meat. Behind him, Qinghan tried to comfort him. "It's okay, Xiao Chen. We're just lucky to be alive." They originally wanted to head home first, but at the captain's request, the three of them took the security vehicle back to the police station to help write the report. To their surprise, some charred remains of the cultist's body still lingered after the laser blast. The key part was that the smell was incredibly stimulating. Zichen suddenly realized, "That's right. The beast fang from earlier still had some life essence left in it. Does that mean there's still some left in the corpse too? Can't I just absorb the Rat King gene from these remains?" Sitting in the car, he pondered, "How much of the Rat King gene can I actually devour from a fresh cultist?" There was only one way to find out. Zichen gently reached out his finger to touch that glowing red substance. His entire body tensed up in an instant. The system notified, "You have devoured a portion of the giant mutated rat's life essence. Giant mutated rat progress, 5%. Zichen was shocked that much? It seems that freshness is directly proportional to the amount of life essence that can be absorbed. Yeah, Ah Bing, who was sitting next to him, glanced over and warned, "Hey kid, just sit still and hold on tight. Stop squirming around." Tu Chen pretended to stretch, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea, officer. I've just been sitting for so long that I needed to stretch my muscles a bit." He was playing it safe. Ah Bing seemed easy enough to fool, but the security captain was a whole different story. Back at the security office, the captain announced, "I've already submitted the paperwork for your bravery award, but be honest with me. In that pitch-black darkness, and from such a long distance, how did a middle schooler like you manage to throw a rock and land a perfect hit right on that cultist's hand?" Tu Chen quickly covered, "Well, maybe it's because I practice using my right hand a lot." The captain crossed his arms, staring skeptically at the awkward smile plastered on the kid's face. Right then, Thanham pushed the door open and called out, "Xiao Chen, your mom is here to take us home." Tu Chen whipped his head around, completely startled. "Mom? What are you doing here? We could have walked home by ourselves." Tears welling in her eyes, Wu Yanhan rushed into the room, crying out, "Xiao Chen." She threw her arms around him, asking frantically, "Are you okay? Are you hurt? You scared me half to death." Tu Chen tried to calm her down. "Mom, please don't worry. See, I'm completely fine. I'm even getting prize money for being brave." Wu Yanhan gripped his hands tightly, pleading, "Xiao Chen, promise me. If you ever run into danger again, you run and hide in a safe place first, okay? All I want in this world is for you to grow up safe and sound. Having no other choice, Tu Chen gently guided her out of the office, comforting her, "Don't worry, Mom, I promise you, I'll always look out for myself first." As they walked out, he overheard two female officers talking nearby. Those cult rats are getting more reckless by the day. Now they're even infiltrating colleges and universities, mostly to prey on regular students who don't have the official qualifications for gene fusion yet. The kid who got shot tonight was a regular student from Guangnam University. He was brainwashed by that damn rat cult. Damn it. We have to drag those scumbags out and lock them all up. But that's just a band-aid solution. To truly end this, we have to take down their leader, the one who calls himself the Rat King. Hearing this, Tu Chen's face darkened with curiosity. The Rat King? Tu Chen quickly searched online and found plenty of information about this mysterious cult. Their headquarters was located in Shanghai City. Most of their followers were just societal outcasts, but why did their activities suddenly skyrocket this year? Resting his chin on his hand, he scrolled through his phone. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had just stumbled upon a crucial piece of information. He pictured a chilling scene of a crowd groveling before a monstrous creature. Was the Rat King trying to evolve into a higher-tier life form by ordering his brainwashed followers to hoard massive amounts of evolution resources for him? Had this creature already evolved to possess human-like intelligence? And those giant mutated rats? How on earth did they get so massive? Could it be connected to the Rat King? Actually, never mind. This is the South after all. Rats as big as cats are pretty normal around here. Wait, why is Ham Ham so quiet all of a sudden? Don't tell me it's that same issue again? Whenever Ham Ham gets anxious or stressed, she acts just like she did when we were kids, completely unable to control herself. Yet, Tu Chen couldn't help but feel her condition was tied to some kind of locked, dormant power. Soon after, they got home, and Yen Han let out a pale-faced, terrified shriek. "What? The meat is gone?" Tu Chen scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin. "Everything was so chaotic back then, I wasn't paying attention. I think I must have dropped it somewhere." She sighed in relief. "Oh well, forget the meat. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. If it's gone, it's gone." Tu Chen let out a silent sigh of relief. Whew, thank goodness. That was a close call. He walked over to chat with his dad. "Dad, it's way too dangerous out there. It's not safe at all." Ingon Sin waved it off, trying to reassure him. "Don't worry about me, son. I'm a working-class man. I'm too tough to go down that easily." Tu Chen tried to convince him. Besides, even if you do find that meat, it's probably already spoiled anyway. His dad scratched his cheek, turning to him in surprise. "Wait, how do you know that?" Tu Chen froze for a second before stammering, I'm just guessing, obviously." Back at the police station, the captain took a drag from his cigarette, muttering to himself, how the hell does a middle schooler throw a rock with that kind of force? Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, his eyes bulging with terror. Sitting right on top of the filing cabinet was a massive, monstrous rat. The captain recoiled in sheer panic, yelling, "Where did that thing come from? Why is it so damn big?" The mutated rat locked onto its target and lunged. Acting on instinct, the captain whipped out his gun and opened fire, leaving a fresh, gruesome pool of blood on the floor. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Tu Chen was taking notes when he let out another heavy sigh. Closing his eyes, he weighed the power of his shadow ink squid and the rewards. Compared to the rat monster and that cyborg girl he fought last night, he was still way too weak. It looked like he needed to make some quick cash to fill up the progress bar and unlock his shadow ink ability. But relying on academic scholarships from local and national competitions was just too slow. Maybe he could become a famous online tutor and sell study guides directly? No, that would make quick money, but it would also put a massive target on his back. Wait, he was looking at this all wrong. This was a world full of gene-fused humans and cyborgs. In a place like this, practicing martial arts was far better than studying textbooks. The prize money for martial arts competitions is way higher than for other sports. Looks like it's finally time to make a move. Cut to the gym club room, where Coach Guo is taking a sip of hot tea. Out of nowhere, Zishan walks up and raises his hand to greet him, making him spit his tea everywhere. "Hi, Coach Guo." Coach Guo enthusiastically replies, "Zikin, are you looking to join? Or do you just want to learn more about the martial arts team first?" He leans in close to his ear and whispers, "I want to know if joining the martial arts team will give me a shot at the city competitions. And if the prize money is actually good, Hearing this, Coach Guo raises a hand to confirm. Of course you'll have a chance. On top of that, the prize money is anything but low. Even the smallest tournaments pay out at least tens of thousands. Afraid of letting the opportunity slip away, Zichen grabs his hand to seal the deal right then and there. Coach, I've thought it over carefully. Starting today, I'm officially a member of the martial arts team. A bit taken aback, Coach Guo welcomes him. Well, welcome to the team. Then Coach Guo calls out to the rest of the team. All right, everyone, gather up. We have a new member joining us today. I'm sure you all know Zichen. Today, our school's sports meet champion is officially joining our martial arts team. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves? The other members take turns introducing themselves. The name's Zhang Kai. Better remember it. I'm Tian Xing, a 9th grader from Class 3. You can just call me Ah Xing. I'm Shu Tong, a 9th grader from Class 6. Everyone usually calls me Xiao Li, and I honestly prefer that name. I'm Yi Se. Just call me Brother Se. Standing in front of them, Zichen replies, I'm Lin Zichen. Please take care of me. Since Zichen has never practiced martial arts before, Coach Guo first demonstrates some basic punching and kicking techniques for him. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Coach Guo warns him, don't look down on these simple moves. They're actually pretty tough. Even Xiao Li, the fastest learner on our team, took a whole week to master them. Go ahead, give it a try so I can see. Zichen seriously replicates the moves he just saw. Coach Guo then goes on to show him several other advanced techniques. He quickly activates his Sage Root of Wisdom. The system prompts, you are practicing fist techniques. Vitality +1, arm strength, arm flexibility, and fist mastery, all +1. Every single move Zichen performs after that is flawlessly executed, with his attributes repeatedly going up by 1 point. Coach Guo witnesses this with his own eyes and gasps in sheer disbelief. No way. This is absolutely impossible. How could anyone master this just by looking at it once? He thinks to himself, unless. He's a once-in-a-generation martial arts prodigy. Before long, night falls once again over the bustling city. Wang Xin raises her cooking ladle and calls out, Little Chen, come grab the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner's ready. Zichen dashes over in an instant. I'm here. What are we having tonight, Mom? Placing a plate of food on the table, she says, Of course, it's the ghost shadow squid you're always daydreaming about. He takes a deep breath of the delicious aroma and exclaims, that smells absolutely amazing. Wang Xin urges, stop sniffing and take a bite while it's hot. Without a second thought, Zichen pops a piece into his mouth. She eagerly asks in a soft voice, How is it? He immediately starts buttering her up. Mom, your cooking is hands down the best in the entire world. Wang Xin pats his head and advises, then make sure to eat up. I bought a whole 3 pounds of it. The system announces, you have devoured a portion of the ghost shadow squid's life essence. Ghost shadow squid template at 3.01%. Zichen is taken aback. Wait, so eating it directly also counts as devouring? If I'd known that sooner, I wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. After eating, he goes to the living room to watch the news. The anchor is introducing a genius girl who has taken the nation by storm. At just 14 years old, she successfully fused with an energy core, becoming the youngest cyborg in history. Once her energy is activated, she can easily lift a 2,000-kilogram off-road vehicle with one hand, sprint 100 meters in just 3 seconds, and make a vertical leap of up to 8 meters from a standstill. Zichen rests his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The imperial capital's prodigy back then, and now this genius girl. I wonder who is actually stronger, the gene fusers or the cyborgs? The news anchor then transitions to another story. In tragic news, security captain He Chun Shan was found dead in his office at 11 o'clock last night. According to surveillance footage, he was killed by a giant rat that sneaked into the security bureau. Remembering what happened the day before, he feels a surge of confusion and alarm. Could it be that giant rat from last night? No, I can't waste any time. I need to train even harder. After a period of intense training, Zichen's 100-meter sprint time reaches 4.61 seconds. His vertical leap reaches 5.51 meters, and he can now lift weights of around 1,000 kilograms with just one hand. And he doesn't slack off on his martial arts training either, hoping to boost his strength as quickly as possible to prepare for the upcoming competitions. Soon, morning arrives, and he heads to school, just like any other day. The next morning, Zichen heads to the gym to learn new martial arts and keep practicing. Driven by curiosity, Qinghan tags along with him. Suddenly, a senior girl approaches him to strike up a conversation. Hey there, Junior Zichen. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? I brought you some milk. It's fresh milk. He just walks right past her. No thanks, but I appreciate the gesture. Seeing this, another guy nearby grinds his teeth in jealousy. Damn it. This guy stole my championship at the school sports festival. To make matters worse, now he's rejecting a gift from my goddess. In a fit of rage, he rushed out to block his path, shouting, "Stop right there. Don't you have any manners? If you weren't going to drink it, you could have just accepted it and given it to someone else. Like me, for instance. Why do you have to hurt people's feelings like that, huh?" Zichen calmly mocked him. Wouldn't doing that be even more impolite? He was completely speechless. Then you should just drink all of it. Refusing to drink means you're disrespecting her, and that is just rude, he casually replied, but I'm allergic to milk. Refusing to back down, the guy snapped, I don't believe you. Zichen, do you dare to face me in a fight? If I lose, I'll never speak a single word to you again. But if I win, you have to drink every single drop of that milk. The system displayed an achievement notification. In an official competition, eliminate 1,000 different opponents using the most primitive biological method. Reward earned, natural selection biological attribute. Total opponents eliminated, 0 out of 1,000. He grinned, thinking to himself, I've been waiting forever. And I finally got my 4th achievement quest. Zichen raised his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent as he immediately accepted. All right, let's fight then. 2 schoolgirls excitedly rushed over to watch. One said, I heard Lindsay Chen is going to match up against one of the seniors at the gym. Her friend quickly pulled out her phone. What? Let's go check it out right now. By then, a massive crowd had already gathered in a circle around the gym. Before the match began, she gave him some extra encouragement. Junior Z Chen, I'll be cheering for you in a bit. Teach that guy a lesson. The other girl eagerly joined in. Good luck, Junior Z Chen. I'm going to take tons of great photos of you. That brutal scene annoyed Zhang Kai. Does everyone really think I'm going to lose? He smirked deviously, thinking, I have to take this chance to teach this raw genius underclassman a lesson. He didn't care if it looked like a senior bullying a junior. In just 1 month, this kid's talent had skyrocketed. If he didn't strike now, he'd never get the chance to show off again. Zichen casually said, I still have to go home for dinner. Can we make this quick? Zhang Kai readily agreed. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Coach Guo immediately waved his hand down. Remember, sportsmanship comes first. Everything else is secondary. Let's begin. Just as the signal was given, he interrupted. Wait a second. Zhang Kai smirked and laid out his condition. You've only been training for a month, while I've been at it for almost 2 years. To keep it fair, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Zichen's response came at the exact moment he lunged forward. Sounds good. Before his opponent could even process what was happening, a fist flew straight toward him like a rocket. It slammed into Zhang Kai's face with incredible force, making him spit blood. With just that single strike, he was foaming at the mouth and knocked out cold on the floor. Even Coach Guo gasped in shock. What? Just 1 punch? The boys nearby also stood there with their mouths wide open. Holy crap, this makes absolutely no sense. Is it really over just like that? Qing Han was the only one happily cheering. He won. Zichen won. The other girls quickly joined in, shouting, Junior Zichen is so handsome. Meanwhile, he was focused on his progress notification. I still need to eliminate 999 opponents to unlock the natural selection survival attribute. He flashed an innocent smile and suggested to them, Hey seniors, why don't we take this chance to test our skills together? The moment the boys heard Zichen say that, their faces turned pale. Making up all kinds of excuses, they scrambled to run away as fast as their legs could carry them. Suddenly, I remembered I have extra tutoring after school today. My mom told me to get home early for dinner. I need to take a dump. I'll go with you. Me too, let me come along. Suddenly, I feel dizzy. Let me help you to the nurse's office. Meanwhile, Zhang Kai was struggling to push himself up. I don't accept this. That brat blindsided me. If you try that again, I'll beat you to death for sure. Coach Guo immediately scolded him. Zhang Kai, you need to accept your defeat. Was Zichen's punch just a lucky shot, or was it a display of absolute dominance? We can find out right away by letting Xiao Li Zi test him. Hearing his name called out made the guy flinch in terror. Xiao Li Zi, you're up. With no way out, he had to get into his stance, pleading, Forgive me, Junior. Just please don't hit my face, all right? 10 minutes later, it wasn't actually that brutal. Zi Chen had intentionally just traded a few moves with his seniors. However, except for the progress made after defeating Zhang Kai, his quest count didn't increase after beating any of the other guys. He fell into deep thought. So cheating doesn't work. Does it actually have to be a direct defeat in a formal match? Coach Guo suddenly popped up, giving him a good scare. Genius Zi Chen, you are a true prodigy. You've only been in the martial arts team for just over a month, and yet you're already our ace. He was so thrilled that he clenched both of his fists tightly. In this year's district martial arts tournament, our Shanghai Middle School will definitely crush the other schools and take home first place. Thanks to his reminder, a light bulb suddenly went off in the boy's head. Exactly. Joining the martial arts tournament is the perfect way to directly defeat a bunch of opponents at once. Zikin quickly did the math. As long as he wins these matches, it will definitely boost his quest progress. Right then, a loud voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. Hey, Lin Zikin, even though you lost miserably, you're still acting tough. Zhang Kai, I accept my defeat. From now on, even if you step all over me, I won't say a single word of complaint. This dramatic declaration was so weird that everyone there turned pale. In an instant, they rushed off before he could even try to stop them. Wait, I wasn't finished. In this world, high schoolers either choose martial arts or the arts. Naturally, martial arts is the #1 career path. On the running track, Qinghan was keeping pace right behind him. Zichen, wait for me. Keep going, I'm almost catching up. And he could see she was really pushing herself. To make it into the martial arts class, Shen Qinghan started training with me. After running 3,000 meters, we'd practice martial arts for an hour to sharpen our hand-to-hand combat skills. After that, we'd do sit-ups and push-ups to build up our physical strength and endurance. After every training session, he would help Shen Qinghan massage and soothe her sore muscles. But with the upcoming martial arts tournament, Zishan couldn't afford to slack off. To activate the natural selection attribute as fast as possible, he had to push himself to the absolute limit. 1 month later, the day of the tournament finally arrived. Inside the massive city arena, with millions of viewers tuned in, Coach Guo was reviewing the tournament bracket in the locker room. Unfortunately, our Shanghai Middle School ended up in the same group as Shanghai #1 High School, the strongest team in the entire bracket. Zhang Kai looked at the information and felt 10 times more depressed. This year, #1 High has a total beast who can sprint 100 meters in under 9 seconds. We're going to get absolutely crushed. While everyone else was feeling down, Zichen stepped up. Coach, I want to go first. Coach Guo had no choice but to agree. Are you sure you can handle this? Well, let's let Zichen go first then. Even before the match started, he already had 2 passionate supporters cheering him on. Up on the stage, Zichen rolled his shoulders to get ready. Zichen, we're counting on you. I believe in you. Qinghan jumped up and down, shouting, Zichen, go for it. On the opponent's side, a massive foot stepped forward, literally shaking the entire ring. Before they clashed, he actually threw a compliment Zishan's way. Hey Shanghai kid, I saw your info on the roster. You're just a middle schooler, yet you've made it to the 8 School League arena. Not bad, you're definitely talented. But this is no place for a kid like you. A middle school freshman who's barely 5'7". Just watch, I'm about to show you the brutal reality of our difference in size and power. Once they finished bowing to each other, the referee announced, let the match begin. The second the referee finished speaking, the guy lunged forward in a flash. But to his absolute shock, Zichen casually dodged his punch. What the? Zichen lightly tapped his chest, barely using any force at all. Then, he gave him a gentle push. Even though it was just a one-handed shove, the guy was sent flying back. Even the referee was stunned before declaring, Lin Zichen is the winner. Qinghan joyfully threw her hands in the air to celebrate his first victory. Zichen, you are absolutely amazing. His teammates cheered proudly, shouting, Zichen is the GOAT. But down below, someone was extremely unhappy. It's your body, it's definitely your body. You have zero flexibility. Turns out, his coach was furiously giving him a piece of his mind. Footwork. It's all about footwork. How many times do I have to tell you? When you're in the ring, don't just mindlessly charge ahead. Use your footwork. Why won't you listen to me? Meanwhile, a system notification popped up for Zichen. You have successfully defeated an opponent, raising your rank in the tournament. Total opponents eliminated. 2 out of 1,000. Zichen came to a solid conclusion. As expected, defeating opponents in a highly competitive match really does fill up his achievement quest bar. The opposing coach assigned the next match. Chen Feng, you're up. Go out there and take down that cocky middle school freshman as fast as possible. He confidently replied, I got this, coach. This time, Chen Feng took a much more cautious stance than the last guy. The referee yelled the same line. Let the match begin. Chen Feng moved like lightning, gliding across the ring like a gust of wind. But unfortunately for him, Zichen easily dodged his strike and used the exact same move. This time, Chen Feng spun in the air a few times before landing flat on his face, just like his teammate. He landed face first, which felt like a brutal slap to his team's face. The referee quickly urged, get him to the hospital right away. It looks like he hit his head. Up in the stands, the crowd was buzzing, and the bettors were getting furious. What on earth is going on here? How can that Shanghai middle school kid be this incredibly lucky? Lucky bastard. His opponent literally ended up losing by throwing himself out of the ring. What kind of insane luck is that? Damn it, this match is definitely rigged. Refund our money. Meanwhile, the opposing coach held his head in sheer panic. Wait, no. This isn't just luck. That Shanghai middle school kid actually has real skills. Gao Fei, you're up next. Focus entirely on defense, don't initiate any attacks, and whatever you do, do not lose. He confidently stepped out onto the stage with an overwhelming aura. Come on, coach. Don't worry, I'm definitely going to win. Cao Fei started sizing up his opponent. Lin Zichen didn't look that physically strong, he was just quick on his feet and knew how to exploit the situation to get those easy wins. I can run 100 meters in just 9 seconds, and I have way more combat experience than him. As long as I take this next match seriously, there's absolutely no reason for me to lose. Meanwhile, the crowd started whispering. Hearing you guys say that, I guess that first-year kid from Shanghai Middle School doesn't stand a chance. He's only a 7th grader. But once he grows up, Shanghai Middle School is going to be number 1. Down on the field, the referee shouted the signal, and the match began. Cao Fei rushed forward like a proud but fragile little bird. He threw a barrage of punches at Zichen, but Zichen easily dodged every single one of them. That's the water stream rock smashing fist. The coach was completely shocked. Cao Fei, what on earth are you doing? I told you to focus on defense. Why are you attacking? But the overly competitive Cao Fei only scoffed in his mind. Defense? As a genius, I don't need that garbage. Zichen recognized the move. This fist technique is actually pretty interesting. Let me observe it first and try to copy it. He was starting to run out of breath. Why? Why can't I land a single hit on him? Frustrated, Cao Fei stopped and barked. How are you dodging all my attacks? This makes absolutely no sense. Zichen didn't care and simply asked, do you have any other moves? Just show me everything you've got. Furious, Cao Fei threw punches even faster and harder. This was pure, blatant mockery. Zichen decided he'd had enough of playing around. It was still the same old repetitive pattern. So forget it, let's wrap this up. The entire crowd gasped in shock as he took down Cao Fei. Only Zichen's team erupted in cheers. Way to go, Xiao Chen. You're freaking insane. Xiao Chen is such a beast, taking down 3 guys in a row. Man, winning without even having to lift a finger feels amazing. In the next rounds, he easily swept the floor with everyone. The opponents just kept getting weaker. Before long, Zichen had wiped out all 5 opponents from Shanghai No. 1 Middle School. Over the next 2 days, he single-handedly crushed the remaining 2 schools, successfully leading Shanghai Middle School to win the 8-school joint championship. The system chimed, alerting him that his total elimination count was now 16 out of 1,000. Zichen knew he still had 984 more opponents to beat. At this rate, it would probably take years to complete the natural selection process. Zichen was absolutely thrilled. Even though the mission couldn't be completed anytime soon, he never expected Coach Guo to give him the lion's share of the prize money, which came out to a clean 20,000 yuan. Including the prize money he had won from various academic competitions, he now had about 30,000 yuan in his hands. But that 30,000 yuan was gone in the blink of an eye. Wang Xin cooked the most delicious meals for him. Eat slowly, Xiao Chen, there's still plenty left. The system announced that the activation progress of the ghost shadow squid pattern had reached 33%. He realized that eating 30 kilograms of ghost shadow squid meat had boosted the activation progress directly to 33%. By his 2nd year of middle school, he successfully broke through from ordinary tier 3 to ordinary tier 4. Now, he could easily lift 1,090 kilograms with just one hand, jump 5.65 meters vertically, and sprint 100 meters in just 4.49 seconds. Time flew by, and Shen Qinghan and I finally graduated from Shanghai Middle School. Before long, The high school entrance exam results were released. Qinghan was terrified. Why? I worked so hard, but the result is still the same. Xiao Chen, will we still be able to go to the same high school? Zikin explained that while he was the top student in the district for both academics and martial arts, Han Han's academic performance wasn't bad at all. However, her martial arts score wasn't high enough to get into the elite martial arts class at Shanghai High School. He gently wiped away her tears. I'm not really sure myself, but the principal of Shanghai High School said she wants to visit my house. Do you want to come with me to meet her? Qinghan was convinced. The principal is definitely coming to invite you to stay in the elite martial arts class at Shanghai High School. That has nothing to do with me, so why should I go? Before she could argue, Zichen pulled her along. Don't worry. The only condition for me to stay at Shanghai High School is that I get to sit next to you. Once everyone sat down, the principal of Shanghai High School chatted with us at home for hours, basically expressing her hope that Zichen would continue his studies there. Summarizing her points, the principal said, Student Zichen, we've pretty much covered everything. I've laid out all our cards. As for the final condition, as long as you agree to continue studying at Shanghai High School, you can ask for whatever you want. Hearing that, Zichen immediately pulled Qinghan forward. Thank you, principal. I only have one request. I hope Shen Qinghan can continue to be in the same class as me. She leaned in closer to Qinghan and asked, You're Shen Qinghan, right? When the new school year starts, you two should register together at Shanghai High School. Both of them nodded excitedly. Thank you, principal. Zichen entered plenty of competitions. After deciding on his high school, he took part in his final junior high martial arts tournament. Unsurprisingly, Zichen once again led Shanghai Junior High to an easy championship victory. Countless opponents were crushed by his hands, unable to even stand back up. Now, deep in a forest far from the city, Zichen got lost in thought. After receiving his prize money, he decided to fulfill his previous wish first. I only need 20% more to unlock the Phantom Squid illustration. With this prize money, buying enough meat to complete the progress bar will be a piece of cake. The system showed the Phantom Squid compendium was already at 80%. Since Zichen had no idea what would happen once he unlocked it, or what kind of uncontrollable situations might arise, he had purposely traveled to the mountains surrounding Shanghai City. With that, Zichen got ready. No time to waste. Let's get right to it. The system prompt appeared. You have devoured a large amount of the Phantom Squid's life essence. He was thrilled, but a look of shock crossed his face as the Phantom Squid compendium hit 100%. You have successfully unlocked the Phantom Squid compendium and acquired the biological attribute, water, melting attribute. The water melting attribute significantly enhances your affinity with water, allowing you to move freely underwater without a trace. Zichen felt a bit disappointed. Why does this water melting attribute feel kind of useless? I've got to test it out in a nearby pond right away. My skin didn't even wrinkle after soaking in the water for so long. And I can clearly feel that water resistance is greatly reduced while swimming. But is that really all it does? No other effects? Well, I guess it makes sense. The Phantom Squid is just a low-level beast, not even worth fusing genes with. If I want better biological attributes, I can just save up and buy them later. Sooner or later, I'll have them all. Or once I get stronger, I can hunt exotic beasts and devour them myself. Zichen clenched his fist with determination, thinking of monsters like the mutated giant rats. A few days later, Zichen and Qinghan went to the beach. With less than a week left before the new school year started, my mom and Shen Qinghan's family had planned a joint vacation for our two households. To get a better grasp of my water-melting attribute, I was the one who suggested going to the ocean. Qinghan wrapped her arms around herself and warned, Xiao Chen, the ocean water is freezing. Zichen dove into the water and coaxed her. It's always like that when you first get in. Just take your time and get used to it, and you won't feel cold anymore. The system notified him. You are diving. Vital energy, full body muscle strength, and full body muscle coordination have increased by 1. Water affinity, water warding ability, water pressure resistance, and diving skills have all increased by 1. But Qinghan wasn't having it. She pleaded, Xiao Chen, stop swimming all by yourself. Come over here and teach me how to swim. That was when he realized, oh, right, Han didn't even know how to swim yet. So, Zichen patiently began to teach her. But since Shen Qinghan's athletic talent was pretty average, he thought there was little chance she would pick it up easily. Yet, Zichen got slapped in the face with reality instantly. Qinghan was swimming even better than a fish. Xiao Chen, is swimming really this easy? I learned it in no time. Not only that, but she kept her face submerged under the water for an incredibly long time. Suddenly, Qinghan realized, oh, can I actually dive? Zichen jumped in surprise when she suddenly popped up right in front of him. Qinghan bragged, Xiao Chen, aren't I amazing? I always hear people say it's hard to open your eyes in the ocean, that it really hurts from the salt. But I don't feel any discomfort at all. It actually feels super refreshing. Zichen stared at her, rubbing his chin as he pondered. Shen Qinghan's water affinity is indeed impressive, but there's no way she could master every swimming technique all at once. This is way too abnormal. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gasped, wait, that's not right. Memories of her childhood bedwetting suddenly flooded his mind. Zichen thought, could the real reason Shen Qinghan kept wetting the bed be because she was born with a natural water constitution? Unbelievable. Maybe in her past life, she possessed some special cultivation physique, just like in those Xiangxia novels. The two swam together. Next, Zichen went diving with Shen Qinghan, and her performance blew his mind even further. We've been underwater for over 10 minutes now. Let alone a beginner like her, even a trained diver wouldn't find it easy to stay under for this long. Suddenly, Qinghan heard something that made her startle. She wondered, why is there such a bizarre sound coming from the water? Qinghan swam faster toward the noise, leaving him with no choice but to follow. What on earth is that sound? The two of them quickly broke through the vast surface of the water. Zichen asked anxiously, what happened? Why did you suddenly get so tense? Qinghan explained, just now, I suddenly heard a really weird sound in my ears. It was so bizarre, it was actually kind of terrifying. Zichen asked with deep concern, what kind of sound? Qinghan stammered as she tried to describe it. I don't know. Maybe it was some language I didn't recognize, but it sounded like a woman's voice. It was so real, and it kept echoing in my ears, only vanishing once I broke the surface. After that incident, the two headed back. To help Shen Qinghan calm down as quickly as possible, Zichen immediately brought her back to the hotel. Later, he checked his phone, but he still couldn't figure out what Shen Qinghan was talking about. Unable to sleep because of this, he decided to keep working out. Suddenly, system notifications started popping up one after another. You have completed weighted sit-ups 1,000 times. Vitality increased by 2,000. Abdominal strength increased by 2,000. Sit-up proficiency increased by 1,000. Your biological rank has been upgraded to Common Tier 5. Even he was shocked. He never expected that training on his own would lead to such a massive leap. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Common Tier 5 was a level that could easily go toe-to-toe with an adult giant mutated rat. It seems like if I keep training, ripping that mutated rat apart with my bare hands won't be impossible. After ranking up, he headed to an empty beach to test his new stats. Zichen's 100-meter sprint time dropped to just 3.64 seconds, and his vertical jump could reach 6.98 meters. He could even lift a car weighing around 1,600 kilograms with just one hand. Compared to when he first broke through to Common Tier 4, the stat boost was absolutely massive. Armed with these incredible results, Zichen finally began his high school journey. The girls in class were all swooning over him. Oh, is that classmate Zichen? You're so handsome. It turns out Zichen is on duty on the same day as us. We are so lucky. Zichen was caught off guard. Han and I had to do early duty, but I never expected this new classmate to recognize me first. But what surprised him even more was that this simple cleanup duty actually triggered a new quest. The system announced that the multiplayer co-op quest was complete, rewarding him with the pack animal biological trait. His total completed quests now stood at 1 out of 1,000. Zichen was full of anticipation, wondering what kind of effects this pack animal trait would actually bring. It was highly anticipated. Since the new school year was just starting and there wasn't much going on, Zichen decided to use his free time to hit the supermarket. Now that the Phantom Shadow Squid was unlocked, his next step was to find a new target. Suddenly, Zichen spotted something that caught his eye, making him wonder what kind of product was sitting in front of him. This was the Violent Giant Eagle, priced at 1,998 yuan per pound. Zichen excitedly picked it up, knowing this was the one. The Violent Giant Eagle was a mutated beast, a step up from the Phantom Shadow Squid, possessing incredibly sharp eyesight. Its vision was 30 times stronger than an average human's, which was truly insane. Because of this, its hunting ability was top tier. It could even lock onto a mutated rabbit moving fast enough to leave after images. Sitting at his desk, Zichen fell deep in thought. If his vision became that sharp, it would dramatically boost his overall combat efficiency. In short, going by the description, unlocking the codex for the violent giant eagle was definitely worth it. The main selling point was that its meat was the second cheapest, costing only 1,998 yuan per pound. He quickly accessed his system to check its details. Zikin was taken aback to find that 1 pound of meat would only increase the codex progress by 1%. This meant he would need a whopping 200,000 yuan just to fully unlock the violent giant eagle's codex. It looked like he had to work his butt off in high school competitions to make some real cash, since the prize money there was way higher than his current base pay. He had to unlock the codex of this violent giant eagle before his sophomore year. Soon, summer vacation came to an end, and he officially started his high school life at Shanghai High School. On the first day of the new semester, the teachers and classmates began introducing themselves. Hello everyone, I am Han Yuan Feng, your cultivation teacher and homeroom teacher. I am Kai Tianfei, the mechanical modification teacher. I am Lu Dai, the gene fusion teacher. And I am Cheng Bei, your wilderness survival instructor. Next, it's your turn. Hello everyone, my name is Chu Yushi, and my talents are music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm Zhong Yujia, and I love watching anime, cosplaying, and playing sports. I'm Peng Huoguang, and when I have nothing to do, I just like to stay home and play video games. Before long, it was Shen Qinghan's turn to introduce herself. With so many eyes on her, she felt incredibly nervous. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Qinghan. I usually like drawing and coloring. I hope we can all get along. Her introduction was probably the shortest out of everyone's. He was in a class of his own. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Zichen. I look forward to working with you all. Time flew by, and as soon as everyone finished introducing themselves, the bell rang. Chu Xin turned and asked her, Qinghan, what was your score on the high school entrance exam? Caught off guard, Qinghan turned to look at her. She shyly replied, I got 709. What about you, Chu Xin? Excited, she replied. Wow, that's amazing. You scored 10 points higher than me. I only got 698. So, what did you get on the physical fitness test? I did really poorly, only getting 95. It's so bad. Hearing this, Shen Qinghan panicked inside. The physical fitness test was out of 100, so getting a 95 made her an absolute top-tier student. She had only scored 79, which was 11 points below the standard. There was no way she could say that out loud. She managed to say, I didn't do as well as you. Chu Xin pressed on. So what was your score, 94 or 93? Shen Qinghan replied with a quiet, sad tone. A bit lower than that. This only made her probe further. Is it 92, 91, or 90? While Chu Xin was busy talking, someone suddenly slammed the table, startling her. Zixin stepped forward and held out his phone. Can I add you on WeChat? Chu Xin blushed instantly. Sure. Let me scan your code. Her heart was fluttering wildly. This handsome guy is actually taking the initiative to add me? What kind of god-tier luck is this? Meanwhile, Zikin and Qinghan exchanged a knowing look, and she was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Zichen came to rescue me. If she kept asking like that, I wouldn't have known what to say. It was so embarrassing. Right after that, Zichen went around with his phone. Hiyu, let us add each other on WeChat too. Hiyu nodded in agreement. Scan my code. Once they added each other, he quickly created a 4-person group chat. Surprisingly, Zichen also completed a multiplayer co-op quest. Honestly, a task like this was so easy, he could have done it with his eyes closed. With the 4-person group chat set up, everyone started getting to know each other. Hiyu was from the neighboring Nangguan city. He was a young master from a martial arts family, having won 8 prestigious awards, bringing immense honor to his family. On the other hand, Li Chusan's family owned a major clothing store chain with numerous branches in the district, making her a certified little rich girl. Zikin and Shen Qinghan also shared details about their own backgrounds. Before long, they became a tight-knit squad where they could talk about anything. Just as they were about to wrap up their chat, Hiyu spoke up. Hey, guess who is the strongest person in our class? You guys will definitely never guess. Chu Xin pointed a finger. I bet it is Zikin. He got the highest score in our district's high school entrance exam. Hearing this, Hiyu was stunned. Whoa, Zikin, you are actually that much of a beast? But even a top scorer in the district might still be far behind. Honestly, you guys won't believe it when I tell you. Our class actually has 2 absolute monsters. The principal spent a fortune to recruit them all the way from Nangguan City. Sitting by the window in the third row, on the left, is Wang Shuji. He was the top scorer in all of Nangguan district. His record for the 100-meter dash is an insane 7.89 seconds. On top of that, there is the big guy sitting on the right side of the back row, Lu Qiang. That guy was born with monstrous strength. He can easily lift a 300-kilogram barbell with just one hand. Qinghan admired. Wow, that sounds seriously impressive. Chushin covered her mouth in shock. No way, is that for real? Zikan sighed in relief, thinking, hearing, that actually makes me feel much better. 7.89 seconds for a 100-meter sprint and a 300-kilogram lift? Both of those are practically elementary school level to me. Soon the bell rang again, and it was time for the next part of the day, handing out textbooks. There were 4 books, corresponding to their 4 core courses. Since he had already self-taught himself all 4 subjects back when he was a kid, Zikan decided to find a quiet, secluded spot to cultivate during his free time. After all, the threat of the rat god cult was still looming. Although the police had captured some of the heretics, they were still constantly finding traces of the Rat King. That was why he decided to push himself and break through to Tier 6 so he could actually stand a chance against them. The first practical class in the afternoon was wilderness survival training, in preparation for future explorations. Does anyone actually know how to start a fire by rubbing 2 sticks together? He spoke up. This is such a basic skill that nobody ever uses in real life, so who would even waste time learning it? But he was instantly slapped in the face when he saw the others already practicing it. The instructor watched on with a delighted grin. What on earth? How are you 2 so good at this? You can actually start a fire just by rubbing 2 wooden sticks together. Lu Chang smirked proudly. Teacher, back in middle school, I took an extracurricular summer camp class just to learn this. Wang Shuji chimed in, and I self-taught myself online back in elementary school. Once the 2 guys from Nangguan City finished their demonstration, the rest of the class began practicing on their own. Before long, Zichen also showed his teammates how to start a fire by grinding the wood together. Later, the martial arts class basically turned into a stage for the 2 guys from Nangguan City to show off. Yuan Feng raised his voice. Today, I am going to teach you all a very special breathing cultivation technique. But out of nowhere, both of them spoke up in unison. Teacher, we have already mastered this. It might have seemed a bit ridiculous, but they actually pulled it off. Even though Zichen already knew all of this, keeping a low profile was always his golden rule. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Yuan Fei spoke up. It has been more than a month since the new school year started, and it is time to test your progress. For this exam, I have set up some cash rewards. First place gets 888 yuan, second place gets 666 yuan, and third place gets 333 yuan. Zikan was pleasantly surprised. Whoa, there is actually prize money? And the top spot gets 888 yuan. That reward is incredibly generous. It is almost enough to buy half a caddy of violent condor meat. Naturally, with actual money on the line, everyone put a lot more effort into their tests. An hour later, the exam was over. Coincidentally, the gene fusion teacher, Liu Darren, also organized a test and even offered the exact same cash prizes. He announced, it has been over a month since the school year started, so it is time to see how much you guys have actually learned. Once the exam was finished, Zikan collapsed onto his desk and groaned, finally, it is over. The classroom immediately filled with complaints. Why was that exam so brutal? That last question made absolutely no sense. I was hoping for a 90, but now I would be thrilled just to get a 60. While everyone was whining about how ridiculously hard the questions were, the 2 guys from Nangguan City started boasting to each other. Shuji spoke up. That test was way too hard. How did you do? Lu Gang replied, I think I only got a 95. I struggled on the last question. What about you? He replied, me too. I didn't know how to do the last one either, so I'm guessing 95 as well. Hearing this, He got furious, clenching his fists. Show-offs. Would it kill them to stop bragging? I seriously want to punch them both right now. Deren announced. The scores for your mechanical modification exam are out. Guo Yanling got 52, and Shen Qinghan got 61. She happily turned around to look at him. Zichen, I passed. Congrats. Hard work pays off. This is great news. He continued reading. He 88. Everyone turned to look at him in admiration. You're awesome. Deren praised. Excellent work. I have high expectations for you. He said proudly. Just got lucky. The questions just happened to cover things I already knew. Guys, once I win third place, I'll treat everyone to a great meal with that 333 yuan prize, he continued. Lu Gang and Wang Shuji, 95. You guys did amazing this time. Just one more question, and you would have had a perfect score, he said smugly. Sir, that last question required a lot of calculations. If I had just 10 more minutes, I definitely would have gotten it. The other agreed. Me too, Duren said expectantly. I believe you two have the ability. Hearing this, he got annoyed. There they go, showing off again. But whatever, third place is still mine. He delivered some unexpected news. This exam was extremely difficult. You might not believe it, but someone in our class got a perfect score. Lin Zichen, 100. Shuji gasped in shock. 100? How is that even possible on this kind of test? Lu Gang panicked. That's insane. Absolutely insane. He was totally freaked out that even the top two geniuses of Nangwon City had been beaten. Lin Zichen is way too overpowered. More importantly, he snatched my third place spot. Next time, I definitely shouldn't raise any flags too early, Qinghan praised. Zichen, you're amazing, Chushin added. Shanhai shines. He raised his hand and asked, Teacher, when will the 88 yuan grand prize be handed out? Duren replied, Don't worry, I'll put cash in red envelopes and send the rewards to the class group. In his head, he thought, does this kid seriously only care about money? Is he really that broke? Just 1 hour later, the results for the gene fusion exam were also announced. Yuan Fei announced, all right guys, the results are in. Nangguan's top duo, Lu Gang got 81 and Wang Shuji got 83. For an exam where almost everyone failed, barely scraping an excellent score is still incredibly impressive. But it was obvious that the two couldn't hide how pleased they were with their scores. Meanwhile, Shen Qinghan got 78, which could easily land her in the top 5. As for Zichen, he scored another perfect mark and pocketed the prize money again. He Yu, Wang Shuji, and Lu Gang took a massive hit to their egos. One protested, that exam was brutally hard. How could anyone possibly get a perfect score? The other agreed, Sir, did he somehow get the answers beforehand? He frowned and shot back, impossible, absolutely impossible. All the answers on this exam were his own original ideas. You can't even find them online, so cheating was completely out of the question. Both of them were utterly dumbfounded by this. He Yu mocked, this is hilarious. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Just take the L instead of accusing people of cheating. You're seriously embarrassing us, Nangguan folks. She agreed, exactly. Wang Shuji is just a sore loser who's always stirring up trouble. The lunch break was short, and Class 1 of Grade 1 was scheduled for their wilderness survival test this afternoon. Cheng Pei laid out the details. The rewards for the survival test are the same as the other subjects. First place gets 1,888 yuan, second place gets 66 yuan, and third place gets 33 yuan. The test consists of 3 main events: mountain climbing, swimming, and making fire by friction. Shuji frowned in frustration. Lu Gang, we couldn't beat him in the theory tests this morning. We have to save face this afternoon no matter what. He agreed. You don't even have to say it. I'm definitely going to crush him and avenge our previous humiliation. Before long, the test began. The first event was tree climbing and mountain climbing, where scores were based on speed. Lin Zichen easily took first place in mountain climbing. As expected, Nangguan's top duo was left eating his dust. The two of them were stunned. Are you kidding me? This Lin Zichen guy is completely unreal. I was pushing my absolute limits, yet I couldn't even see his shadow. In the end, Lin Zichen took first place in the tree climbing event too. But right now, Zichen was much more focused on Shen Qinghan. She hadn't even finished climbing yet, so it was no surprise that she came in last. But it was no big deal. Once the swimming event started, she'd get her confidence back. In the next round, the fire starting phase, he had to keep battling Nangguan's top duo to secure the prize. They both had the same thought. How is Lin Zichen so fast at everything? His hand speed is absolutely insane. I don't remember him being this fast in class. Ultimately, Lin Zichen successfully started a fire in 58 seconds. Swimming was the final event. This time, Lin Zichen crushed Nangguan's top duo once again, dealing a massive blow to their confidence. No way. Seriously? I can understand why Lin Zichen is so fast, but why did Shen Qinghan suddenly unleash such an insane burst of power? It must have been my nerves getting the best of me, causing that mistake. After the wilderness survival results came out, Wang Shuji and Lu Gang went completely silent. They didn't say a word for the longest time, which actually made for a nice, quiet lunch break. But that silence was only because this afternoon's martial arts class had already fueled their desire to show off. Han Yuanfeng spoke up. You've all been training in martial arts for over a month now. Today is test day. The test is simple. You'll spar with each other in the ring, and there'll be rewards for the top 3. Hearing this, those two immediately fired up, ready for action. Who cares about the written exam or the wilderness survival test? In a martial arts class, combat is all that matters. Without real strength, every other achievement is completely useless. I absolutely have to win this sparring match. But before the sparring began, Han Yuanfeng set up a physical fitness test. He explained, this warm-up test will measure 3 stats: your sprint speed, maximum bench press weight, and vertical leap. Lin Zikin finished his 100-meter sprint in just 7.78 seconds. As for the weightlifting, he easily lifted 330 kilograms and pulled off a vertical leap of 2.18 meters. He took first place in all 3 categories. Not wanting to stand out too much, Lin Zikin didn't even go all out. Meanwhile, Wang Shuji was absolutely terrified. Lin Zikin's 100-meter dash was even faster than his own. To think a guy this monstrous only ranked first in his district. It defies all logic. Lu Gang was in pure shock. Lin Zikin wasn't even built that heavily. Could it be that his body just hadn't fully developed back in middle school? He tried to reassure his friend, saying, Lu Gang, don't panic. Screwing up the fitness test doesn't mean we've lost everything. Real combat isn't just about raw strength, it's about skill. We still have a shot. He agreed and tried to comfort him. You're right. Losing the physical test doesn't mean it's over. We're still way ahead of everyone else our age, so we definitely still have a chance. After the fitness test, everyone moved over to the gym's sparring arena to kick off the matches. He thought to himself, if I want to get this over with as fast as possible, I need to take the lead. But since my physical stats were so insane, nobody dares to step up. Even the Shuangxing boy chose to just sit back and watch. But dragging things out would only make the teacher lose his patience. He crossed his arms and barked, Lu Wei, get up there and spar with Lin Zikin. Sweating profusely, the boy whose name was called dragged himself up to face Lin Zikin. To save time, Lin Zikin knew he had to finish this quickly. To get through everyone in the class before school ended, Lin Zikin had no choice but to speed up and knock them all out, one by one. From then on, anyone who stepped into the ring was taken down in a single blow. Wang Shuji froze in disbelief. No way. Is Lin Zikin really that strong? Lu Gang's face went completely pale. I seriously doubt he's even trying. How is anyone supposed to compete with that? A moment later, He Yu jumped onto the stage and called out, Lu Gang, I'm fully warmed up and in peak condition. Do you have the guts to face me? He replied coldly. It won't take me more than 30 seconds to knock you out. Secretly, he was relieved. If He Yu hadn't challenged him, he would have been forced to fight Lin Zikin. He wasn't sure if he could beat Lin Zikin, but there was no way he'd lose to this guy. Fired up by Lu Gang's provocation, He Yu rushed forward, yelling, Come on. He immediately unleashed a barrage of attacks, but unfortunately for him, Lu Gang easily caught He Yu's leg. He was spun around like a pinwheel before Lu Gang sent him flying with a clean, effortless throw. He crashed right out of the ring and couldn't stop throwing up. He gloated, He Yu, out of everyone I've fought, your physical strength is the best. Too bad mine is on a whole different level. Right after, Lin Zikin hopped onto the ring. All right, let's go around. He figured this was the perfect opportunity for some real practice, since otherwise, no one would ever dare to step up. Lu Gang smirked arrogantly. Bring it on. Who's scared of who? Take this. Clenching his fist, he rushed at him with incredible speed. Yet, Lin Zikin just stood there, completely calm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zikin slipped to the side, dodging the blow and leaving him stunned. So fast. With just a single strike, Lu Gang was sent flying out of bounds. Below the stage, the students cheered. Wang Shuji, your buddy just got completely wrecked. Aren't you gonna go get some revenge? Yeah, the honor of the top students of Nangguan City depends on you. Wang Shuji, don't be a coward. Get up there. Egged on by the crowd, he jumped onto the ring, yelling, What's with all the shouting? I was about to go up anyway, so shut the hell up. Wang Shuji looked at him and tried to psych himself up. Whatever happens, happens. He just had to find a way to take this guy down. He quickly charged forward, feeling like he was playing a high-stakes gamble, but Lin Zikin shut down his movements in an instant, sending him flying with just one move. The guy ended up sprawled flat on the floor, completely helpless. After that, Lin Zichen took down the rest of the boys in class, one by one. He didn't seem to break a single sweat fighting them. One by one, they were easily swept aside. According to the rules of the natural selection quest, defeating the same opponent only counts once, no matter how many times you beat them. That meant next time, he would have to spar with the girls, but there was no way they'd agree to that. Spar with him? Just as he was thinking that, a girl boldly raised her hand and said, "Lin Zichen, I'd like to challenge you." Then, she quickly jumped onto the stage, but before she could even do anything, he knocked her flat. Talk about insane speed. Lying on the ground, she thought with regret, "What a shame. I was so close to hugging him." Then, to everyone's surprise, other girls started stepping up to challenge him, one after another. Of course, he always held back when fighting girls, keeping his focus on completing the task as quickly as possible. Before long, all the female students had finished their matches, but he was still a long way from completing his mission. Just when he was starting to feel a bit disappointed, Han Yuanfeng suddenly delivered some great news. The homeroom teacher spoke up. "Everyone did a great job this time. From now on, those of you at the top should learn to challenge yourselves further. In 1 month, our class will challenge the strongest regular class of the sophomore year. So, make sure you all prepare well. Our goal is to defeat the strongest regular sophomore class." Hearing this, Zichen was quite thrilled. He thought, "I was actually worried I wouldn't have any matches to level up my survival of the fittest progress bar." This upcoming sparring match was perfect timing talk about a blessing in disguise. After school, the class was dismissed. As a male classmate walked past, he threw a challenge at him, saying, "I used to worry that coming to Shanghai High School meant I wouldn't have any real rivals left. Looks like I underestimated Shanghai High. From this moment on, you will be my Lu Gang's rival for the next 3 years of high school." Zichen thought calmly to himself, given Han Yuanfeng's arrangements, completing survival of the fittest within a year doesn't seem impossible after all. Another guy approached and said, "Lin Zichen, losing now doesn't mean I'll lose in the future. Before we graduate, I will definitely get my revenge." Zichen secretly celebrated. Not only did he complete his task, but he also earned a sweet cash bonus. Doing some quick math, he realized he had made over $3,000 today. Seeing his totally relaxed demeanor, the two boys got incredibly annoyed. Is he not even looking at us? Is he seriously ignoring and mocking us? How arrogant. But Zichen didn't pay them any attention at all. He thought, with this money, I can finally buy some exotic beast meat. This is awesome. When night fell at an apartment complex, Zichen was busy writing away in his room. He calculated, even though I got a nice little bonus today, it's still a long way from what I need to buy exotic beast meat and unlock the beast compendium. So, to make extra money, I set up a web novel account and started my writing career. Right after that, a notification popped up. "Hello, I am the platform's editor in charge. Your web novel is excellent, and we would love to offer you a contract for serialization." Zichen was quite surprised. He had just woken up to find a contract invitation waiting for him from the platform. After logging into the platform to sign the contract, a piece of breaking news caught his eye. Just 2 hours ago, a giant mutated rat had attacked a cold storage facility containing exotic beast meat on the outskirts of the city. This massive beast stood over 5 meters tall and had ripped a cyborg guard clean in half. Just before dying, the cyborg immediately triggered a hidden backup power source and self-destructed to take the enemy down, blowing the giant mutated rat to pieces on the spot. Just how many of these giant mutated rats are hiding in Shanghai City? And with beasts that massive, where on earth could they possibly hide without anyone noticing? The next day, at the Shanghai High School gym, today was the day of their sparring match with the sophomore regular class, and Han Yuanfeng was busy discussing tactics with his top students. He gave them strict instructions, saying, "In a one-on-one match, our opponent's peak fighters aren't as strong as ours, but their overall team strength is superior. They will definitely exploit their numbers to play defensively and drag out the matches, running a war of attrition to exhaust the 4 of you. So, once you step onto the stage, you must secure fast wins. Is that clear?" All 4 replied in unison, "Understood, sir." Right after that, Zichen quickly jumped onto the stage. He called out, "Teacher Han, let me take the first fight." He thought to himself that to advance his survival of the fittest achievement, he needed to beat as many opponents as possible, so the sooner he got up there, the better. Seeing this, his opponent panicked and told his teacher, Sir, he's their strongest fighter, and I'm the weakest in our class. How am I supposed to fight him? The opposing teacher immediately voiced his frustration. Yuanfeng. According to the rules of class sparring, the weakest fighters are supposed to go first. Why are you sending out your absolute best student for the very first match? This is a violation of the rules. The homeroom teacher pointed at the stage and ordered, Zichen, get down here right now. You can fight later. Let the weaker classmates have their turn first. Hearing this, he reluctantly replied, Fine, teacher. Then, Yuanfeng gestured to the girl standing nearby and said, Yuntong, you're up first. She panicked. Huh? But teacher, I'm not ready yet. Qing Han stepped forward and asked, Mr. Han, since my strength is the weakest, please let me go first. She then walked onto the stage, feeling quite anxious. What should I do? I'm so nervous. Meanwhile, everyone below cheered her on. Let's go, Han Han, get them. Hearing this only made Qing Han tremble even more. Thinking like this is only making me panic. Very quickly, her opponent rushed in to attack, and she struggled to block the oncoming strikes. Qing Han calculated that although she couldn't win, she could do her best to hold out as long as possible to wear down her opponent's stamina. 3 minutes later, her opponent was already losing steam, thinking, man, she's really tough. If this keeps up, I'm going to run out of gas. I need to end this quickly. With that, she delivered a powerful blow that knocked Qing Han down. She was sent flying right off the stage, but she immediately got up and ran over. The homeroom teacher praised her. Qing Han, you did great. You knew how to use defense to drain your opponent's energy. That was very smart. Zichen stepped forward, gently patting her head. Not bad at all. Holding your ground for over 3 minutes against an upperclassman who has trained for over a year is a huge step up. Feeling comforted, she shyly replied, yeah. Then, another student stepped onto the stage, thinking confidently, she barely has any energy left. Now's my chance to take her out. They quickly rushed in to attack. But with just a few basic moves, they couldn't land a thing, and they were quickly hit head-on by the opponent. After only a few moves, they were completely defeated. She cried out in pain. Ow, let go, please. I surrender. Her opponent sneered. Haha, charging in blindly with zero defense? Are you looking down on the regular class? She walked over smugly and said, I might not have your talent, but I've been training a whole year longer than you. You'd better practice for another year before trying to fight me. Just then, Chu Xin stepped onto the stage, full of confidence. Han Han, let me avenge you. Watch me take down this senior. Chu Xin rushed forward and instantly knocked her opponent out with a single strike. Shen Qing cheered excitedly. Chu Xin, you're amazing. Zichen walked over and patted her head. You were awesome too. If you hadn't worn out her stamina earlier, Chu Xin wouldn't have won so easily. She clenched her fist and nodded with a soft hum. 2 hours later, the regular class teacher confidently looked at Yuanfeng. Brother Feng, your class only has 4 people left. Looks like we're definitely winning this bet for a free meal. He raised his hands and shrugged. It's way too early to call it. Let's wait and see. He thought to himself, Lin Zichen, Wang Shuji, Lu Qiang, and He Yu. They are the real powerhouses of Class 1. The real showdown starts now. Yuanfeng turned to He Yu. He Yu, you're up next. He confidently jumped onto the stage. Right here, coach. He raised his fists. My hands have been itching for a fight for a long time. Are you ready to take these heavy hits, senior? His opponent sneered. Kid, can you stop acting like a middle schooler? He Yu kicked him right in the face. How dare you ruin my cool moment? Get lost. The senior cried out in pain and crashed hard to the ground outside the ring. He Yu stood hands on hips, looking down condescendingly. Are you serious? You're trash at this level, and yet you have the nerve to call others stupid? What a loser. Suddenly, a heavy foot slammed down as a guy with a mohawk aggressively walked up. Hey kid, you're acting pretty cocky, huh? He rushed forward and aimed a punch straight at He Yu's face. Let me turn up the heat for you. He Yu braced himself on the ground with his hands and dodged. The guy gasped in surprise. What? So fast? He actually avoided my attack? Using his momentum, He Yu swung a heel kick, connecting beautifully right under his chin, sending him crashing to the ground unconscious. Shen Qing cheered excitedly. He Yu, that was amazing. Keep it up. Chu Xin shouted. He Yu, take them out. Crush them all. Following that, He Yu went on to defeat opponent after opponent. Another opponent was easily knocked out by He Yu. The number of defeated foes kept rising, and after a while, he began to tire. But he still tried to show off. Send in the next one. I can take on 10 more. Although Yu wanted to keep going, knocking out 5 opponents in a row had clearly drained him. Eventually, he was defeated when facing his 6th opponent. At this point, Class 1 had only 3 students left, while sophomore Class 6 still had 13. Yuanfeng continued to direct. Wang Shuji, you're up. Shuji's eyes lit up and he leaped forward. On it, Wang Shuji went on to defeat 10 opponents in a row. It wasn't until his 11th match that he finally lost due to complete exhaustion. Next up was Liu Qiang. In less than 10 minutes, he quickly took down their 2 remaining top fighters. A flying knee strike knocked out the opposing class's champion. Yuanfeng rubbed his nose and looked at the Class 6 teacher. Your class only has 1 person left. Why don't you just forfeit now? Putting his hands in his pockets, the other teacher remained confident. I don't think that'll be necessary. Get up there, Wang Jinhe. Show them what you've got. A massive, giant-like figure stepped forward. Yes, sir. Liu Qiang sneered in disdain. So he's just a big fat guy? I can still beat him. He sprang forward and launched himself at the giant. His fist slammed straight into Jinhe's flabby belly. Liu Gang's jaw dropped. It felt like punching a giant sack of feathers. Refusing to give up, he repeatedly pummeled him. But after throwing punch after punch with 0 effect, he started panting heavily. This isn't working. He has too much fat, and his skin is way too thick. I can't even make him budge. Only then did Jinhe reach out. Are you done yet? Because if you are, it's my turn. Jinhe effortlessly grabbed him by the neck with one hand, leaving him squirming like a trapped chicken. No, I'm going to suffocate. This guy's strength is absolutely insane. With a simple flick, Jinhe threw Liu Gang right out of the ring. Yuanfeng was stunned. Wait, that can't be right. I don't recall your class having a student this strong. The Class 6 teacher smirked. Oh, my bad. He just transferred here this semester. So it's totally understandable that you wouldn't know him. Looks like you're going to lose this time. Don't forget our little bet. The loser has to treat the winning class to a massive feast. Mr. Han was furious but completely helpless, tears of frustration streaming down his face. So that was his game. He had Wang Jinhe as his trump card all along. No matter how strong Lin Zixin is, there's no way he can beat this monster. I was too careless. I got totally played. He walked over and patted Zikin's shoulder. Zikin, you're up next. Just go out there and do your best. Use this as a chance to gain some valuable experience. Don't worry at all about winning or losing. The boy stepped forward, offering a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Mr. Han. I'm definitely going to win. Jinhe looked surprised. Huh? Is this skinny kid really their top fighter? He felt a bit disappointed, thinking it would be too easy. Hey kid, I'm not the type to bully the weak. But from the sidelines, 3 girls cheered with everything they had. Hey fatty, stop bragging. Zikin is going to kick your butt, you big tub of lard. Just wait until he beats you into a pulp. Go Zichen, teach this fat pig a lesson. Those mocking words pierced Jinhe's pride like sharp arrows. He scoffed. Hey kid, I'll tell you what, I'll stand right here and let you have 10 free moves. He said dismissively, I don't want you and your little fan club crying and badmouthing me behind my back, claiming I won by picking on someone half my size. Zikin scratched his head helplessly. All right, if you say so. Jinhe patted his own stomach. Come on then, kid. I won't move an inch. Go ahead and hit me with everything you've got. Without holding back, Zichen unleashed a devastating punch straight into his gut. Jinhe's jaw dropped from the sheer, overwhelming power of the impact. Like a soccer ball launched into the air, he was sent flying straight up into the sky. Then, he fell back down, crashing hard onto the ground. The entire crowd fell into a dead silence for 5 full seconds. Suddenly, Class 1 erupted in cheers. Zikin won. He actually won. Jinhe scratched his head and sat up. Huh? Why am I on the ground? What just happened? This makes absolutely no scientific sense. Mr. Shan walked over and patted Yuanfeng's shoulder. Yuanfeng, that kid Zichen is terrifying. He knocked out Wang Jinhe with a single punch. Honestly, it feels like he's almost on the level of Wu Tianqing when he was a high school freshman. Mr. Han replied with a grin. Well, I wouldn't go that far just yet. That Wu Tianqing kid was an absolute beast. Back in high school, his performance was so insane he almost gave the principal a heart attack. Intrigued, Zichen walked over and asked, Sir, who is this Wu Tianqing? Yuanfeng explained. Wu Tianqing is a legendary alumnus who graduated a few years ago. During his freshman year in high school, he wiped out the entire elite class by himself, totally terrifying the school board. Back then, he could run 100 meters in under 6.12 seconds, record a vertical jump of 3.96 meters, and lift 650 kilograms with just one hand. With that kind of monstrous strength, who wouldn't be terrified? Zikin scratched his head and thought to himself, okay, that actually is pretty wild. But then he quietly compared himself. Yeah, he's strong. But that's only about as strong as I was during the summer break after 6th grade. A while later, the group moved to another location. At Mingxiang restaurant, the homeroom teacher raised his glass. Thanks to Zikin, we managed to defeat the strongest sophomore general class. Their homeroom teacher admitted defeat and is treating us to this massive feast. Everyone, stand up and raise a toast to Zikin. The whole class erupted in cheers, shouting, Zikin is the GOAT. All hail Brother Chen. His classmates eagerly crowded around him, asking, Brother Chen, what's your workout routine? What's your secret? Let's at each other. After taking down the sophomore class, he instantly became the most popular guy in school. His classmates kept swarming him to get close, making Zichen feel super embarrassed. Meanwhile, Qinghan was as attentive and caring as ever. Worried that he wouldn't get a chance to eat while talking to everyone, she kept piling food into his bowl. She blushed when she noticed him staring at her so intently. Feeling flustered, Qinghan stood up to leave. Zikin, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. But one thing that never changed was her nervous habit. Whenever she got anxious, she felt an uncontrollable urge to pee. Nearby, some students started whispering and gossiping. Look at Shen Qinghan, always pouring his drinks and peeling his shrimp. She really knows how to kiss up to him, huh? She looks just like a maid serving her master. Honestly, if she hadn't brown-nosed Lin Zichen, there's no way she would have made it into our elite class. I bet their relationship won't last long anyway. The gap between them is just too wide. They'll drift apart sooner or later. Hearing this, a dark, angry aura flared around her. I am not a kiss-up, she thought furiously. Walking away with her head down, she murmured to herself, We're childhood friends. I've always been by his side. On the way home, Zikin noticed her mood and asked gently, Qinghan, why do you look so down? Did something happen? She looked down sadly and whispered, When I was little, I promised myself that I'd stop wetting the bed once I grew up. But even now, it still happens to me every single night. Wetting the bed, I have to wear a diaper every single night just to go to sleep. It feels so awful. Zichen, I feel like there is something wrong with me, like I am disabled or something, since I cannot even hold it. He assured her, You are definitely not disabled. Actually, holding it in is your superpower. It is just that you are not fully developed yet. Qinghan looked up in surprise and asked, A superpower? Zikin promised her, Yes, it really is a superpower. Your natural connection with water is so strong because of this superpower. Curiously, she asked, Then, Zikin, you have been so amazing ever since we were kids. Do you have a superpower too? He nodded and gently ruffled Qinghan's hair, saying, Just like you, I have a superpower too. She gasped with excitement. If I really have one, I wonder what kind it is. Zichen encouraged her. It is definitely going to be an incredibly powerful one. Suddenly, he heard a loud noise coming from up ahead. A worker tried to stop him. Put that broom down right now. We are just exterminating the rats for the safety of the neighborhood. Please cooperate. A man shouted hysterically, trying to block them. Stop! Do not hurt my brothers! He screamed. Are you going to hurt my brothers again? He then lunged forward to attack the workers, screaming, I will kill you all. Qinghan gasped in shock. Zikin, is that person out of their mind? Zikin shielded her behind him and said, He might just be mentally unstable. That is how crazy people act. Come on, let us go home. Qinghan nodded. As night fell over the city, one room remained brightly lit inside Lin Zikin's house. The entire family sat around watching the news. The reporter announced, Last week, this female pastor went missing, and her whereabouts remain unknown. Wan Xin said nervously, Why is another young woman missing? I think this is the 4th one this month. Yan Sheng corrected her. No, you are remembering it wrong. This is actually the 5th person. That makes 5 people missing just this month. With young, beautiful women being targeted, everyone is strongly advised to stay indoors late at night and steer clear of deserted areas. She worriedly warns him, Shu Chen, things are getting dangerous out there lately. Don't you dare let Han Han go out alone, you hear me? He reassures her, Don't worry, Mom. I'll keep a close eye on her. Over at the Road 20 police station in District 20 of Shanghai City, the officers are busy dealing with a massive troublemaker. An officer asks how the investigation is going and if the suspect is mentally ill, but But the doctor replies, "We haven't been able to confirm that yet. I've been trying to get him to talk, but he won't say a single word. It's like he's mute." The officer insists that there's no way he's mute, since he was screaming his head off at the vegetable market earlier. But suddenly, the officer gasps as he looks inside and witnesses a horrifying scene. The troublemaker's body is rapidly mutating, and within seconds, he turns into a complete monster. "Hurry, call for backup right now." In the psychiatric ward, a patient has mutated into a giant rat. The massive beast is relentlessly attacking everyone, and bullets don't even scratch it. A female officer rushes over as the chief from headquarters announces, "All our cyborgs are currently out on missions. It'll take at least a minute for backup to arrive. We're running dangerously low on ammo. I don't think we can hold out that long." The chief barks an order, "Get in the car. We'll lure this rat monster to the outskirts and buy some time until backup arrives." She frantically turns the car key. Her colleague, sweating with tension, hits the gas and speeds away with the mutated rat hot on their heels. They step on it, trying to lure it toward the mountains to buy more time for the cybernetic soldiers. The police cruiser tears down the highway, sirens blaring. It charges right behind them, obliterating everything in its path, causing massive pileups and car crashes everywhere. The female officer from earlier collapses. Are they really not going to make it? The feral mutated rat violently crushes car after car under its massive weight. Deafening explosions rock the city one after another. Suddenly, an armored warrior arrives, firing a volley of shots and locking onto the target. Pummeled by the non-stop barrage, the beast completely loses control and goes wild. A giant rat that actually knows how to dig a hole and escape? These things are getting smarter, but judging by the shreds of flesh left on the ground, it's definitely heavily wounded. I still have a chance to finish it off. The long night over the city slowly comes to an end. By 3 a.m, Shu Chen has been writing for over half a month. Typing out over 4,000 words a day, he has now reached nearly 100,000 words, pulling in an income of over 10,000. And he still has some of the best plot points up his sleeve. Once these chapters drop, the numbers will be even better. I wonder how much I'll make in a month once the novel goes premium. Looking at the stats of his web novel in the middle of the night, the sheer excitement of his potential earnings keeps him wide awake. To burn off some energy, Shu Chen slips into a dark, camera-free alleyway to test the results of his recent training. Sprinting 100 meters in just 3.43 seconds and jumping 7.72 meters, his progress is insanely clear. He thinks that if he keeps progressing like this, it's only a matter of time before his body reaches godhood. Suddenly, Shu Chen hears a loud crash echoing nearby. He spots a mutated rat rummaging through a trash can. It actually speaks, "Hey brother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. I'm just so incredibly hungry. Once I've had my fill, I promise to pay my respects to you every year." Shu Chen thinks to himself, "A rat man? Could this be the escape subject they mentioned on the news today? Since he's turned into a rat man, I need to get out of here fast and call the cops." Meanwhile, the mutated rat mutters to itself, "Maybe I don't have to eat you. I can just go eat someone else." Suddenly, it lunges straight at him, screaming, "I want meat. I want human flesh." Shu Chen thinks, "It's insanely fast. There's no way I can dodge this." Turning to face the beast, he grits his teeth. "Looks like I'll have to fight for my life." Shu Chen unleashes a powerful kick, sending the mutated rat flying and rolling across the ground. The beast is utterly stunned. This kid looks like a weak student. How on earth is he this strong? The two stand their ground, locking eyes as they size each other up. Suddenly, Shu Chen grabs a large rock and hurls it straight at the mutated rat's head. Shu Chen quickly realizes, "I can't give it any room to fight back. I've got to land another heavy blow to finish it off before figuring out my next move." He repeatedly uses the rocks as makeshift weapons to pummel the beast. Finally, Shu Chen lets out a sigh of relief as the monster lies completely motionless before him. Ah. Shu Chen touches the mutated rat's corpse to investigate. Did it actually croak? Since I can devour its life essence, it looks like it really is dead, but I only got 2 points from it. That's seriously a ripoff. Last time I got a solid 5 points. Could this be related to the genetic difference between the Rat King and those cultists? Whatever, I'd better get back home first. It's already morning, and I can't afford to linger here. Suddenly, a massive robotic foot drops down from the sky. A girl lands and gasps in amazement. Who on earth took down this rat man? Meanwhile, in another part of the city under the cover of night, a cult leader carries an unconscious woman to a sacrificial altar. Kneeling reverently, he says, "Lord Rat God, Please enjoy your feast. The rat god manifests and barks. Why is there only one woman? Are you trying to starve me? This is barely enough to get stuck in my teeth. Or are you planning to be on the menu tonight too? Terrified, the cult leader stammers, I wouldn't dare. Please, Lord Rat God, let me explain. My lord, the young women out there are extremely cautious now. They won't step outside at night, and during the day, they only travel in groups, making them incredibly hard to capture. Fuming, the monster snaps. Then bring me some young men next time. He bows in obedience. Understood, Lord Rat God. Instantly, the rat god threw a chunk of meat to the cult leader. He devoured it greedily, thanking the rat god for his divine gift. The woman who was captured earlier was now wrapped around its giant tongue. The rat god quickly swallowed the sacrificial offering, plunging the entire room into a bloody, gruesome darkness. It demanded, next time, don't capture ordinary humans. They taste bitter and disgusting. I want to eat the high and mighty. They are well fed, so their flesh is fatty and delicious. To help Shen Qinghan quickly improve her martial arts grades, they held special training sessions at his house whenever they had free time. Zichen corrected her. Your punch angle is too high. Lower it a bit, like this, to channel more power. Your feet are too close together. Spread them out a bit. Your posture needs some work too. And do not face your opponent head on. Angle your body slightly. Qinghan agreed. Zichen said, all right, keep going. Let's do some sparring. Come at me with everything you've got. She got into her stance and shouted, all right, here I come. But Zichen caught her punch effortlessly. He analyzed, not bad. The angle was perfect, and your punch is way stronger than before. She quickly lifted her leg for a sweep, but Zichen blocked it again. Your sweep technique is off. Don't hesitate before kicking, and widen your stance. Come on, apply the adjustments I just showed you, and try that move again. Qinghan unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. A moment later, she dropped to her knees, panting heavily. That was exhausting, but I can feel my martial arts really improving. Zichen, I don't think 3 sessions a week is enough. Can we train every day? Zichen shook his head. No way, 3 times a week is already pushing it. If we do this daily, your body won't be able to handle it. Qinghan agreed. All right, 3 times a week it is. Just then, Zichen pulled his phone out of his pocket to check something. She leaned over to look. Is this a special news report? The Metagroup officially announced on their website that they will provide free treatment for the young mechanical genius who suffered from physical disabilities due to early mechanical modification. Meanwhile, the prodigy from the capital has successfully fused the gene of the heavenly silk mutant spider, breaking Jingda University's record as the youngest person to undergo a second gene fusion in history. A genius from Jingda University? Could it be that child prodigy from the capital from back then? Normally, people have to wait until they are adults to undergo gene fusion. Otherwise, the body cannot handle the beast gene, and it is highly likely to trigger a mutation. Yet, this capital prodigy is now considered Jingda's top genius, undergoing a second gene fusion before even turning 18. That physical talent is insane. Is gene fusion really the best path forward? As night fell over Lin Zixin's house, he sat at his computer, typing away. With his progress boosted twice by the heavenly wisdom root, after 1 month of typing practice, Zichen could now easily write 10,000 words per hour. Spending just 1 hour a day typing wouldn't interfere with his daily training, making it completely manageable. Yansheng stood behind him and praised. Zichen, your book is selling pretty well. If you can keep writing 10,000 words every day and the plot stays on track, you'll probably make around 50,000 yuan in royalties in your first month. Once your word count grows, making 100,000 yuan a month will be a breeze. He thought to himself, 50,000 or even 100,000 yuan a month? With this kind of income, I won't have to worry about the money needed to unlock the mutant beast illustrations anymore. Hopefully, 2 months of royalties will be enough to unlock the violent giant eagle illustration. In the martial arts class, Han Yuanfeng organized internal sparring sessions to evaluate the students' progress. Soon, the direct matches began. As usual, Zichen dominated the entire class, beating his opponents so badly they had no chance to fight back, easily pocketing 88 yuan while gaining dozens of experience points, unlocking the natural selection achievement. On the other hand, Shen Qinghan still couldn't beat anyone and remained dead last in the class rankings. But unlike before, she actually put up a decent fight against her opponents. In her previous match against Wen Yuntong, who was second from the bottom, Qinghan was knocked right off the platform, and the match ended in less than 3 seconds. But this time, She went toe-to-toe with Wen Yuntong for nearly 3 minutes. And she wasn't just cowering like a turtle either. Qinghan fought Wen Yuntong head-on, landing several clean kicks. Seeing this, Han Yuanfeng praised her incredible progress and told her to keep it up. He then announced, "In 1 month, we will challenge the strongest elite class of the sophomore year. Our goal is to defeat everyone in their class, except for their top 3 students. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, sir," they shouted in unison. Yuanfeng raised his hand with a smile and said, "Excellent." In the blink of an eye, more than 1 month had passed since his novel was published. Zicken went out to buy some supplies. "Hello, I'd like to buy some violent giant eagle meat," the clerk replied. "Certainly. How much would you like to buy? We have a special promotion going on right now. If you buy 100 kilos all at once, you'll get a 5% discount." After a moment of thought, Shu Chen replied, "In that case, I think I'll pass for now." Shu Chen decided to wait until he had enough money to buy 100 kilograms all at once. After all, that would only be next month. Time flew by, and the next day, they were on the school campus. Shu Chen was walking with Qinghan when she said, "Hey, little Chen, they just opened a new cafeteria a few days ago. I heard the chef there is amazing. Why don't we go over and try it out?" He agreed. Sure. Together, they headed towards the bustling cafeteria. Smelling the delicious aroma, Qinghan got super excited and exclaimed, "Wow, that smells incredible." Her tray was soon piled high with mouth-watering food. Qinghan smiled. "Little Chen, it's a good thing we got here early. Otherwise, we'd be stuck waiting in a massive line." Shu Chen agreed. "Yeah, no kidding." Suddenly, there was an argument in the crowd. "Hey buddy, why are you cutting in line?" "I'm not cutting. My friend was holding this spot for me." "Holding a spot? Are you kidding me right now?" "Look, even if I did cut, it's my desk mate's spot. What's it to you anyway? Are you out of your mind?" "Yeah, I'm cutting. What are you gonna do about it?" Qinghan became worried. "Little Chen, look, Xia Yu is arguing with someone over there. Should we go check it out?" Shu Chen shook his head. "I don't think we need to. Xia Yu looks so fierce he's already scaring the guy who cut in line." Staring at Xia Yu's intimidating posture, the line cutter stomped away in anger, muttering, "Stupid brat." But the tension in the cafeteria only escalated. Suddenly, another group of people pushed right past him. Xia Yu barked, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? What's your problem?" One of them sneered, "Nothing much. We just felt like cutting in front of you." Furious, Xia Yu snapped, "Is this a joke to you? Get to the back of the line." But he froze as he tried to push them back and realized they wouldn't budge. Panic began to set in. I can't even push them." Qinghan noticed something was off. "Wait, it looks like Xia Yu is being bullied." Shu Chen stepped forward and tapped the guy on the shoulder. "Excuse me, buddy. Do us a favor and go to the back of the line." The guy arrogantly pointed his finger and sneered, "And if I don't, what are you going to do about it?" Shu Chen calmly pulled out his phone and replied, "Then I'll report you." The guy got ticked off. "Seriously? You're playing the snitch card? How pathetic." Shu Chen replied coolly, "Personally, I think cutting in line is way more pathetic." Unable to come up with a comeback, the group stormed off in frustration. Meanwhile, in Shanghai City, inside a mansion located in an upscale neighborhood, the cult leader announced, "Silly Chang is dead." He went berserk, ran to the trading market, provoked the security team, and ended up losing his life. Someone chimed in, "Honestly, thank goodness that idiot croaked. He was always running around causing trouble, and I wanted him gone a long time ago. If he kept this up, he would have dragged us all down sooner or later." The leader then gestured to someone else. "Now, this kid here is our newest member. He'll be taking over Silly Chang's position in the future, so get to know each other. Also, the rat god told me that ordinary humans are far too bitter and hard to swallow. If we want to feast on those high and mighty elites in the future, you all need to keep this in mind. We must not offer unsuitable sacrifices." The crowd began to murmur anxiously, "But leader, targeting high society elites is extremely dangerous." "Exactly. If 1 or 2 ordinary folks go missing, nobody cares. But if a prominent high society figure disappears, it's going to trigger a massive investigation." The leader instructed, "Then target the spoiled, useless sons of wealthy businessmen who don't know how to raise their kids properly. That way, the risk is much lower. Since you're still a rookie, you don't need to go after high society targets just yet. Start by kidnapping a regular, good-looking young guy to get some practice. Once you have him, deliver him as a sacrifice to one of the divine messengers serving under the rat god." The rookie assured him, "Don't worry, leader. I will present the finest, most handsome sacrifice in the entire city to the divine messenger. Back in the classroom, Xiaoyu was saying, I've been looking into it for a few days, and it turns out those jerks who cut in line are from senior class 3, specifically the strongest elite class 2, the very team we're about to challenge. They have absolutely no class. I'm honestly speechless. Shu Chen casually remarked, just because someone has good grades doesn't mean they have good character. Suddenly, a notification on his phone screen caught his eye, making him freeze. Shu Chen pondered, another wealthy heir has gone missing? This is already the 5th case of a rich kid disappearing. On top of that, money doesn't seem to be the motive at all, since none of the kidnappers have reached out to the families for ransom. Could these abductions be linked to the rat god cult? The next day, high school's class 1 was set to challenge the strongest elite class 3. The guys who had cut in front of Xiaoyu last week kept glancing over at him. Xiaoyu immediately fired back with the exact same rude hand gesture. Before long, both teams finished warming up and the sparring match kicked off. Just like in their previous matches, Shen Qinghan comfortably won the very first round. However, she soon found herself facing a powerhouse opponent who unleashed a relentless, decisive barrage of strikes, leaving Qinghan completely unable to fight back. She thought to herself, this senior from the elite class is just too strong. Even if I try to play fully defensive, I won't be able to hold her off for long. With a series of precise and devastating kicks, the senior cleanly finished off her opponent. Not only Shen Qinghan, but even Li Chuxin and the others were completely helpless against this formidable senior. It wasn't until a slightly stronger, short-haired classmate stepped onto the stage that they finally managed to defeat her. However, another senior from the opposing team quickly stepped up and took control of the situation once again. In less than 10 minutes, this powerhouse senior had single-handedly defeated 9 consecutive opponents, including 3 boys. Before long, their entire class was utterly devastated, leaving only 4 people left, including Shu Chen and Wang Shuji, Lu Gang and He Yu. Meanwhile, in Class 3, only 5 students have been knocked out, while a whopping 36 students haven't even stepped onto the stage yet. All 5 of the knocked-out fighters were girls, and the other side hasn't even sent a single guy onto the stage yet. Yuan Feng grows anxious, thinking, the gap in power is just too wide. We can't win this at all. He turns and commands, He Yu, it's your turn. They still have 6 girls left. Go out there and take them all down. Can you handle it? He confidently reassures his coach, piece of cake, teach. He Yu thinks to himself with a smirk, what do you mean 6 girls? I wouldn't mind taking on a few more upperclassmen sisters too. With his fighting spirit burning, he leaps onto the stage. And just like that, He Yu doesn't let anyone down. With barely any effort, he easily knocks all 6 girls out of the ring. Suddenly, someone aggressively leaps onto the stage. Ji Yun smirks arrogantly and sneers. Ready to get wrecked? He retorts. Not only do you have no manners, but you also have 0 self-awareness, huh? His opponent thinks to himself. He's the first guy they've sent out, so he's definitely a weakling. Here is my chance for payback. He charges furiously at He Yu, throwing a heavy punch. The next second, a fist drives straight into He Yu's stomach. He Yu clutches his chest, gasping, he's so fast. And that's not all. Ji Yun says arrogantly, you're too weak, just give up already. He Yu angrily pushes him off and barks, get the hell off me. But unfortunately, He Yu takes another brutal kick. He collapses, taking one painful blow after another. He Yu curls up in agony, groaning, damn it, that hurts. He Yu realizes his strength is no lower than the other guys, maybe even higher. He stepped up on purpose just to get revenge on me. I was way too careless. Chi Yue immediately issues a challenge. Didn't you love sticking your nose into other people's business? If you have the guts, step up. Otherwise, forget it. Zikan immediately leaps in, accepting the provocation. He thinks, I was just bummed that I wouldn't get a chance to fight. And now, the perfect opportunity just walked right in. The crowd cheers. Brother Chen, smash him. It was annoying enough back in the cafeteria, but now he's acting all high and mighty on the stage. Beat him down. Chi Yue immediately rushes towards Zikan. Chi Yue aggressively tries to lead with a kick to gain an advantage, but Zikan easily blocks the strike with just one hand. Then, Zikan grabs Chi Yue by the head and slams him hard onto the floor, knocking him out cold instantly. Zikan calmly steps right over his limp body and kicks him off the stage. The audience is stunned. Chi Yue's strength was ranked in the top 5 of his class, yet he got taken down so easily. Is that kid really that powerful? Yuan Feng is dumbfounded, thinking, Lin Zichen is still hiding a massive amount of his strength. Otherwise, there's no way he could be this ridiculously overpowered. Shuji is horrified. Lin Zichen always seemed so strong, but to think that wasn't even his true power. He watches in absolute awe. Is this guy even human? Zichen turns a cold gaze down toward the elite class and asks, "Who's next?" The students from the elite class turn pale with fear, none of them daring to accept the challenge. Half an hour later, the remaining 29 students of Class 3 are completely wiped out. Zichen thinks, I wonder what the progress on my natural selection is. Suddenly, the system interface pops up, and he stares at it in deep thought. Only 119 now? This rate of growth is way too slow. Every time there's a class sparring match, I always end up acting as the last resort. I can't let this keep happening. My actual strength is already far beyond high school level. Since I don't really need to follow these high school rules anyway, it's time for me to set my own rules. On Monday, a shocked voice echoes inside the office. What? Arrange a rewarded personal challenge match for you? Zichen replies with a serious face. That's right, I want to challenge the entire school. The principal rejects the idea, saying, You're just a high school freshman, and you want to challenge the whole school? Are you serious? On what basis? Zichen affirms, Yes, I am. Principal, please come with me to the gym. I'll prove to you that I have more than enough strength to back up my challenge. A short while later, the two of them head over to the gym. She asks, Zichen, it's so late. Why did you bring me all the way out here? He takes off his jacket and replies, To show you my actual strength, of course. The principal begins to worry, thinking to herself, Is this kid just trying to show off? She stops him, saying, Zichen, wait a second. Zichen swiftly grips the steel bar. With just one hand, he effortlessly lifts a barbell weighing 700 kilograms. Seeing this terrifying sight, the principal is completely stunned. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she realizes that this is the kind of power he was talking about. The principal exclaims, 700 kilograms, that's even greater than the strength of Wu Tiancheng, the strongest freshman in our school. No problem. I will arrange a personal exhibition match for you to challenge the entire school. He scratches his head and adds, Principal, please don't forget to set up a prize. Without one, nobody will have any motivation to step up. It's best to have two types of rewards. One is a participation prize to encourage people to get into the ring, and the other is an accumulated prize pool. The more challengers there are, the bigger the prize pool grows. Whoever beats me gets it all, and if no one does, it goes to me. Satisfied, she smiles. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done exactly as you said. Zichen says, Principal, as for my true power, please keep it a secret. If they find out, no one will dare to challenge me. The principal readily agrees. All right, I'll do whatever you say. A while later, inside the principal's private office, she pulled out some documents and said to Zichen, What do you think about our plan to organize an open challenge like this? He was quite pleased. There's absolutely no problem with this. Thank you for setting this up, Principal. The principal smiled and said, Oh, you're too polite. It's really no trouble at all. The two teachers standing behind them were completely baffled, thinking, What is going on? Has the world turned upside down? Yuan Feng thought to himself, at school, that tyrannical principal always has such a scary, serious face. Why is she sucking up to Lin Zichen with that flattering smile now? At 2 in the afternoon, the entire student body gathered around the arena. The principal then began introducing his basic profile and recent achievements, exactly as planned. Then, she explained the rules and rewards in detail. As expected, the crowd below erupted. The students buzzed with excitement. Principal, are you serious? He's just a first-year high school student. Yet he has the nerve to set up an arena and challenge everyone? Just because he beat some second-year class, he's already showing off. He acts like he's above everyone and doesn't know his place. Zichen announced, Starting tomorrow, I will be defending the arena in the gym for 2 hours during lunch break every day. Everyone is welcome to come and spar. He was secretly thrilled. It seemed like a lot of people wanted to beat him up, which meant his natural selection attribute might finish unlocking ahead of schedule. As night fell, the streets were bustling with crowds. A guy walked along the sidewalk with a carefree, rebellious look on his face. Some girls giggled and called out, Hey handsome, are you all by yourself? Want to hit a bar and grab a few drinks with us? Hearing that, he scoffed in disgust. Not interested. Get the hell away from me. The two girls walked away, grumbling. How boring. He's destined to be single forever. He thought, seriously, what is up with this Shanghai city? I just want to find a perfect 10 out of 10 handsome guy, so why hasn't one popped up after all these days? None of the men walking down this street are even remotely attractive to me. If I can't complete this sacrifice mission perfectly, what will the cult leader think of me? Will I end up getting cast out of the cult? Originally, I planned to kidnap some famous guys, but they always have bodyguards around them. I'm just a newbie in the rat god cult, so I don't have what it takes to pull that off. The deadline is right around the corner. What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, he spotted Zikin jogging past. His eyes lit up, and he gasped, "Now that is a handsome guy." I searched far and wide to no avail, and here he is, practically handing himself to me. The rat god cultist wore a wicked grin. He's the one. He stood there, watching Zikin jog into an alleyway as his face began to morph. With the street completely deserted, he fully transformed into a mutant rat. It was time to strike, but suddenly, a brick flew straight into its face. Clutching its head and groaning, the mutant rat cried out, "What the hell was that?" Zikin spoke coldly. "Who would have thought that going out for a run would let me catch a rat man? A mutant rat like this is perfect for speeding up my system's unlock progress." Kneeling on the ground, the rat man thought in terror, "This guy is way too scary. And he's talking about things I can't even understand. How did I get this unlucky?" The mutant rat repeatedly slammed its head against the ground, leaving Zikin completely bewildered. "What the? I only threw one brick at his head, and he croaked already? Are rat god cultists really this pathetic? Whatever, no point in stressing over it. Let's quickly absorb his life force before someone else shows up. Only a 1-point increase? That is so low. No wonder this rat man was such complete trash. But for my own safety, I should probably stop going out for night runs. After all, not all cultists are going to be this weak. A few elite rat god cultists are actually incredibly powerful. Once they mutate, their bodies become exceptionally strong, to the point where they can even shrug off gunfire. The next morning, Zikin woke up to the news that at 3 in the morning, the city police headquarters, in coordination with instructors from the Shanghai Evolution Academy, he had wiped out a major nest of the rat god cult. Sitting on a chair and drying his hair, he thought, the rat god cult got wiped out? The one who defeated the Rat King this time was Wu Tiancheng, an instructor from the Shanghai Academy. He's a gene fuser with an advanced biological tier. During that battle, Tiancheng unleashed a barrage of skills to attack the mutant rat, and within moments, his overwhelming power completely crushed it. The entire battle lasted for only 30 seconds and ended in an overwhelming victory. Watching this, Zishan was quite impressed, thinking, so this is the true strength of a genuine advanced tier evolutionary. Elsewhere, inside a brilliantly lit skyscraper, a senior officer raised his glass and asked, "Tiancheng, have you still not been able to contact your teacher?" Tiancheng sighed and replied, "No, he's still missing. A group of powerful fighters who went to Riot Zone 36 back then are still unaccounted for." He was curious, asking, "How is the situation at Riot Zone 36 right now?" The chief replied, "It's relatively stable. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the time to be here." During the cleanup back then, a few small fries managed to escape during the chaos. The chief smiled wryly. Small fries? The city's entire security force was completely helpless against that Rat King. Yet to a genius advanced tier evolutionary like you, it really is nothing but a small fry after all. Since you're already here, why don't you visit your alma mater and give a lecture? Tiancheng chuckled and declined. "Chief, do I look like a guy with that kind of free time?" "Hey, I actually have a real respectable job," he replied. "Guiding the hearts and minds of these adorable students is honest work, you know." Meanwhile, deep inside a dark pit, where only a sliver of moonlight could reach, the Rat King was absolutely furious. At first, they had only been feeding on stray animals. But then, they started devouring young humans with tender flesh, eventually consuming high society targets until they managed to develop a human-like form. "I went through so much trouble to bring you here, just so you could expand our tunnel-digging species. But instead, you went around devouring humans and caused a massive scene." The Rat King roared in pure rage. Lifting its massive foot to stomp down, it bellowed, "Tell me, do you deserve to be erased?" The mutated rat trembled in terror. "My lord, please, give me one more chance." The Rat King coldly sneered. "Oh, I can give you a chance." But as its sharp claws reached toward the subordinate's head, it hissed, "But you must pay the price." The cavern filled with agonizing screams of pain. Grossed out, the Rat King grumbled, "Ugh, Sewer rat eyes smell absolutely foul. Still, it reluctantly stuffed its subordinate into its mouth. Actually, the taste is not half bad. You're pretty clever, knowing how to stay in the shadows and pull the strings while enjoying the spoils. You even had your brother pose as the Rat King to die in your place. But let me make this clear. If you do not focus on digging those tunnels for me, you will still be eliminated. The next day, the school was buzzing with gossip. Is he really the guy who wants to challenge the entire school? Lin Zichen is just a freshman. He really doesn't know his place. He is heading to the gym right now. Let's go watch the drama. Lin Zichen completely ignored the whispers, pulling out his phone to check the news instead. It read, "Remnants of the rat god cult have escaped." Staring at the bounty, he muttered to himself, $50,000 for an escapee? But if I do run into them, I should play it safe. Survival first, money second. A short while later, the gymnasium was packed to the brim with eager spectators. Standing on the martial stage, Lin Zichen glanced around and thought, well, quite a crowd showed up, didn't they? His gaze suddenly turned sharp. The more, the merrier, and the bigger my rewards. Right then, Ching Han announced, anyone who steps up to challenge him gets a free raffle ticket. Awesome prizes are up for grabs on a first-come, first-served basis. The students went wild, shouting, "Hey, I heard the latest gaming console is on the list. Is there a fruit phone too? Wait, if we win, do we get to hold hands with Ching Han?" The eyes of her fanboys lit up with hope. "I want to challenge him." Suddenly, a girl leaped forward, literally stepping on a guy's face. "Move over, let me!" The female students erupted in excitement. "Count me in. Junior Zichen is mine." Girls screamed from all directions. "We want a piece of him too." One girl managed to grab his hand, squealing internally, "Oh my God, I felt it. His arm is so strong." Another blushed, whispering, "He is just way too handsome." Soon, girls were practically throwing themselves at him. Lin Zichen sweated nervously, thinking, okay, things are starting to get really weird here. Although he hated the idea of fighting girls, he had achievements to unlock. With a swift motion, he used his palm strike to blast them all backward. One after another, they were blown off the martial stage. Unleashing a storm of swift moves, he called out, "Sorry, ladies." Immediately, a system notification flashed in his mind. Survival of the fittest, 309 out of 1,000. One of the girls sat up and whined, "I want to challenge you again." Lin Zichen warned her, "Sorry, but once you lose, you can't challenge me a second time." The girls groaned in disappointment. "No fair, we wanted to touch you more." Suddenly, a male student stepped forward, sneering, "Lin Zichen, right? I've been sick of your face for a while now. It's my turn to teach this little punk a lesson." But the guy barely stood a chance as Lin Zichen absolutely thrashed him. The system count updated to 419. Lin Zichen unleashed a barrage of strikes, leaving his opponent utterly helpless. Just like that, time flew by, and it was already 4 o'clock. Lin Zichen had easily swept through dozens of challengers. He stood tall and asked, "Is that it? Anyone else?" "Right here," a booming voice echoed. The crowd instantly erupted in whispers. "Oh my God, it is Yan Xiaoxuan, the top dog of the sophomore elite class." Someone in the crowd asked, "Who do you think is going to win this?" Yan Xiaoxuan is from the elite class, after all. Exactly. The sophomore regular classes and the elite class are on completely different levels. Last year, he literally took out an entire group of students all by himself. Yeah, though he was eventually crushed by Chen Wuxing, who is on a whole different level. Yan Xiaoxuan leaped onto the stage and smirked. "Junior, I used to be arrogant, just like you. But after getting my butt kicked, I realized there is always a bigger fish in the pond. Today, I am going to teach you your first real lesson in life. A true genius knows how to stay humble." Lin Zichen, however, couldn't care less. Looking over at the referee, he asked, "Teacher, can we just start?" The referee nodded, and the match officially began. But while Yan Xiaoxuan was still running his mouth, "Listen, Junior, I suggest you, bam." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Zichen's fist connected squarely with his face, launching a fierce clash on the stage. Lin Zichen casually cleaned his ear, muttering, "Finally, some peace and quiet." The audience gasped in utter shock. No way. Yan Xiaoxuan actually got taken down? How can Lin Zichen be this insanely powerful? Suddenly, a slow, mocking applause echoed from the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd went wild. It's Chen Wuxing. He's definitely here to win back some dignity for Yan Xiaoxuan. The absolute strongest student in the school had stepped forward to challenge him. Lin Zikin raised an eyebrow, thinking, the top student? Is this one of those situations where the kid gets beaten up and runs to call their big brother? Stepping onto the stage, Chen Wuxing sneered, I seriously didn't expect Yan Shaoxuan to lose to a little brat like you, Lin Zikin. Shu Chen asks, Teach, are we good to go? Annoyed, the teacher snaps, you little brat, can't you let me finish my sentence? The teacher calls out, begin. Instantly, Wu Hong charges forward, shouting, looks like the only way to get you to listen is to beat you to a pulp first. They immediately clash. Shu Chen casually remarks, sorry, but I am in a bit of a rush. With that, he kicks him high into the air. Wu Hong screams in terror as he gets hit. No way. Down below, the watching students stare with wide eyes and dropped jaws, utterly speechless. He gestures to the next person. Hey, what are you standing there dazed for? Get up here and fight me. A boy stammers in shock. Wait, who? Me? Zhu Chen nods. Yeah, you. You haven't fought me yet. Trembling, the boy steps up and begs, please, go easy on me, okay? He thinks to himself, well, I am already here. If it was not for the chance to win a prize from this challenge, there is no way in hell I would step up. And just like that, Shu Chen knocks him out, and the system chimes with a progress +1. He makes up his mind, I am already here, and even if I lose, there is no shame in it. I just really want to win that fruit phone. Right after that, Su Chen easily defeats one opponent after another. As Zhu Chen wrecks opponent after opponent, the system notifications chime repeatedly. Using quick, effortless, and decisive moves, he sends his challengers flying right out of the ring. The system announces, in competition, utilize the most primal biological methods. Shu Chen suddenly gets excited, staring at the system screen in deep thought. A raw, simple damage boost is incredibly practical, but it does not specify the exact amount of the increase. He leaps off the stage as the challenge ends, and the crowd begins to disperse. The students buzz with disappointment. That fast? I wanted to watch a bit longer. Afterward, Shu Chen and Shen Qinghan leave the gym. Shortly after, the rest of the students flood out of the building. Later, the principal's office door swings open. The principal smiles. Congratulations. You actually took the #1 spot in the entire school. To think you even managed to take down Chen Wuhang. You are definitely still hiding your true strength, aren't you? He calmly replies, well, yeah, but just a little bit. She counters, I think it is way more than that. Not long ago, Chen Wuhang took the special admissions exam for Capital University and lifted 690 pounds with just one hand. Based on that, yours must be at least 800 pounds. Shu Chen replies, you are like a psychic, principal. I am at 790 pounds. Thinking to himself, still can't let her know my true strength. The principal chuckles, I knew it. Suddenly, he asks, by the way, when will the reward of 8,810 yuan be credited to my account? She pulls out her phone and transfers it to him on the spot, sighing internally. Seriously, this kid only cares about money. The principal says, Shu Chen, from now on, you'll be representing our school. He cuts her off. Principal, Shen Qinghan and I both love swimming. Would it be all right if we use the pool in the gym? And we'd need to use it whenever we want, with no one else allowed in while we are there. She nods. Fine, I get it. I'll let you guys use it. Shu Chen is surprised by how quickly she agreed. He then adds, I am not comfortable with people seeing me in swimwear, so I will be covering up the security cameras while we are there. The principal starts overthinking. A young boy and girl alone in a room is one thing, but covering the cameras too? Imagining a highly compromising scenario, she wonders, is this kid planning to do something? She pulls out a key. Well, if that's what you want, I'll grant your request. From now on, that pool is your private spot. Just be careful. And don't end up making a baby. All right? Hearing this, he blankly repeats, making a baby? A moment later, Shu Chen and Shen Qinghan leave her office. Clutching the key, he ponders, now I can finally figure out what kind of power Qinghan is hiding. She speaks up, Xiao Chen, there is actually something I need your help with. Curious, Shu Chen asks. What's up? Shen Qinghan explains, I signed up for a singing competition. I've got the verses down, but I need someone to help me practice the chorus. Xiao Chen, could you practice with me tonight? He agrees. Of course I can. Delighted. She beams. That's awesome. Shu Chen thinks to himself, is she really this invested in the competition? Hopefully, this will help boost her confidence for the stage. As night falls and the room dims, Shen Qinghan happily showcases her singing talent in front of him. Jianye whispers anxiously, honey, They are both grown up now. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a boy and a girl to be locked in a room together? Shumeng snaps back. They have been childhood sweethearts forever. Who are you to complain? Listen to me, old man. Stop poking your nose in other people's business. Defeated, he mumbles. Fine. I will drop it. The faint voices outside easily catch Shu Chen's attention. He says, Qinghan, we have been practicing for half an hour now, and class is about to start. Let's head to the school pool to practice tomorrow after class. Don't forget to bring your swimsuit. She cheerfully agrees. Got it. Shen Qinghan waves goodbye, and he responds, see you tomorrow. Left alone, she blushes as a thought crosses her mind. The pool? Staring at her closet, Shen Qinghan wonders, which swimsuit should I wear? She laid out her swimsuits on the bed, racking her brain for the perfect outfit. Qinghan picked one up shyly, wondering, wait, is this a bit too revealing? Her face flushed red as she pictured swimming with him, but she quickly stuffed it into her bag. After all, it would only be Xiao Chen at the pool anyway. The next day at school, the campus was quiet and peaceful, with the empty pool reflecting only a single silhouette. Zikan, dressed in his swimwear, stood waiting with his arms crossed. He glanced up at the security camera and thought, keep doing your job, I've got this covered. Suddenly, Zikan heard a voice call out from behind. Xiao Chen. It was Qinghan, running toward him in her stunning swimsuit. She offered a sweet, apologetic smile. Sorry to keep you waiting, Zikan cautioned. Slow down, watch your step, it's slippery. But inside, his heart was racing. She's so cute, blushing, he said. Come on, let's get in the water and start training. With that, they both dove into the pool to begin their practice. Zikan took Qinghan's hand, and they shared a tender look. Her eyes sparkled with sheer happiness as she gazed at him. As their eyes locked, Qinghan pointed upward, gesturing to head to the surface. Zikan wrapped his arm around her and swam up. The moment they broke the surface, Qinghan locked her arms around his neck. Zikan asked gently, What's wrong, Han Han? She splashed the water and said, Zishan, the water can pass right through me. Qinghan scooped up some water and showed him. Look, the water droplets immediately fell right through her hand. Qinghan said in awe, See? It's going right through my hand again. This is so weird. Why is the water just flowing right through my body like this? Zikan fell into deep thought. Could this be Han Han's superpower? He suddenly grabbed her hand and asked, Let me see your hand for a second. Right then, something clicked in Zikan's mind. Other than the water passing right through, everything else seemed perfectly normal. He pulled Qinghan along, saying, Let's head over there. I want to help you check if there are any other parts of your body that water can pass through. Startled by Zichen's sudden move, her face flushed deep red. After a long while, Qinghan was lying on a table, looking incredibly shy. Right now, Zichen was using water to test different parts of her body. Qinghan asked nervously, How much longer? He analyzed. I've already checked 3 times, but there doesn't seem to be anything unusual with the rest of your body. For now, it looks like only your hand has this power. He helped her sit up, and she nodded in understanding. Is that so? Xiaochen, you know how I've never been able to hold my pee since I was a kid? Could it be that water is leaking through somewhere inside my body? Zikan replied, That's actually possible. Next time you feel like you can't hold it anymore, make sure to tell me right away. Oh, and try to pay attention and feel if any other part of your body has that same sensation as your palm. Quietly, Zikan thought, Man, I almost sounded like a total creep just now. Meanwhile, Qinghan raised her hand and stared at it, filled with joy. So, I'm not useless after all. I actually have a water-related superpower. One day, my powers will be fully unleashed, and when that happens, I'll finally be able to stand right by Xiaochen's side and become his perfect match. As night fell, the streets became packed with bustling crowds. At a nearby shop, an employee greeted him warmly. Hello, welcome to our shop. Suddenly, a black card was tossed onto the counter, startling her. Zikan calmly requested, I'd like 100 pounds of violent condor meat, and please deliver it to this address. The employee picked up the card in disbelief and stammered, Yes, sir, while thinking to herself, It's him again. Just what kind of wealthy young master is he to throw around money like this? Sometime later, the delivery driver arrived. She said with a smile, Please leave us a good review. Holding the heavy box, Zichen got lost in thought. I just received 120,000 yuan in royalties this morning, which brings my total to nearly 210,000. Buying 100 pounds of violent condor meat should be enough. Let's see what kind of surprise I'll get when I unlock its beast diagram. Moments later, the system screen popped up. You have devoured a portion of life force. Suddenly, Zikin found himself transported to another dimension. It was a vast ocean, where massive waves crashed violently, soaking his hair. At that very moment, a giant clawed foot was swooping down to grab an octopus. Standing his ground, he looked at the system notification. You have successfully unlocked the violent condor diagram. Sky Eyes. Your vision and motion tracking capabilities have increased. Instantly, Zikin's eyes glowed with a strange golden light. The golden beams from his eyes pierced through the city. Zikin's gaze locked onto a pedestrian down on the street, engrossed in their phone. He could clearly see every detail on their screen, making him wonder in awe. Eagle eyes really are incredibly powerful. Zikin finally returned to the comfort of his home. He glanced over and saw his parents glued to the news broadcast. The news anchor reported, an individual who underwent gene fusion 3 times recently mutated in a public area, causing hundreds of casualties. Gene fusion is a fundamentally flawed path. Throughout history, only demons have ever yearned to become human, never the other way around. If we put in the work, we can evolve into higher beings on our own. Someone stood up to protest. That's just a fairy tale. Without gene fusion, we wouldn't even be able to stop a single bullet. Yansheng spoke up, putting it bluntly. Gene fusion is like an uncontrollable time bomb. Once mutation kicks in, it's an absolute catastrophe. Uyenhan disagreed, saying, "You're worrying over nothing. The government keeps a tight lid on this, so the chances of it happening are slim to none. Instead of worrying about genetic mutation, we should worry about passing down fused genes, since they've lost the ability to reproduce." He agreed, replying, "That's true. That's why we still need to store more samples before gene fusion, or just find a partner to have kids with first." Those words caught her off guard. Uyenhan turned around and asked, "Oh, Tuthan, are you back already?" She worriedly thought to herself, "Did we just say something inappropriate in front of our son?" Beside her, Non Sin scratched his head awkwardly too. "Since Tu Than is back, let's get some dinner first." Once they sat down at the dinner table, Tu Than spoke up. "Tomorrow, my school is hosting a singing competition. Ham registered to compete too." He gasped in surprise. "Really? Then our whole family will definitely be there to cheer her on." She chimed in, "Of course we will. Ham is practically my own daughter." Meanwhile, he quietly ate his food, noticing the lingering awkwardness on his parents' faces. The next evening, the school stadium was packed and buzzing with energy. Ungon Sin and Uyenhan were especially hyped up. "Than, you're the best." Inside an empty classroom, Tu Than and Thanham had some privacy. He was busy helping her apply her makeup, while Thanham was peacefully dozing off. She fluttered her eyes open and asked, "Tuthan, why are you staring at me like that?" Tuthan smiled warmly and whispered, "Because you look absolutely beautiful." His words made Thanham blush instantly. She clutched her dress tightly to calm her racing heart. Suddenly, So Tam walked in with a playful smirk on her face. "Are you two lovebirds done flirting yet?" Thanham quickly stammered. I only asked Tuthan for help, because he's good at makeup." "It's not what you think," she giggled, covering her mouth. "Oh, I get it. A husband and wife doing sweet things is totally normal, right?" Standing there like a pro makeup artist, he could only sigh to himself, realizing that sometimes, having too many skills can be a curse. So Tam turned to leave, teasing, "I won't play third wheel any longer. I just came to remind you that we're on stage after the next 2 performers." As she shut the door behind her, Thanham called out, "Got it." Tuthan began packing up his tools and said, "All right, let's head out so you can get ready." But as Thanham stood up, she suddenly began to tremble, looking incredibly uncomfortable. She reached out, clutching his shirt, and whimpered, "Tuthan." Unable to hold it in any longer, Thanham had an accident and wet her pants. Mortified, she burst into tears, crying, I couldn't hold it. Tuthan, what am I going to do? It's almost our turn, and so Tam and I practiced so hard for this. If all our hard work goes down the drain just because I peed myself, she's going to hate me forever." Tuthan quickly tried to calm her down, saying, "Hey, please don't cry. If you keep crying, your makeup is going to run and we'll have to redo it." She couldn't stop sobbing, but right then, a sudden stroke of genius hit him. Tuthan's eyes lit up as a solution came to him. He spotted the white curtain hanging by the windowsill. "That's it." Tuthan quickly rummaged through a desk drawer, grabbed a pair of scissors, and yanked the white curtain down. He began to meticulously cut the fabric with precise, gentle snips, while Thanham stood there, still crying her eyes out. Confused by what he was doing, she sniffled, "Tuthan?" He then presented her with a newly fashioned dress. "All done. Go change in the restroom quickly." Blushing, Thanham whispered, "There's no time. Tuthan, just turn around. I'll change right here." Hearing that, Tuthan's face flushed bright red. He quickly spun around and stammered, "Oh, okay." Then, the rustling sound of her slowly sliding her wet dress off echoed softly in the quiet room, catching him completely off guard. Both of them were incredibly flustered, their faces burning hot, struggling to tie the back of her new dress. Thanham whispered, "Tuthan, you can turn around now." "Thank you, Tuthan." Honestly, crying it all out actually helped calm my nerves. Tuthan gently patted her head and said, "Let's go. Good luck out there." Up on stage, the announcer declared, "Next up, let's welcome contestant number 20, Lai Sotam and Thanham." Sometime later, the results were in. The grand prize winners of this year's school singing competition were Lai Sotam and Thanham. He stood in the crowd, clapping enthusiastically for her success. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, a teacher was yelling, "What kind of rascal ruined my curtains?" Ultimately, the two of them ended up cleaning the classroom together. Tuthan thought to himself, "I guess this is my punishment for ruining school property." Suddenly, a system notification popped up, startling him. Multiplayer cooperation achieved. Power level increased. Seeing the prompt, a smile crept onto Tuthan's face. Talk about a pleasant surprise. After the show, her classmates couldn't stop showering her with compliments. Ham, you were amazing. Let's go to karaoke after school. You've got to give me some tips." Thanham smiled and replied, "Sure." The singing competition had truly done wonders for her self-esteem. And with her newfound confidence, her martial arts training began to show massive improvement as well. Meanwhile, he was surrounded by cheering teammates. "Tuthan, you're a beast. You're the best captain ever. Our school finally won the championship after all these years." Just like that, Tuthan went on to win several martial arts tournaments. Soon after, he signed a deal to become the official brand ambassador for Havu's family dojo. Between his brand endorsement advance and his novel royalties, he had made 900,000. He smiled, thinking, "Almost there. Looks like this is enough to unlock the next exotic beast diagram." The delivery guy greets him cheerfully. "Good to see you again, handsome. Which species are you choosing this time?" "The hidden breath dragon, a lizard famous for its mastery of stealth." Shu Chen quickly absorbs it. The system notifies, "You have devoured a massive amount of life essence. You have successfully unlocked the hidden breath dragon diagram and acquired the biological attribute, natural camouflage, which minimizes your presence by lowering your body's vitality." Shu Chen thinks to himself, "This creature's attribute actually has two uses. It reduces my presence to evade or sneak attack enemies, while also hiding my biological level." Now that his business is done, he remembers he still hasn't bought the cake his mom asked him to get. Shu Chen thinks to himself, "I'll grab the cake and head back." Suddenly, he hears a shout, "Quit struggling and stay put." Shu Chen turns around to see a woman under heavy guard. Zhang Kai walks over and calls out, "Shu Chen, what a coincidence." Shu Chen replies in surprise, "Senior Zhang Kai." He glances down at the mechanical gear, curious about his leg. He explains, "Back when I couldn't get into high school, I lived pretty wild for a while, and ended up breaking my leg in a motorcycle accident, so they had to amputate it. Luckily, I participated in the Jichin Group's cybernetic enhancement experiment. I never expected to go from being disabled to becoming a cyborg." Shu Chen asks curiously, "So, who is she?" Zhang Kai replies, "That woman is Yang Yue from the Divine Rat Cult. She's the only female among the 9 remaining cultists." Someone calls out, "Zhang Kai, stop chatting and move." He replies, "Coming. Let's talk later when we have time." "I've got to run," he waves back. "Catch you later." Shu Chen falls deep in thought. The security bureau has gone all out to arrest the Divine Rat Cult remnants for so long, yet they couldn't find a thing. And yet, the Jichin Group captured them so easily? It seems this Jichin Group is not to be underestimated. Suddenly, his phone rings in his pocket. Wan Xin asks, "Little Chen, did you buy it? When are you coming back?" Shu Chen replies, "I'm getting it now, Mom. I'll be right home once I have it." She tells him to stay safe on the way. Han Han and he were born just a day apart, so their families celebrate their birthdays together every year. And this year, Their 18th birthday is no exception. Someone pipes up, "You two gorgeous kids, swap your gifts already." Ching Han says, "Shu Chen, this is my gift to you." Shu Chen replies, "Han Han, and here's mine for you." Suddenly, the ground shakes violently, and the entire house begins to rattle. Yan Sheng shouts, "It's an earthquake." Shu Chen frowns, analyzing the situation. Something doesn't feel right. Meanwhile, deep beneath Shanghai City, a secret is unfolding. The news reports that the strong tremor in Shanghai City was just a normal, minor earthquake. According to the relevant authorities, Shanghai City is not situated on any tectonic plate boundaries and urges citizens not to panic. Shu Chen stands up. "Mom, Dad, I'm finished. I'm heading to school now." Wan Xin calls out, "Have a safe trip." Later, when he meets Ching Han, she says, "Shu Chen, let's walk to school together." He nods in agreement. Ching Han says, "We've had our 18th birthday, so we're officially adults now." Shu Chen agrees. "Yeah, and the college entrance exams are right around the corner." She worries, "Just thinking about it makes me nervous." After some time, he finally has enough money to unlock the void eel diagram. The system notifies, "You have devoured a massive amount of the void eel's life source." Immediately, a massive fish head appears in the water. In the sky, an eagle spreads its wings and soars, while a giant fish swims tirelessly beneath the waves. Zhu Chen looks at the system, thinking, "With this, I can defend against sneak attacks. First, let's head to the shopping mall to test out its effects. As expected, there are far more ordinary people in real life. Next, I should unlock this diagram. I might even get the healing ability of the resurrection slug. But this thing is way too expensive. A monthly licensing fee of 100,000 is out of reach. It looks like I'll have to find a way to boost my income after the college entrance exams." Shanghai City looks peaceful under a clear blue sky. In a luxurious building where many high-ranking officials gather, inside the director's office, the powerful figure sits listening to a teacher's report. The overall educational performance across the cities in Jiangnan province this year is quite similar to last year. Shenzhen is still leading the way. Following them are Changzhou, Nangguan, Shanghai, Daoshan, and lastly, Haiyuan. Principal Yuan, that is the educational overview for the cities in our province this year. She takes a sip of tea and replies, "You've worked hard." He asks Principal Yuan, "How is the situation at Origin Ground number 36 right now?" She replies, "It's basically stabilized. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to oversee the provincial college entrance exams." He thinks to himself, "Thank goodness. Otherwise, the entire Jiangnan province would be doomed." She stands up. "That's all from me. You may get back to your work now." The teacher nods, "Yes, ma'am. Just call me if you need anything." Soon after, the door is closed behind him. In the quiet room, she sighed, realizing without even noticing that it had been several years since she last took on a disciple. Gazing at her reflection in the window, she saw a clear blue sky outside, with gentle waves rippling across the calm water. The martial arts entrance exam in this world lasts for a total of 9 days. On the very first day, the morning starts with a written test to evaluate theoretical knowledge. In the afternoon, there is a physical exam to assess their physical condition, pushing the students through one grueling fitness test after another. From the second day to the 8th day, it is all about real combat. Every martial arts student in the province will be sent deep into the jungle to survive in the wild. On the 9th day, they will test their compatibility for gene fusion and cybernetic enhancement, and today, June 7th, is the first day these students face their college entrance exams. Thanham and Tu Than walked down the long path together. Suddenly, she gently tugged on his shirt, trying to get his attention. Tears welled up in Thanham's eyes as she whimpered, "Tu Than, I'm so nervous. What if I end up peeing myself during the exam?" Tu Than quickly flashed a warm, reassuring smile. Pulling her close, he whispered, "There is absolutely nothing to worry about. Your theory knowledge is amazing. Plus, you are already wearing a diaper, so just do your best out there." Thanham blushed deeply and said, "I will do my best, and you have to do your best too." Tu Than replied, "Let us do this together." A moment later in the exam room, he was completely focused on his test paper. Tu Than felt a bit bored and thought, "I am already done, and there is still a lot of time left. Maybe I should brainstorm the plot for my novel instead?" Later, when he saw her looking totally downcast, he wondered, "Wait, did Ham Ham not do well on the test?" He tried to comfort her. "We are in the martial arts track, so we only need to pass the written test. There is really no need to stress over a perfect score." Thanham sighed. Actually, I did really well on that, so you do not need to comfort me. Tuthan asked, curious. Then why do you look like you are in pain? She glanced at him with an embarrassed look and whispered, I really have to pee. Wait here for a bit. I will run to the restroom and be right back. Tuthan warned her, you had better hurry, the physical fitness test is about to start. Shortly after, the results were announced, and Lam Tuthan's final score was a single-arm lift of 950 kilograms. The other students were completely shocked, whispering, this guy is just unreal. His 100-meter sprint time was also insane, and he even managed a vertical jump of 4.19 meters. He is way too strong. Wiping away her sweat, Thanham walked over. Tuthan asked with concern, Hamham, how did you do? She replied, I ran the 100-meter sprint in 9.32 seconds, got a vertical jump of 1.62 meters, and did a single-arm lift of 125 kilograms. But even so, I am still nowhere near Tuthan's level. Tuthan gently patted Thanham's head and said, but you are already a top-tier student. Just then, Havu walked up and called out, Tuthan, Hamham's written exam scores are out. I heard Vuong Thu Kiet and Lu Kuang both got over 80 points. I was just 1 point short. How about you guys? Nervous, she said. I am checking right now. Then Thanham squealed with excitement. 82 points, he praised her. That is even higher than me. You are amazing, Hamham. Then both of them turned their heads at the same time. Havu asked, what about you, Tuthan? Tuthan simply held up his scorecard, showing a perfect score of 100. She looked at him with admiration. You are incredible, Tuthan. Havu grumbled in annoyance. This guy is a total monster, as always. As they walked down the street later, Thanham spoke up. Tuthan, the week-long practical exam starts tomorrow. I wonder what the forest at the testing site actually looks like. He squeezed her hand and reassured her. Do not worry about it. I will be right there to protect you. Thanham smiled happily. Then I am going to stick right by your side, Tuthan. Crowmask spoke up. The combat exam starts tomorrow. When the time comes, make sure to use your position as a security guard to help intercept and neutralize the top 10 geniuses. He held out a small box. Inside this box are 10 demon seeds. Crowmask emphasized, these will give you the edge you need. If you pull this off, I will recommend you to my superiors and make you an official member of our organization. He hesitated before replying, I am in no rush to become an official member. What I really want right now is an exotic fruit. He scoffed, young man, you are so short-sighted. An exotic fruit can only help you evolve to a standard level 7 at best, but if you join us, you could become a high-level organism. Hearing such an enticing offer, he unconsciously swallowed hard and nodded in agreement. You are right. Becoming an official member of the organization first will make my value much higher. Attention students, we are approaching the practical exam site. All candidates, please prepare to offload. Tuthan gently nudged Thanham awake. Ham, we have arrived at the exam site. Wake up. She opened her sleepy, sparkling eyes and murmured, Are we here? A voice announced. All candidates at gate number 9, please exit the bus and proceed to the assembly point. Numerous scorecards have been hidden throughout the forest. Each is marked with a number representing its point value. These cards are placed in challenging spots, such as high treetops, steep cliffs, or guarded by wild beasts and even exotic monsters. Every wild beast and exotic monster is monitored by our security staff. You can call for help in an emergency, but doing so will result in immediate disqualification. The exotic monsters reside deep within the forest, so all candidates must remain calm and composed. Aside from individual scores, your practical grade will also be based on your recorded performance. With 1 million candidates, but only 500,000 scorecards available, more than half of you will go home empty-handed. While cooperation and healthy competition are highly encouraged, candidates are free to team up to share points, or simply steal them from others. While others were just getting ready, an hour later, they entered the testing zone, and the students were buzzing with excitement. My dad is a senior executive at the Jikan Group. If any powerhouse can carry me, they'll be handsomely rewarded. Someone yelled excitedly, I'll take you. I'm the top student of the genius class at Changzhou No. 1 High School. The teacher warned. First warning, blatant teaming like this is not allowed. Terrified, the guy quickly apologized. I'm sorry, teacher. The other students swarmed around him, crying out, Lin Zichin, you're so amazing. Please carry me too. He coldly replied, I refuse. A girl asked, why? Just then, Junping walked over and said, "Hey classmate, I'm actually a bit hungry right now. Could you sell me some of your food?" Zikan tossed a bag over to him. "No need for money, it's on me." Junping was surprised. "Wow, you're really that nice? How about the two of you team up with me? I'm Hong Junping, a student from the rocket class at Tianjuan High School." Zikan declined. "Thanks for the offer, but we're good." Turning around to leave, Junping replied, "All right then. Thanks for the snacks though." Qinghan was puzzled. That guy is so weird. There are so many food stalls around here, yet he came all the way to ask us for food. Zichen teased. He had an ulterior motive. "What did you expect when I have such a beautiful girl by my side?" Blushing, she said. "Oh, so he was just trying to hit on me?" Grabbing Qinghan's hand, he said, "It's almost time, let's get going." To give Qinghan time to adjust to the pace, they didn't head deep into the forest right away. Instead, they focused on finding point cards along the outer edges of the forest first. Zikan activated his special skill, Sky Eyes. Suddenly, the entire surrounding area seemed to shrink right into his field of vision. Zichen guided her. "There's a point card at the top of that tree. Go grab it." She agreed. "Got it." Qinghan leaped onto the tree and held the card high, shouting, "Little Chen, I got it." Right after, he utilized his divine vision once again. This process repeated over and over, with Zikan's eyes glowing with a brilliant golden energy. He kept pointing them out for Qinghan to collect, directing her. "And another one over here." After a while, her hands were overflowing with point cards. Excited, Qinghan exclaimed, "Little Chen, you're amazing. How on earth are you doing this?" As the two were celebrating, a voice called out, "What a coincidence." Junping waved and walked over, saying, "We ran into each other again. I've already scored 28 points. And a guy like me always repays a favor tenfold." Thinking to himself, "She is seriously so cute. I have to get to know her today," Junping spoke up. "How about I lead the team for you guys? We can split all the point cards 3 ways. Zikan shielded Qinghan behind his back and spoke coldly. "No need for a team, and if you really want to repay the favor, just give us all the point cards in your hand." Hearing this, Junping's face darkened, his brows furrowing in irritation. Furious, Junping raised his hand. "Hey classmate, this path is a bit too narrow." Then, swinging a heavy punch, he barked, "Yeah, it's way too narrow for you." Zikan casually ran a hand through his hair and replied, "You're right, it is a bit narrow." And with that, Zikan casually planted a fist right into Junping's stomach. Instantly, Junping grimaced in agonizing pain, coughing up blood. Zichen grabbed Junping's point cards and led Qinghan away. "Thanks for these," Zichen called back. Qinghan asked worriedly, "Little Chen, will he be okay?" Zichen replied, "Don't worry, I barely used any strength." Over the next few hours, he continued helping Shen Qinghan locate point cards, and even showed her how to use the cards as makeshift weapons to hunt wild boars. Zikan instructed, "Aim carefully before you strike. Make sure it's swift and precise." They even picked wild fruits to share and teamed up to teach some ambushers a lesson. Together, they easily took down rivals everywhere they went. When exhaustion set in, they rested, leaning against each other, secretly wishing this peaceful moment could last just a little longer. Qinghan spoke up. "Little Chen, we've reached the mutant beast zone in the center of the forest. Little Chen, it looks like we're too late. All the mutant beasts are already gone." She sighed despondently. "What a shame. If we had gotten here earlier, you would have definitely been named one of the legendary mutant-slaying geniuses." Zikan comforted her. "There's nothing to feel bad about. Titles like that don't really mean much anyway." He gently took her hand. "All right, let's head back." To himself, Zikan thought, "There are cameras and security guards watching our every move, so even if I killed a mutant beast, I wouldn't be able to devour it anyway. Helping Han train her survival skills in the wild is far more valuable." With the practical combat exam over, the next step was testing genetic fusion compatibility. The group then moved to the Haidao Gene Research Institute. The instructor announced, "Everyone, please line up at the testing windows." A short while later, the examiner's voice rang out. "Next," Qinghan asked, "Little Chen, are those reagents over there the ones used to check genetic fusion compatibility?" He replied, "Yes, those are flowing cloud jellyfish gene reagents." The genes of the flowing cloud jellyfish have a remarkably high affinity with humans. It can easily trigger a unique chemical reaction when in contact with human blood. Because of this, it's used as a testing agent for genetic fusion compatibility. The main procedure involves drawing fresh blood from the candidates right on the spot, and then injecting it into the flowing cloud jellyfish reagent to initiate the chemical reaction. Based on the intensity of the reaction, they can determine if a candidate is fit for genetic fusion. He muttered anxiously. I really hope I can pass this fusion test. I seriously don't want to take that mechanical compat. I don't like that mechanic stuff at all. Chu Xin added worriedly. Yeah, I heard that testing mechanical modification compatibility requires implanting special alloy materials directly into your body, and they say the pain is basically like giving birth. The two of them prayed in unison, Please, God, just let me pass this gene test. A moment later, when they started drawing Qinghan's blood, her entire body was completely tense. Lin Zikan said, The results should be out in about 1 hour. Some people were already celebrating. Oh my gosh, my gene fusion compatibility is 8. I can actually become a gene fuser. While others were totally devastated. Only 4? I knew it. I never stood a chance of becoming a gene fuser. Oh, I barely passed. This is amazing, he thought to himself. A 6 is passing, an 8 is excellent, and a 10 is enough to get into prestigious schools like Jingdu University or Sanhe University. Yet that prodigy from Jingdu scored a 16. Since my physical stats are way higher than his, I should easily be able to reach 20. She grabbed his arm, trembling. Zichen, I can't do this. I'm so nervous. Lin Zichen quickly reassured her. It's okay, Han. It's totally normal to feel nervous. But deep down, he was worried. If Han-Han's score wasn't high enough, she wouldn't be able to stay by his side anymore. Suddenly, Chu Xin let out a loud scream that startled everyone. Oh my God, I actually got into both top universities. I can't believe it. I got a 10. He grumbled. Why only an 11? I should have gotten a 12 or 13. He stood up and said, Those two were behind us in line, and they already got their results. That means ours must be ready too. Come on, let's go check. Qinghan shrank back, terrified. I don't dare to look. You check yours first, and then you can check mine for me. Lin Zikan pulled out his phone and smiled. All right. I'll check mine first, then help you check yours, okay? The screen lit up, showing Lin Zikan's gene fusion compatibility score. It was a 15. She hugged him excitedly. Zichen, with a score like this, you're definitely going to be the top scorer in the province. But Lin Zichen stared at the screen, thinking, only 15? So I'm still lower than that genius from Jingdu? It seemed like sheer physical strength wasn't the only deciding factor for overall compatibility. He turned to her. All right, Han. It's your turn now. She nodded nervously. Okay. He comforted her. Hey, don't worry, Han. Even a class slacker like me can get a 10, so you'll definitely do great. Suddenly, Lin Zikan stared at the screen, his face completely frozen in shock. The others leaned in to look, and their jaws instantly dropped. The screen read, Shen Qinghan's compatibility score is 21. Meanwhile, at the Jiangnan Province Education Headquarters, senior officials were busy reviewing the final exam results. Dongji spoke up. The gene compatibility results from all the schools are in. Please, take a look. As the data projected onto the screen, everyone gasped in amazement. Who would have thought this year's provincial top scorer would come from Shanghai High School? Principal Bai, congratulations on producing such a brilliant top student. She humbly replied, Oh, you flatter me. But inside, she was absolutely thrilled. Way to go, Lin Zikan. I knew I didn't misjudge you. You've really made this principal proud. But just as everyone was celebrating Lin Zikan as the top scorer, Qinghan's test result suddenly flashed on the screen, leaving the entire room dead silent. What? A score of 21? Is that even a number a human can physically achieve? Principal Bai was completely flabbergasted. Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen's childhood friend, but she's always been such an ordinary student. Dongji leaned forward. What kind of student is this, Shen Qinghan? She stammered in response. Her performance has always been very average. Could there be some kind of glitch in the test results? Dongji sighed softly. Well, there's only one way to find out. It looks like I'll have to go down there and see for myself. Meanwhile, the testing hall was in complete chaos. What's going on? 21? There's no way. That has to be a mistake, right? Qinghan looked at the screen in disbelief. Zichen. Why is it 21? Did the machine break? He stepped closer and gently took her hand. Actually, I don't think it's a mistake at all. You've always had an incredibly high affinity for water, and the flowing cloud jellyfish gene they used for this compatibility test belongs to a mutated beast with extremely powerful water attributes. Realization dawned on Qinghan. Oh, so my body's natural elements are a perfect match for water-type beasts. Does that mean I'm actually a genius? She couldn't help but feel a rush of joy. She was finally worthy of standing by Zikin's side. He smiled warmly at her. This is amazing, Han. Suddenly, someone pointed out the window and screamed, "Look, what on earth is that?" High above, Dongji had arrived, riding on top of a massive, towering tsunami. Someone yelled in pure excitement, "Look at that girl standing on top of the giant wave. She's a dragon descendant. Is she a cultist? Is she trying to drown the whole school?" But as the wave subsided, Dongji's slender legs lightly stepped off the water. Every single staff member in the area immediately bowed in deep respect. "Principal Yuan." The students broke into a frantic whisper. "Principal Yuan? Wait, is she the famous Yuan Dongji? The vice principal of Shanghai University? No way. Isn't she from the Yuan family? You know, that legendary 1,000-year-old martial arts clan? I heard the Yuan family once slayed a dragon and successfully fused its genes, which is the ultimate water attribute gene fusion. No wonder she can manipulate the water like that." She walked straight toward them, her sharp eyes locking onto her. "Are you Shen Qinghan?" Shaken by her overwhelming aura, she stammered. Yes, that's me." Dongji casually waved her hand to her assistants. "Draw 3 more vials of her blood and test her again." The staff bowed deeply. "Right away, ma'am." Chushin whispered in shock. "Oh my god, 3 whole vials of blood? Han, are you going to be okay?" Qinghan held her arm, whispering, "My arm. It's feeling a little numb." Just then a doctor called out, "Shen Qinghan, please come with me." A little later, she headed to her room, apologetically saying, "Sorry for the interruption." Dongqi gently spun her chair around with a smile. "The results are in." It is honestly unbelievable, but all 3 times, the score was 21. Thanham was completely baffled. "Really?" She went straight to the point. "I want to take you in as my disciple." Thanham could not believe her ears. She pointed at herself and asked, "Take me as your disciple?" Dongqi smiled. "If you become my disciple, you will be able to perform feats like riding the waves. You will be able to do it easily in the future." She replied timidly, "But this is so sudden. Can I have some time to think it over?" Deep down, she thought, "I need to ask Tu then about this first." But Dongqi continued, "There is no need to think it over. Becoming my disciple only has benefits and 0 downsides. I am both the Minister of Education and Training, as well as the Vice President of Sunhai University. If we establish a master-disciple relationship, the college you will be attending will be Sunhai University. Do you have anything to say?" Blushing, she replied, "Nothing, ma'am." Dongqi pulled out her phone and said, "Great. Come on, let's add each other on WeChat." As Thanham pulled out her phone to scan the code, she thought, "I am completely being led by the nose here." Dongqi then reminded her, "Oh, by the way, aside from you, I have another disciple. She joined 10 years before you, but since you 2 are around the same age, she will be your senior sister. I have sent you her photo. I will introduce you 2 when we get the chance." Staring at the girl in the picture who was Thien Tuyet, she was completely shocked. "Is this?" Thanham could not help but recall her past. Whispering the name, Bok Tuyet. Thanham quickly asked, "Master, what is my senior sister's name?" Dongqi looked surprised. "Lok Thien Tuyet. Why do you ask? Do you already know her?" She shook her head. "Back in elementary school, I had a close friend named Bok Tuyet, who looked exactly like senior sister. But she transferred schools shortly after. So I was just wondering if she could be Bok Tuyet." She spoke with absolute certainty. "That is impossible. Thanham, your gene fusion compatibility is higher than anything I have ever seen before. Now, I am going to run a full body scan to see if there is anything unique about your physical makeup." She agreed. "Okay." Dongqi then placed her hand on Thanham, channeling a surge of energy to scan her body. Suddenly, her expression shifted and her brow furrowed deeply. Dongqi quickly pulled her hand back, her voice laced with sheer confusion. She anxiously grabbed her hand and asked, "Is there something wrong with my body, master?" Dongqi shook her head. "No. It is because everything is so normal that it is bizarre. Your body clearly has a compatibility rate of 21. To protect you, I am going to change your official score to 16 and announce that instead." just to keep you safe from anyone with malicious intentions. Thon Ham obediently replied, "Understood." Glancing at her phone, she said, "It is getting late. I have covered everything we need to discuss, so you may head back now." She walked to the door, turning around to say, "Goodbye for now, master." Immediately after, the heavy sound of the door shutting echoed through the room. Sitting alone in her room, Dong-chi made a phone call. The voice on the other end asked, "How did it go?" Dong-chi replied, "Dad, the girl I mentioned earlier with the 21 compatibility rate. I have taken her in as my disciple." He sounded pleased. "Good, well done. You must nurture her potential." Dong-chi continued, "I have already run a background check on her. It is completely clean. What is more, the runner-up is Lam Tu Thon. They are childhood sweethearts." Her father remarked, "Impressive. Your disciple is destined for greatness. When that time comes, the rewards we reap will be beyond imagination. And one more thing, you must never, under any circumstances, let anyone find out about this prodigy's terrifying talent." Dong-chi complied, "I understand, Dad." As night fell, Tu Than rode his bike with Thanham on the back, grumbling, "You are really something else, you know. Why on earth did you just accept a master out of nowhere?" She sighed, "I know. I feel weird about it too. It was just so sudden." He reassured her, "Well, whatever. Let's just wait and see how things go first. If she does not mean any harm, there is no harm in having a master. But if she turns out to be a bad person, we will just cut ties once you have grown strong enough to stand on your own." Thonham nodded in agreement. Uyen Han waved her hand as Tu Mong rushed out. "Tio Thon, Ham, you guys are back?" She added with a smile. "You are back just in time. We are going to Min Huang restaurant tonight to celebrate," she continued. "I heard Ham scored the top spot in the entire province. That is incredible." Tu Mong beamed, "And now Ham can go to the same university as Tu Thon. This is just perfect." Later at the restaurant, everyone raised their glasses and cheered in unison. "Congratulations to Ham and Tu then for claiming first and second place in the province." Ngonsin waved, calling out, "It is late. Get home safe, everyone." Thamkien replied, "You too. Let's hang out again soon." As night deepened, only the soft glow of the full moon illuminated the dark. Inside the house, a sudden knock on the door broke the silence. Uyen Han quickly ran to open the door, calling out, "Coming." Seeing Thonham blushing, she teased, Ham, did you come over to sleep with Tu Thon again?" Blushing furiously, Thonham stammered, "No, it is not like that. There is just some really important stuff I need to talk to Tu Than about in person." She rushed inside with a bright red face, saying, "Aunt Han, I am going in to see Tu Thon." Uyen Han smiled knowingly, thinking, an important matter that has to be said in person. Could she be planning to confess her love? She ran to his bedroom door and knocked, calling, "Tu Thon, I have something really important to tell you." Tu Thon opened the door, looked at Thonham, and asked, "What's up? What's wrong?" She walked in and replied, "It's about that master I took on this morning." He looked surprised. "Your master?" Thonham sat on the bed, hugging a pillow as she replied, "Master gave me a full-body checkup today. The results showed that my body is nothing special, just like a normal person's. As for the fact that my body is leaking water, she couldn't find anything at all." Tu Than thought to himself, is it possible that even Dong-chi, who can control massive ocean waves, still can't figure out the secret inside Ham's body? It seems her body is way more mysterious than I ever imagined. He gently touched her shoulder and advised, "For now, we can't let anyone else know about this. If this gets out, there is no telling what the consequences might be. Once we get stronger and gain more knowledge, we can slowly look into it. There's no need to rush." Thonham agreed, "I'll listen to you." She then pulled out her phone. "Oh right, there's one more thing. When I was still at the base, my master told me that I have a senior sister. I actually saw a photo of her, and I noticed she looks incredibly similar to Bok Tuyet." He took the phone and stared in contemplation. She did look a bit similar, but her vibe was completely different. Tu Than asked, "But where is this background behind her? Do you know?" Thonham looked at the photo again and shook her head. "I have no idea. Let me ask Master." The text message read, "Master, where did my senior sister take this photo?" Dong-chi replied, "The origin." She asked further, "Where is that?" Her master responded that she only knows it as the origin, and she couldn't ask about anything else. Thonham repeated to Tu Than, "She only knows it as the origin, and she said we aren't allowed to ask about anything else." He sat down next to her. Then let's just wait and find out later. Sometime after, Thon Hom crawled onto the bed and lay close to Tu Thon. While he was looking at his phone, she pressed her face against the pillow, her eyes filled with deep thought. Thon Hom spoke up. Little Than, do guys really like women in cheongsams? Hearing that question, Tu Thon was stunned. Was she influenced by that master of hers? He imagined her wearing a cheongsam, blushed, and said, they look nice. In his mind, he thought that if it were Ham Ham wearing one, she would probably look stunning. Suddenly, Thon Hom climbed on top of Tu Thon. So, do you like them? He blushed furiously. Do you? She pressed further. What about fishnets? Black, white, or nude color? Tu Thon was totally flustered. Why are you asking such weird questions all of a sudden? Well, if I had to choose, probably black or white. Hearing this, Thon Hom immediately ordered the cheongsams and fishnets, adding all of them to her cart. He was completely bewildered. What in the world was she doing? At that exact moment, there was another knock on the door. Uyen Han said suggestively, Ham Ham, your mom just brought over some toiletries. You should sleep over tonight. She shyly accepted it. I didn't even ask my mom to send these. Why did she just go and do this on her own? She reassured her, it's fine. You two are both adults now, so sleeping in the same room is totally normal. With that, Uyen Han shut the door, giving the young couple their privacy. Thon Hom looked at Tu Thon, both of their faces turning bright red. She walked over and emptied the bag. It's fine, I'm just going to change and go to sleep. Suddenly, Thon Ham jumped in shock. What's this? She read the label on the packaging and shrieked. Ultra-thin natural condoms. Thon Ham blushingly threw it back into the bag. Why on earth did Mom put these in here? She scrambled off the bed in a panic. I'm gonna go change first. Looking at how flustered she was, he sighed, wondering what it was. Tu Than called out, I'm pedaling now, hold on tight. Both he and Ham Ham had been accepted into the Evolution Academy of Sun Hai University. Thon Hom wrapped her arms tightly around Tu Thon's waist, laughing happily as she cheered, let's go. Just like him, Thon Hom had signed a contract with Ha Vu's family martial arts dojo, and today they were headed there to participate in a promotional event. Right then, a voice called out, hello. Unexpectedly, they hadn't been out long before they ran into a group of strange people who blocked their way. Truyen Vo spoke, excuse me, are you student Lam Tu Thon? Tu Thon stopped his bike and asked in confusion, who are you guys? He replied, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Truyen Vo, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Sun Hai University. Today, we are here representing the Thien Yan Pavilion. Hearing this, he fell into deep thought. The Thien Nan Pavilion had been in the news before. They were a conservative organization that opposed gene fusion and cybernetic body modification. They were actually quite trending online, but it was mostly people criticizing them for negatively influencing the younger generation. He spoke, on behalf of the Tiannan Pavilion, I would like to invite you to join our organization. Tu Than coldly tried to pass them, please step aside. Suddenly, Truyen Vo reached out and placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Could you spare me just a bit of your time to chat? I can give you this latest iPhone model. Tu then sighed helplessly. Dean Lu, please, after you. Later, in a coffee shop, he spoke. Our Tianyan Pavilion researches how to tap into the potential of pure-blooded humans without the need for gene, fusion, or cybernetic body modification, breaking through the limitations of the common tier, and evolving into high-tier, rare-tier, or even epic-tier life forms. We have already achieved some notable results. You will see what I mean once you watch this video. My biological tier is Common Tier Level 9. This is a video of me fighting above my rank to defeat a high-tier gene-fused warrior. He was completely stunned after hearing that. Ngo Thien Thua had single-handedly wiped out the members of the rat god cult. In the arena, the beastmen constantly used the power of their wings to dodge. On top of that, their feathers became deadly secret weapons. If you got hit by even one, you would suffer severe, unavoidable injuries. Right at that moment, Thien Thua gently landed on the ground. He hit his wings, and at the same time, Truyen Vo lunged forward with another punch. His punch was so incredibly powerful that it completely distorted the guy's face, knocking Thien Thua back so hard he almost flew right out of the ring. Truyen Vo continued to explain, the human body is already peerless by nature. Why would we ever need to borrow the bodies of alien beasts? Pure-blood humans, practicing body tempering is the true future of humanity. But even after hearing this, Tu Than still had his doubts. Was this real or fake? Was the video edited, or was Ngo Thien Thua just a total fraud? Sensing his skepticism, the older man reassured him, "This video has absolutely no post-production editing. I will continue to challenge other high-level gene fusers in the future, and you are welcome to come watch anytime." Tu Than wondered, "Why don't you guys just post this video online? Wouldn't that be a much better way to promote your Tianyan pavilion?" Truyenvo sighed and explained, "We want to, but the current authorities won't allow it." Tu Than was curious to know why. The older man explained, "Those in power believe that as long as our biological rank doesn't increase, there is no real future, so it is not worth promoting. But if we don't promote it so more people can join the research, then making a breakthrough is going to be incredibly difficult. After all, quality comes from quantity. But if a genius like you joins our organization, you won't end up like me. I have been bitterly training for 50 years, and am still stuck at ordinary level 9, but you could definitely evolve into a high-level being." Tu Than was startled. "Wait, 50 years? But he only looked about 50 years old." Truyenvo said with a confident smile, "Don't let my 50-year-old looks fool you. I am actually nearly 100 years old. I have been able to maintain this youthful appearance solely because of my body tempering method." Truyenvo added, "If you don't believe me, you can look up my information on Baidu. I am the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy at Shanghai University." Tu Than looked at the search results and thought, "So, this body tempering method really can grant longevity. I wonder if my parents could practice it too. Let's see if there is any other useful information on him." In his youth, he was the eldest young master of the Liu family, one of the top martial arts clans in Namjiang province, known as Liu family martial arts. However, when the era of gene fusion arrived, they refused to adapt, causing the entire clan to decline, and Liu Truyenvo, despite being the eldest young master, ended up abandoned by his wife and children. He adamantly refused to walk the path of gene fusion, even though his wife and children were both strong supporters of it. "If it were Ham, she would never leave me. I guess that is just the special bond of childhood sweethearts." Suddenly, his eyes froze as he continued to scroll down. "Vian Dongqi? Wait, isn't this Ham's master?" Listed under his relations, ex-wife Vian Dongqi, son Vian Huqthang, and daughter Vian Hu Yu, but all of their photos were blurred out. Are they all dead? Tu Than stole a glance at the old man, realizing this person was definitely not to be underestimated. Truyenvo said proudly, "The fact that I am nearly 100 years old and can still look like this proves that pureblood humans still have a very bright future ahead of us. And that is exactly why our Tiannan Pavilion exists. But what does Tiannan actually mean? It means humanity will triumph over heaven. Gene fusion relies on alien beasts. You can never surpass them that way, and in the end, we won't be able to stop their invasion, which will lead to the extinction of humanity. Mechanical body modification is no different. Most of the materials used for cybernetic enhancements come from alien beasts. It is still relying on them, so you will never surpass them. Our Tiannan Pavilion does not oppose gene fusion or mechanical enhancements. What we oppose is betting our entire future on just these two methods. We should use gene fusion and mechanical modification to hold our ground in the early stages. And in the meantime, we must research another path to prepare for what comes next. Lam Tu Than, I am sincerely inviting you to join the Tiannan Pavilion. Let's work together for the future of humanity. I am absolutely sure that you can become the first pure-blood human to break through the shackles of the ordinary level." Tu Than scratched his face and asked, "You've been talking about this body tempering method for so long, but what exactly is it?" The old man explained, "Our body tempering method is called the blood tempering art, which was discovered in an ancient ruin. The blood tempering art is exactly what it sounds like. It uses your own vital energy and blood to temper your body, strengthening your physical form and boosting your combat power. According to the ancient records, mastering this art to its highest level can elevate your physical body to sainthood, allowing you to fly, tunnel through the earth, and shatter mountains and rivers with a single punch. You could literally tear giant beasts apart with your bare hands. However, only pure-blood humans can practice this art. Those who have undergone gene fusion have impurities in their blood, so they are unable to learn it. And cybernetic enhancements leave the body incomplete, meaning vital energy and blood can no longer circulate fully, which also makes practicing this art impossible. And that is exactly why we are so confident in our path. They say only pure-blooded humans have a future, while gene fusion cyborgs have absolutely none. My boy Lin Zichen, how about joining our celestial pavilion? You can master the blood tempering art and walk the path of a pure-blooded human." Zichen quickly turned him down, saying, I feel like I still know too little about pure-blooded humans. Let me think about it first. Suddenly, Chuan Wu stood up, slammed his hand on the table, and said, "You can learn as you go, but Lin Zichen, with your insane talent and physical strength, it would be a tragedy if you didn't try the pure-blooded path. In the eyes of our celestial pavilion, the province's top scorer with a 16% gene fusion level is completely beneath you." That was a direct dig at Lan Qinghan, the national top scorer, implying she wasn't even worth a hair on his head. "We've always believed that you, with the absolute highest physical stats, are the true top scorer of Nanjiang province. If you choose the pure-blooded human path, you'll easily crush her later on." She puffed her cheeks in sheer annoyance, thinking she hadn't said a single word, yet she was still catching strays. Suddenly, he raised his hand, catching Chuan Wu off guard. Zichen introduced her. The top scorer with 16% gene fusion is actually her. Qinghan offered a very awkward smile and said, "Hi there." He placed his hand on the phone box and added, "It's getting late, and we have things to do. Thanks for the phone and the boba tea. We'll be taking our leave now." Chuan Wu reached out to stop them. "Wait, just join us for 6 months and see how it goes. Whatever benefits the Evolution Academy promised you, our Celestial Pavilion will double it. If double isn't enough, we'll triple it." Hearing such an insane offer, Zichen gasped. "Triple?" He immediately turned right back to the table. "You know, I've always deeply respected the ideals of the Celestial Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent to the Celestial Pavilion and dedicate myself to the noble cause of pure-blooded humanity." Chuan Wu could only sigh in defeat. "I'm glad you understand." But inside, his heart was bleeding triple. Just how many resources would he have to pour into this kid? Zichen nodded in agreement. "Oh right, I do have a question. Do you know where the Origin Land is?" He was shocked that this kid even knew about the Origin Land. Chuan Wu explained, "That's a place believed to be the cradle of all life." He emphasized, "Every single mutated beast roaming today originated from there." Zichen pondered, "The cradle of life, the source of mutated beasts, the Origin Land. So humans actually know a lot about mutated beasts, and can even enter the Origin Land." He spoke up, asking, "Does that mean the beast meat sold at the mall also comes from there?" Chuan Wu assured him, "Of course it does. Otherwise, with the scarce amount of meat left on Earth, the elites would hoard it all, and commoners wouldn't stand a chance." Zichen then asked, "Do you have any videos of the Origin Land?" He shook his head. "No. All electronic devices go haywire there. If you want to record anything, you have to draw it by hand." It clicked for him, so that drawing from earlier was hand-drawn. Suddenly, the phone rang. A voice on the other end chirped, "Hey, handsome and gorgeous. The martial arts school's promo event is about to start. When are you two getting here?" Zichen replied, "We're on our way." The caller urged, "Hurry up then." He stood up and said, "I have to run. Let's chat more when we have time." Chuan Wu pulled out a book and explained, "This is a translated copy of the blood tempering art. It contains the detailed cultivation methods inside. However, the blood tempering art has specific requirements. Your biological level must reach at least ordinary level 4, and your internal blood energy must be abundant enough to train. Since your physical stats are almost at ordinary level 4, you can look over it during the summer break. Once school starts and you evolve to ordinary level 4, you can start training immediately." Zichen smirked inwardly. "Is that so? I'm already at ordinary level 6. I'll give it a try when I get back." Later, in a room nestled amidst towering city skyscrapers, Yu Yan was training with everything she had. She threw a powerful high kick, completely denting the heavy punching bag. Seeing Chuan Wu walk in, Yu Yan stopped. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she asked, "Director, what's got you in such a great mood?" He bragged proudly, "With my absolutely irresistible charm, the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam and the #1 in the entire province's physical test has officially joined our Celestial Pavilion." Yu Yan raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? You're not lying, right?" Chuan Wu pulled out his phone and bragged, "Of course it's real. I even got his contact info." She was stunned. "Director, how on earth did you pull that off?" He puffed out his chest. "By using my ultimate personal charm." Yu Yan rolled her eyes. "Oh, come on, cut the crap. Tell me the truth." Chuan Wu nonchalantly replied, "Well, I just told him that whatever benefits the Evolution Academy promised him, our Celestial Pavilion would triple them." She shrieked in horror. "Triple? We're already drowning in debt," he reassured her. "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements with 3 wealthy sugar mamas. Tripling his benefits is a piece of cake." Yu Yan let out a defeated sigh. Director, please stop making a mess of things like this. Chuan Wu spoke up. Yu Yan, back when you first trained in the blood tempering art, how long did it take you to sense your blood energy? She replied, that was 10 years ago. If I remember correctly, it took about a week. He asked, and what about controlling your blood energy? Ngok Yen replied. Lu Trianvo was pleased she truly lived up to her reputation as the runner-up of the capital's college entrance exam that year. Her talent is outstanding. Even a self-proclaimed genius like me took 2 whole weeks back then just to sense my blood qi. Suddenly, she looked gloomy and said, don't even mention that runner-up title anymore. Ever since I gave up gene fusion to join the Celestial Pavilion, I haven't evolved into a high-level being. Who knows how many people have mocked me over the years? He patted her shoulder reassuringly. Let them laugh all they want. In a few years, once you evolve into a high-level being, won't you just wipe the floor with them? Ngok Yen said despondently, I've already gone through body tempering twice, yet I still haven't been able to open a single acupoint. How long do you think it'll take that kid, Lam Tu Than, to sense his blood qi? Tru Yenvo predicted, that kid's physical stats are insane, only slightly lower than yours back then. I'd say about 10 days. She was surprised. Really? Then I must do my best to guide this talented junior. Meanwhile, as night fell over Tu Than's house, he sat on his bed, cultivating his qi while focused on reading a book. Tu Than thought to himself, sensing blood qi is way too easy. It only took me 3 seconds to feel it. The next step is to control the blood qi and start body tempering. He made a decision to start tempering from his right hand first. The system popped up. You are using blood qi to temper your skin. Half an hour later, Tu Than thought, I've finished the first round of tempering on my right hand. Let's test its durability with a knife first. Just 1 round of tempering, and it's already completely impervious to blades and weapons. No wonder Lu Trianvo, who went through 3 rounds, could block No Tiantua's feather barrage. I wonder just how ridiculously strong my body will get after 5 rounds of tempering. 3 hours later, he gasped for air and analyzed. At this rate, it'll take less than a week to temper my entire skin once. I've finished tempering the skin on both arms, and I've probably used up about 1/3 of my blood qi. Suddenly, Tu Than's phone chimed. It was a message from Than Ham. Little Than, are you asleep yet? He replied, not yet. Than Ham suggested, I've prepared a surprise for you. Can you come over to my room to check it out? Tu Than asked. What kind of surprise? Than Ham replied, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. He agreed. All right, I'll head over now. Tu Than stood up, completely bewildered. What on earth is this surprise? Calling me over this late. Tu Meng opened the door and said, Little Than, are you here for Ham Ham? He replied, she sent me a WeChat message saying she has a surprise for me and told me to come over and see. She covered her mouth with a knowing smile. Well, hurry on upstairs then. Don't keep her waiting. A moment later, Tu Than knocked on the door and said, Ham Ham, I'm here. Than Ham called out, come on in. Right after that, Tu Than pushed the door open and walked into her room, looking in confusion at Than Ham, who was completely wrapped in a blanket. What's all this about? Her face blushed deep red as she said, this is the surprise I prepared for you. Tu Than was curious. What kind of surprise requires being wrapped in a blanket? Blushing, he started to imagine. No way is the surprise she's talking about. Giving herself to me? Or does she want to show me her glow-in-the-dark watch? Than Ham suggested. Come over here and see for yourself. Blushing furiously, she watched Tu Than approach and said, go ahead, pull it back and look. Embarrassed, Than Ham buried her face in the pillow, not daring to look at him. Tu Than's face burned hot, his lips tightly pursed, and then he reached out and firmly pulled the blanket back. Once the blanket was pulled back, Than Ham was wearing a tight cheongsam, which instantly stunned Tu Than, his eyes widening in shock. She asked shyly, do I look pretty in this? He nodded repeatedly, his face flushed red as he replied, you look gorgeous. Twirling a lock of her hair, Than Ham asked, I also bought black fishnets. Do you want to see me put them on? Tu Than accepted the offer. Sure, put them on and let me see. So, she took out a pair of black fishnets and started pulling them onto her legs. Than Ham's movements were soft and slow. The more Tu Than watched, the hotter his body felt, his lips unconsciously pursing. Once she was done, she asked, does it look good? He immediately replied, it looks amazing. It really suits you. She teased, these fishnets feel really nice. Do you want to touch them? Tu Than reached out, touched them, and replied, "Wow, they really do feel amazing." Thon Hom asked curiously, "So, which feels better to touch the fishnets or my bare legs?" Tu Thon responded, "Definitely your bare legs. No contest." She agreed, "I think so too." Just then, Tu Mong's voice echoed from outside, "Little Than, your mom just stopped by to drop off some of your personal stuff. I'll hang it on the doorknob, okay? Grab it yourself in a bit." Tu Thon got off the bed, walked to the door, and said, "Yes, ma'am, I got it, Aunt Mong." Afterward, he took the basket of items sent by his mother into the room. Inside was a box of condoms. Tu Thon felt completely helpless. Sure enough, he tossed it back into the basket in utter disbelief. "We haven't even kissed yet." "What's the rush?" Thon Hom stepped down and said, "Little Than, it's getting late. You should sleep over. I need to get changed, so turn around and don't look." Tu Than immediately turned around toward the door. She walked over and said, "I'm all done. Let's turn off the lights and go to sleep." He agreed, "All right." A moment later, the two of them were lying in bed, facing each other. Tu Than started, Ham, why does your bed smell so good? Did you use some kind of perfume?" Thon Hom smiled and replied, "That's just my natural body scent lingering on the sheets. If you don't believe me, why don't you take a sniff?" Feeling skeptical, he said in surprise, "How is that even possible?" She remained silent, just lying there. She stared at him in silence, and Ziken looked right back at Ching Han, his face turning as red as a tomato. Suddenly, she parted her small lips. Mesmerized, Zishan did the same. He wrapped his arms around her neck, gently pulling her close, and the two shared a deep, passionate kiss filled with genuine love. Right in the middle of their passionate kiss, Ching Han suddenly snapped her eyes open. She pushed him away, gasping for air and stammering, wait a second." Watching Ching Han scramble out of bed in a panic, Ziken blinked, completely confused. "What's wrong?" Blushing furiously, Ching Han covered her legs and squeaked, I wet myself." Instantly, the romantic mood died, replaced by a painfully awkward silence. But then, Ziken's eyes lit up. "Wait a minute, what did you feel just now? Did you experience a massive spike in your mental energy?" She looked away, blushing. "My heart was racing. Like, it was pounding like crazy. And my body suddenly felt super hot. And then, well, I just wet myself." Her mental state really did go wild just now. Ziken smiled as the pieces fell into place. "Aha, just as I thought. I suspect your latent superpower is tied to your mental energy, and you control it using your mind. If you can get your mental power high enough, you might be able to fully unlock and control it. Come here, let's keep kissing. We need to see if your mental energy spikes again like it just did." Ching Han held up a hand. "Hold on, let me change my diaper first." But Ziken grinned. "Why bother? You're probably going to wet yourself again anyway. Let's just keep going." Blushing, she climbed back onto the bed, and they locked lips again. Staring at Ching Han's rosy cheeks, he whispered, "How do you feel this time?" She hid her face in embarrassment, the same as before. "My mind went crazy, and then, I wet myself again." Ziken suggested they try a few more times. "We can pretty much confirm now that your superpower relies entirely on your mental energy." She turned away and stood up. "My clothes are all sweaty. I'm going to take a shower." A few minutes later, Ching Han called out from the bathroom, "Zichen, I forgot my clothes. Can you grab a pair of pajamas and bring them to me?" Zichen replied, "Sure, got it." He walked over and opened Ching Han's closet, which was packed with all kinds of cute outfits. He picked up a tiny pair of panties and smirked. "So cute. I guess since she wears a diaper to bed, she doesn't even need underwear, huh?" He grabbed a comfortable set. This one should do. Later that night, the two of them fell asleep side by side in the same bed. When Ziken woke up the next morning, he turned to look at the girl sleeping next to him. Ching Han was still fast asleep, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. He chuckled softly and wiped her face, then slipped out of the room, quietly closing the door behind him. Downstairs, Shu Meng called out, "Zishan, breakfast is almost ready. Why don't you eat before you leave?" "In that case, I'll stay for breakfast," he replied. Sitting at the dining table, Jianye asked him, "Is Ching Han up yet?" Ziken pulled up a chair and answered, "Not yet, uncle. We should let her sleep in a bit." Jianye sighed, half admiringly. "If only she had half your discipline, I'd be a happy man." Ziken smiled, defending her. "But Uncle Jianye, she did just score the highest in the entire province on the college entrance exams. Sleeping in a little during summer break is the least she deserves." Jianye chuckled. Fair point. I guess you're right. After finishing his meal, Zichen waved goodbye. Don't worry about seeing me out, Aunt Shu Meng. As the door clicked shut behind him, Shu Meng wore a knowing, playful smile. She nudged her husband's shoulder. Hey, I got up in the middle of the night to wash my hands, and I heard someone showering in the upstairs bathroom. Do you think our daughter and Zichen did it last night? Jianye's eyes widened. Now that you mention it, it sure sounds like they did. Shu Meng quickly grabbed her phone. This is huge. I have to tell Wang Xin the good news right now. Meanwhile, Zichen arrived back at his house. Pushing the front door open, he pulled off his shirt and mumbled to himself, need to throw yesterday's dirty clothes into the wash. Seeing him head straight for the laundry room, Wang Xin stopped him. Son. Her proud, beaming face left him completely baffled as she squealed, I am so proud of you. At that very moment, sunlight streamed through the windows of a towering skyscraper. Chen, he stormed into the room, absolutely furious. Lu Chuanwu. You better explain yourself. What is going on with Lin Zichen? Chuanwu shrugged calmly. What about Lin Zichen? I have no idea what you're talking about. Chen, he slammed his fist down. He clearly registered for my Evolution Academy, but you went behind my back and poached him for your martial arts academy. Have you no shame? Chuanwu raised his voice, firing back. What backhanded tricks? Are you saying only your precious Evolution Academy is allowed to recruit students? Is my martial arts academy chopped liver? Chen, he roared. There is an order to things, a line you don't cross. You've lived this long, and you still don't understand basic professional courtesy? But Chuanwu refused to back down. I don't give a damn about courtesy. All I know is that classes haven't started yet, which means he is not a student at your academy. If I want to recruit him, I will. I'm not breaking any school regulations. Chen, he snapped back. It's not about the official rules. You violated the gentleman's agreement we deans made. Chuanwu scoffed. Ridiculous. That was your agreement. What does that have to do with me? The bottom line is, my recruitment is completely fair game. A textbook case of healthy competition. If you're so upset about it, go ahead and try to win Lin Zichen back to your Evolution Academy. Chen, his face darkened as he spat. A cheap, dirty scoundrel like you has no right to talk about fair competition. If you've got the guts, let's settle this in the arena. Fight me. Now that's what I call fair competition. Chuanwu cleaned his ear out, challenging him to step into the ring for a match. Do you think I'm an idiot? An advanced Tier 5 powerhouse like you is just picking on the weak, bullying an ordinary Tier 9 like me. You don't even have the shame to talk about fairness? Where is your dignity? He fumed. I am 48 years old, and you are 95. He joked, how am I the one picking on the weak? That would make you the one bullying an old man. Zhenhe was absolutely furious. Lu Chuanwu. As long as you haven't undergone gene fusion, you'll be stuck as a weak, ordinary Tier 9 for the rest of your life. In your eyes, ordinary creatures are nothing but ants. Go ahead and keep wasting your time with your so-called pureblood human nonsense. Later, Dongji reassured him, don't worry, Dean Ma. Just wait a little while after the semester starts. Once that Lin Zichen sees his peers, who were once weaker than him, surpass him using gene fusion or cybernetic enhancements, he'll naturally switch his major on his own. Zhenhe pointed out. Vice Principal Yuan, that is not the point. The point is that Lu Chuanwu broke the rules, and he must be punished. She advised him, if you're so upset, then give him a taste of his own medicine. Go and recruit the runner-up student. He agreed. Then let's do as Vice Principal Yuan suggested. Dongji watched as a frustrated Zhenhe stomped away. She remarked, Ma Zhenhe is usually quite calm, but every time he's in front of that Liu guy, he gets provoked to the point of losing his mind. It has been so many years, yet that Liu guy hasn't changed a bit. His mouth is as sharp as ever. His strength could have been just as formidable as his sharp tongue. It is a pity he took the wrong path when he was young. Otherwise, he would have been at least the principal by now. Meanwhile, Qinghan and Zichen were jogging together on the road. Drenched in sweat, she gasped exhaustedly, I cannot do this anymore. I cannot run another step. He held out a water bottle to her. Stay hydrated. Let us call it a day. Let us head over to that bench to stretch. Afterward, Qinghan sprawled out on the wooden bench while Zichen helped massage her sore muscles. Blushing, she turned her head and said, Xiao Chen, thank you. He smiled back. With our relationship, saying thank you makes us sound like strangers. Qinghan sat up and asked shyly, so, what exactly is our relationship right now? Friends, childhood sweethearts, or lovers? Zichen flashed a sweet smile and said, "We are family." Qinghan wondered, "Family? But what kind of family? What kind of family do you want us to be?" Her face turned beet red as she asked shyly, "Like, a fiancé?" Right after hearing his positive reply, Qinghan beamed with joy. "Yes, fiancé." She held out her pinky finger. "Then, can we get married after we graduate from college?" Zichen locked his pinky with hers and agreed. "Sure." They pinky promised in unison, "No changes for 100 years. And after 100 years, we will see." Later, his whole family was watching the news on TV when there was a knock at the door. Yansheng went to open it. "Coming." The moment he opened it, he looked at the visitor in surprise. "Dean Ma, what brings you here?" Zhenhe waved to greet him. "I am so sorry for dropping by this late. I came to talk to Zichen about his academy selection." Yansheng was surprised. About his academy? He thought to himself. Didn't he choose one a long time ago? Why run over so late at night to talk about this? He immediately offered a gift to win them over. Inside this bag are 2 ice crystal fish. They are incredibly fresh. A former student of mine gave them to me, and since they gave me so many, I brought 2 over for your family to try. "Dean Ma," Yansheng replied, "you are being way too polite." Zhenhe replied casually, "It is just a small token of my appreciation." Yansheng invited him in. "Dean Ma, Xiao Chen is in the living room. Let us go inside, sit down, and talk." He walked in. "Thank you for having me." Later, inside the house, Zhenhe spoke up. Zichen's compatibility for gene fusion is 15%. If he follows the path of gene fusion, his future prospects will be absolutely limitless. There is really no need to go down that pureblood human path. It is such a waste of his talent. Sure, the Tianren Pavilion's starting point is good, but their pureblood human theory has had no practical progress whatsoever. It is nothing but a scam. If Zichen chooses this path, he will only end up hurting himself. Zichen, take my advice. Do not go down that pureblood human path. It will only make you an ordinary person like everyone else. Your best bet is still the Evolution Academy. At that moment, Zichen fell into deep thought, his face serious. Wangshan spoke up hesitantly. "Dean Ma, I'm a bit confused by what you are saying. Didn't Xiaochen already apply to the Evolution Academy?" He quickly explained, "Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, I joined the Tianren Pavilion. I have now switched my application to the Martial Arts Academy. I want to follow the pureblood human path." Hearing this, she was stunned. "Xiao Chen, what on earth is going on?" Zichen looked at his parents and explained, "First of all, I really agree with the Tianren Pavilion's philosophy, and second, the Dean of the Martial Arts Academy showed great sincerity by offering to triple my benefits. I have agreed to join the Tianren Pavilion for half a year to see if I can make it on the pureblood human path. If there is no progress after half a year, I will go back to the Evolution Academy to follow the gene fusion path." Hearing this, Ma Zhenhe cursed in his mind. Can that dirt-poor old geezer even afford to pay triple the benefits? Then, in a low, serious voice, he said, "Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Sure, triple benefits sound like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, that is just small-time pocket change. There is no need to chase tiny gains while losing out on the big picture, even if you are only trying it out for half a year and can always come back to the gene fusion path if it fails. But in just those short 6 months, you will miss out on so much precious knowledge, so much that even 3 times the benefits won't make up for it." He politely replied, "Thank you for the advice, Principal Ma. But right now, I really believe in the philosophy of the Tianren Pavilion. If I don't give it a shot, I'll definitely regret it forever, and it might even become a major mental block for me." In his head, he thought, "Honestly, I wouldn't have chosen this either, but triple the benefits is just way too sweet to pass up." Hearing his determined words, Ma Zhenhe let out a soft sigh. Standing up, he said, "Well, if you are going to be that stubborn, nothing I say is going to change your mind. I have other things to attend to." With that, he excused himself to leave. Zichen quickly said, "Principal Ma, let me see you out." High above, soft pink and white clouds drifted across the sky, while the house cast a gentle light under the starry night. Zichen took a sip of water, checking his phone to see if there was any news today. But the moment he read the headlines, he froze in shock. What on earth is this? The screen showed an official announcement, and Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam runner-up, Lin Zichen, joins the Tianren Pavilion to pursue the pure-blood human path. What a tragic waste. This top student has chosen to end up as just another ordinary nobody. The article even brought up the Capital's runner-up from 10 years ago, stating that after joining the Tianren Pavilion, this brilliant female genius was reduced to an absolute nobody. The feed kept updating with hot searches, with users commenting things like, "Seriously, how many times do people have to fall for this? The Tianren Pavilion is so good at brainwashing these kids." He frowned, noticing that almost all the comments were negative. It looked exactly like paid trolls, trying to steer public opinion. Not only was his personal information completely leaked, leaving him wide open to cyberbullying, but if those dangerous cultists noticed him, he would be in serious trouble. Could Ma Zhenhe have leaked this? Or was it some other faction that had a grudge against the Tianren Pavilion? Honestly, none of that mattered right now. The only thing he could do right now was make a quick call saying, "Hello, I want to file a complaint about an article leaking a student's private information." 2 hours later, he stared at his phone and let out a sigh of relief, glad that the post was finally taken down. After that, Zichen quickly put his phone away. In the group chat, messages are exploding. Why on earth did Lin Zichen join the Tianren Pavilion? Is the Tianren Pavilion trying to lead the youth astray? Someone even leaked a photo of Lin Zichen, and now the entire internet is buzzing about him. There's even a whole crowd of people online totally obsessing over him, typing things like, "Lin Zichen, say something. Lin Zichen, are you there?" Zichen frowns, feeling a wave of annoyance. "My photo got leaked. This is going to be a real headache." As night falls and moonlight bathes the city, Qinghan gently suggests, "Zichen, why don't you sleep here with me tonight? Are you looking at the news about you? Those awful people are literally using an innocent contestant as a weapon. They don't have a shred of basic decency." Zichen explains, "This is just how power struggles go. Following the rules only puts us at a disadvantage. It's those who throw away their principles who get the upper hand." She chimes in, "Zichen, my master seems to be really powerful. Do you think if we ask her, she could help clear this up for you?" He shakes his head, exhausted. This faction war is nothing new. The Gene Fusion faction is actively suppressing the pure-blood human faction. Your master is a supporter of the Gene Fusion faction, so there is no reason she would help with this, Qinghan suggests. Well, it doesn't hurt to try. She pulls out her phone and sends a text. Soon, she gasps, "My master already sorted it out." Qinghan is stunned. That fast? It has only been half an hour. Hearing this, Zichen is dumbfounded. How is that even possible? She reassures him. Zichen, she really did it. The news is completely gone now. Searching Lin Zichen yields 0 results. Zichen thinks to himself, she actually helped me? Is she just spoiling her disciple? Or is she doing this because of her past relationship? With Lu Chuanwu? Whatever the case, this works in my favor. Qinghan, please thank your master for me. Tell her I'm incredibly grateful for her help. Qinghan replies, I already did. So, how are you going to thank me? Amused, Zichen asks, how do you want me to thank you? She leans in close, teasing, then give me a kiss. Much later, Zichen is sitting in his room refining his qi. He lets out a soft breath, exhaling spiritual energy. With his biological rank upgraded to tier 7, Zichen sighs with relief. He has finally finished tempering his outer layer of skin. The status panel displays. Name: Lin Zichen. Age: 18. Zichen thinks, these 9 biological attributes are basically equivalent to 10 gene fusions. This will easily crush those Jingda geniuses with only 4 gene fusions. Just then, his phone nearby buzzes with a notification. He checks it. Qinghan's message reads, Zichen, Chushin invited me to go retrieve my eggs this Monday. Can you come with me? Qinghan will inevitably have to undergo gene fusion. Since that process will make her infertile, she needs to retrieve and freeze her eggs now so she can have in vitro fertilization in the future. The text reads, Zichen, Chushin invited me to go retrieve my eggs this Monday. Can you come with me? Zichen quickly replies, sure. The school campus is peaceful. On Monday, Qinghan is lying down in the infirmary. The nurse gently reminds her, the ovulation-inducing shot has been administered. Come back tomorrow for the egg retrieval. Thank you. Sorry for the trouble, she politely replies. Later, as they walk out, Chushin grumbles. What a hassle. I thought they could just retrieve them right away. I didn't expect we'd have to wait until tomorrow. Qinghan admits, I'm still a bit nervous. Chushin drapes an arm over her shoulder and suggests, well, since we rarely get a chance to go out anyway, why don't we go shopping? It'll help you take your mind off things. Qinghan smiles and agrees. Sounds good. Chushin turns to ask, Zichin, do you want to join us? I'll pass. Zichin declines. I have some things to take care of at home. She excitedly spins around. Perfect. Today is going to be girls' day for just me and Qinghan. Later, back at home, Zichin focuses on his training. Now is the time to temper his muscles. The system registers muscle strength +1 and blood tempering proficiency +1. He thinks to himself, the burning sensation from muscle tempering is even more intense than skin tempering, but it's still manageable. After an entire afternoon of training, he has fully tempered his right arm, but his head is starting to spin. Afterward, Zichin grabs something to eat, needing to replenish his vital energy. Just tempering my right arm has already boosted my overall strength by 50%. The blood tempering technique really is a perfect match for my physique. Just then, a voice calls out from outside. Zichin, I need to talk to you about something. The door is unlocked, he calls back. Come on in. Qinghan walks in, looking a bit shy. Chushin suggested we go hang out before classes start, and you is going too, so I went ahead and agreed on your behalf. Zichin takes her hand. If you're going, then I'm definitely going too. She hesitates, but Chushin wants to go to the beach. I didn't want to ruin her mood, and I couldn't think of a way to say no, so I promised her we'd go. You know how it is. I used to hear those terrifying sounds coming from the ocean, so I'm really scared. Zichin reassures her gently. It's okay, I'm right here with you. At worst, we just won't go into the water. Meanwhile, in another location, bathed in an eerie red glow, a massive creature emerges right in the center. The Rat King asked excitedly, Lord Envoy, all 108 tunnels have been dug by those sewer rats, just as you ordered. Now, if you could please set the biological coordinates here. Hearing this, Crow Mask suddenly released a chilling killing intent. He raised his staff high and slammed it down hard, causing the ground to split open in a terrifying way. Crow Mask then took a knife and sliced his wrist until it bled, dripping his blood onto the staff. Crow Mask then announced, the biological coordinates are set. All that is left is to find a matching spot in the origin land and establish the same coordinates there. Once they sync up, the tunnel will connect directly to the origin land. Inside the car, Sushin spoke up. When did you get your license? He replied. I spent 10 days of my summer break to get it. My dad pulled some strings to get me into an express class. Surprised, she asked. Wait, classes like that actually exist? He confidently answered. If the three of you want to sign up, I can just let my dad know. You guys interested? Everyone chimed in. Really? Of course we are. A moment later, the car pulled into the parking lot. We are here. He stretched his arms out to take it all in. The sea breeze, the peaceful and beautiful scenery. He shouted at the top of his lungs, the ocean. He then stole a glance at the girls in bikinis in the water. Sushin smacked him on the head, annoyed. Can you not be so vulgar? Come on, Han, let's go over there and change into our swimsuits. Just ignore him. Qinghan agreed, okay. He grumbled behind them, hey. Then He threw his arm around Shu Chen's shoulders. Let's go, we should change into our swimsuits too. I can't wait to jump into the water. Suddenly, someone asked, is that guy the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam? Did he join the Celestial Pavilion? Or did he get brainwashed? Or maybe he was just born stupid. He is completely ruining his own future. He instantly lost his temper, veins popping on his neck. Who the hell do you think you are? Since when are you qualified to judge the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam? Frightening them, he barked. Why did you stop talking? Shu Chen held He hand to calm him down. Forget it. There is no need to waste your breath on them. He complained, Shu Chen, you are way too nice. If I were you, I would have punched them already. Shu Chen explained, I just don't care about these things. But if it is something I do care about, I will definitely make a move. He asked curiously. Then what do you actually care about? Just then, Su Xin cut in. Do you even need to ask? Su Chen obviously cares about Han the most. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Yeah, that was a dumb question. She urged them. You two should hurry up and change into your swimsuits too. A bit later, Shu Chen offered, Han, do you want me to put sunscreen on you? Lying under the sun, Qinghan replied, sure. And so, he stepped up to apply it for her. Is this good? Qinghan replied, yeah. Watching them, He blushed and commented, man, you've got moves. He called out, Su Xin, how about I apply sunscreen for you too? Su Shen coldly snapped, "Get lost." Looking at him, Qinghan blushed and thought, Xiao Chen is really something. But right at that moment, she was terrified to hear a voice whisper, "The great god awakens, the ocean origin land." In a panic, Qinghan bolted upright. She looked around in confusion, searching for the source of the voice, then stared out at the distant water, realizing it was coming from deep within the ocean. Noticing that something was wrong with her, Xu Chen walked over and asked with concern, "What is wrong?" Qinghan replied in fear, "Xiao Chen, I heard that voice again. It said something about the great god awakening and the ocean origin land. It was just as chilling as before." He replied, "Could it be related to the origin land? Our knowledge right now is too limited, and we can't find anything online. We still need to gather information about the origin land first. Once we start college, you can try to subtly ask your master about the origin land." After Xu Chen finished tempering all the muscles in his body, he successfully began the process of tempering his bones. He did not expect bone tempering to be hundreds of thousands of times harder than muscle tempering. Lying on his bed in deep thought, he finally finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved into a Tier 9 ordinary creature." Xu Chen sighed in frustration. He was only one step away from evolving into a high-level creature. As long as I can open the acupoints in my body, even just one, I can evolve into a high-level creature. But how do I open an acupoint? The instructions in the books are so vague. He closed the book and muttered, "Looks like I will have to figure this out on my own." At Shanghai University, an excited voice called out, "Xiao Chen, Han, we are here." Qinghan pointed eagerly. "Xiao Chen, look, that ice cream shop is still there." He agreed. "Yeah, it is the same shop we went to when we came here for a walk." Wan Xin suggested, "Let's go buy some ice cream. It is still early anyway, we can register after we eat." Qinghan quickly agreed. "Okay." A moment later, she said, "My ice cream is strawberry milk tea flavor. It is so good." She gently brought the spoon of ice cream to him. "Xiao Chen, try some." Suddenly, Xu Chen froze in shock. "Come on, give me another cup." Outside, a man spoke. "Jia Xin, the skirt you wore today is too long. It is making it hard for me to touch you." Jia Xin replied in a whiny voice, "You can just slide your hand underneath. Silly. I don't mind at all." Someone teased, "Hey, Yang, don't just spend all your time touching the girls. Hurry up and guess the number." They were having a wild, lively conversation. "You lost. Drink up." Others whispered, "That Huang Jiaxin acts like an aloof ice queen all day at the art academy. But look at her now, cozying up to the guys from the Evolution Academy and letting them feel her up. Well, who can blame her? Those guys have a guaranteed bright future. If you were a girl, you'd throw yourself at them too." Fair point. If I were in the Evolution Academy on the inner campus, I'd spend all my free time looking for girls on the outer campus, too. Su Chen ate his ice cream while pondering. Shanghai University is divided into two campuses. The outer campus is where the academic and art students study. The inner campus is reserved for evolution, mecha, and martial arts students. Since the inner campus deals with highly classified secrets regarding gene fusion and cybernetic enhancement that cannot be leaked, only staff and students from the inner campus are allowed inside. Even students from the university's outer campus are strictly barred. Wan Xin advised them seriously. "Now that you two are in college, you'll have more freedom, but you can't just run wild like those people drinking out there. You must keep studying hard. Got it?" "Yes, Auntie." Yan Sheng stood up, patted his shoulder, and added, "Su Chen and Han have been good kids since they were little. They won't end up like that. It's getting late. Su Chen, Han, you two should get ready and head over to the inner campus. Your dad and I can't go inside the inner campus. Su Chen, make sure you take good care of Han. Su Chen pulled his suitcase and replied, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad." Moments later, a guard stopped them. "Please show your admission letters." Qinghan handed hers over. "Here is mine." The guard replied, "All right, everything checks out. Wait, you don't need to look for yours. I recognize you. The province's second highest scorer on the entrance exam who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Go on in." The inner campus was filled with gene-fused and cybernetically enhanced individuals who could be seen everywhere. After checking in at the freshman registration area, Su Chen and Han were assigned their dorms. She waved and said, "Su Chen, see you at the party." Su Chen replied, "Yeah, see you there." After walking Han to the Evolution Academy dorms, he headed over to the Martial Arts Academy. The girls nearby began whispering excitedly. Junior Su Chen, you're so handsome. Junior Su Chen, can I get your contact info? Junior Su Chen, let me help you with your bags. Junior Su Chen, let me guide you to your dorm. Thank you, that would be wonderful. Xiao Tong spoke up. Junior Su Chen, the university's combat leaderboard is right over there. Want to go check it out? He replied. Lead the way, senior. She politely replied. It's no trouble at all. Guiding a handsome junior like you is my absolute pleasure. Su Chen studied the board thoughtfully. The combat power rankings were split into two, the peak leaderboard and the freshman leaderboard. One featured the top 500 strongest students in the entire university, while the other ranked the top 100 strongest incoming freshmen. The top 3 on the peak leaderboard were all top-tier powerhouses, consisting solely of evolution and mecha students, who were already in their 4th year. The Martial Arts Academy only had 3 students on the list, and they were all 4th-year students ranked at the very bottom. Xiao Tong shared, Actually, our Martial Arts Academy once had a senior who reached the 6th spot on the peak leaderboard. Just like you, she was the runner-up in the college entrance exam who chose the Martial Arts Academy. But because her path as a pure human hit a bottleneck, she was gradually overtaken by the gene-fused and cybernetically enhanced students. Her name is Song Yuyan, and she has now become an instructor at our academy, a lead researcher at the Tianren Pavilion, and Dean Lu's right-hand assistant. Moments later, she announced, Junior Su Chen, we've arrived. The perks for a runner-up are amazing. Having a private room all to yourself is truly enviable. Junior Su Chen, it was so hot walking around outside. Do you mind if I sit and cool down in your room for a bit? Su Chen politely replied, You've worked hard, senior. Coincidentally, there's a boba shop right across from the dorms. Let me buy you a drink. She replied, Sure, that works. Internally, she thought, Why didn't this guy take the bait? After treating his senior to a milk tea loaded with toppings, Su Chen considered his debt of gratitude for the tour fully settled. Suddenly, a text arrived from Han Han. Su Chen, have you reached your dorm yet? Quick, send me a picture of your room, he thought to himself. Compared to Han Han's luxurious apartment, this tiny single room instantly felt underwhelming. The Evolution Academy was definitely loaded. Qing Han immediately complained, Your room is way too small, why don't you move in with me instead? The bed in my dorm is even bigger than the one at home. Su Chen readily agreed. I'm moving. Absolutely moving. I'm heading over right now. He couldn't help but marvel at how wealthy the Evolution Academy was. Their student dorms were absolutely magnificent. Compared to her luxurious apartment, the room assigned to him by the Martial Arts Academy was basically a doghouse. And that was supposed to be their absolute best room too. Can that Lu Chuanwu really deliver on his promise of triple benefits? A moment later, she stepped out to welcome him. Su Chen, you're finally here. Quick, come inside. I turned on the AC in the living room, and it's super cool. Su Chen looked around and remarked, This place is incredibly luxurious, and it's spotlessly clean, too. It is incredibly clean. It is obvious your master really cares about you. Choosing him as your master was definitely worth it. Qing Han replied, I think so too. Master really treats me so well. From now on, this is going to be our cozy little home. Our parents are not here, so even if we run around the house naked, no one is going to stop us. Blushing, he snapped. What do you mean run around naked? Stop talking nonsense. Qing Han said casually. I am all sweaty, so I am going to take a shower first. Zichen reminded her. Don't throw your clothes on the floor. Since I have some free time right now, let me check what is on that freshman app I downloaded earlier. Here it is, the Shanghai University official app. They have a high-speed mechanical prosthetic shop, the Death Croc Beast Gene. These are all evolution resources that must be redeemed with points. But how do I get points? There are 3 ways to earn them. Climbing the peak leaderboard, or the freshman leaderboard, accepting and completing school missions, or representing the school in competitions and achieving excellent results. This actually looks easier than making money. Just then, her voice drifted out. Little Chen, I am done with my shower. Can you grab my clothes and bring them in? He agreed. Sure, I will be right there. Zishan gently knocked on the door. Here are your clothes. Qing Han shyly asked. Little Chen, soaking in this tub is incredibly relaxing. Do you want to come in and soak with me? Qing Han sighed. It is such a huge tub. It would be such a waste if I am the only one soaking in it. Zikan took off his jacket and replied, In that case, let's soak together. Later, while in the tub, he offered, Let me scrub your back. She agreed, Okay, after you scrub mine, I will scrub yours too. Zikin accepted, sure. After bathing and eating, he began his second skin tempering session. Zikin thought, the second tempering session is much harder than the first. It took me 2 hours just to finish tempering my right arm. He asked, Han, do you have any sewing needles? Chinghan replied, yeah, let me go grab some for you. What do you need a sewing needle for? Zikin explained. To test my skin's strength after 2 tempering sessions. After practicing the blood tempering art, the system chimed, you are piercing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle. The skin durability on the back of your right hand is +1. She gasped in amazement. Such a tiny sewing needle, and you stabbed it with so much force, yet it couldn't even pierce the back of your hand. You are practically invulnerable to weapons. Right after that, Zikin poked his skin with the needle again. She said, the needle even snapped. This blood tempering art is absolutely incredible. It makes me want to become a pure-blood human too. He noted, next, it is time to test the heat resistance of the skin on my right palm. Zichen walked over and placed his hand directly over the flame. System. You are burning your right palm with fire. The heat resistance of your right palm is +1. He muttered to himself. It took over a minute just to feel a tiny bit of heat. The tempering effect of this blood tempering art is insanely powerful. With the boost from my use it or lose it biological attribute, my body is bound to reach godhood sooner or later. Suddenly, Zichen paused as his phone buzzed. A message? He saw it was from Lu Chuanwu. The message read, Zichen, have you registered at Shanghai University yet? I arrived this morning. How is that luxurious single dorm I set up for you? Is it all right? Pretty good. Zichen, have you registered at Shanghai University yet? I arrived this morning. How is that luxurious single dorm I set up for you? Is it all right? Pretty good. Are you free right now? Want to come hang out at the Tianren Pavilion headquarters? I will show you around to get used to the environment, and you can get to know the other members of the Tianren Pavilion at the same time. Free? All right then, just wait downstairs at your dorm building. I will send someone over to pick you up. Dean, I am actually not at my own dorm right now. I am over at my childhood friend's dorm. It is building 8 of Zhongyuan, room 603. Chuanwu replied, okay, then I will send someone to building 8 of Zhongyuan to pick you up. He felt a bit helpless and thought, guess I will go downstairs and wait then. Zichen called out to inform her. The dean of the Martial Arts Academy invited me over to check out the Tianren Pavilion headquarters, so I am heading out for a bit. Qinghan waved. Go ahead. As he walked out, he thought, there is some shade over there. I will wait there for the Tianren Pavilion's ride. Just then, Mo Yu walked up to chat. I know you. You are Lin Zikin, the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam, and the one who joined the Tianren Pavilion. Zikin replied, hey there. But privately, he thought, man, I really am famous. The guy immediately launched into a long rant. I actually admire you quite a bit, being able to give up gene fusion and pursue the path of a pure-blood human. I have always believed that no matter which path you take, as long as you have a good starting point, it should be encouraged. Like you, I am also a freshman this year, but I am from the capital. My home is super close to Imperial Capital University, so I used to hang out there all the time when I was a kid. Imperial Capital University used to have a pure-blood human research institute too, but after more than 20 years of research, they never made any progress in the end. He thought to himself, where did this chatterbox even come from? Mo Yu waved as he walked away. I hope you can achieve great things at the Tianren Pavilion. Keep it up. Right at that moment, Zikin was startled by the roar of an engine. She pulled up and asked, hello, are you student Lin Zichen? Zichen slowly replied as Yuyan approached. Yes, that's me. She introduced herself. My name is Song Yuyan. I am an instructor at the Martial Arts Academy and also a researcher for the Tianren Pavilion. I'm here to take you to the Tianren Pavilion's headquarters. You politely replied, hello sis. This was Song Yuyan, the college entrance exam runner-up, who chose the pureblood path, only to be completely forgotten by the world. A moment later, Yuyan teased, Zichen, you can hold on a bit tighter, you know. Aren't you thrilled to have a gorgeous older sister like me picking you up? Zichen replied, it is my absolute honor. Curious, she asked. By the way, why is a martial arts college student like you hanging around the luxury dorms of the Evolution Academy? Zichen honestly replied, my childhood sweetheart lives there, and I moved in with her. Yuyan sighed enviously. Must be nice to be young, unlike me. I'm almost 30 and haven't even held a man's hand, let alone lived with one. A moment later, she announced, we're here. Arriving at the Pureblood Human Research Institute, Yuyan gestured. Let's head inside. Internally, he thought. So, the Pureblood Institute is short for the Pureblood Human Research Institute? Meanwhile, she introduced, this is our living and recreation area. Since research work gets pretty dry, we come here to kick back and unwind. Everything in the fridge is paid for by our funding, so help yourself to whatever you want. Come on, let me show you around the facility. Zichen asked, Sister Yuyan, why is it so empty here? I don't see anyone else around. Yuyan explained, the Tianren Pavilion has never been popular. The academy gives us very little funding, so we can't afford to support many people. To be precise, the current members of the Tianren Pavilion are just the director, you, me, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Zichen was utterly dumbfounded. So, all those people following him around the first time we met were just hired to put on a show? Whatever. As long as I get triple the benefits, nothing else matters. Yuyan knocked on the door and said, Director, I've brought Zichen. A haggard Chuanwu rasped. Zichen, you're here? Come in. She complained. Director, you look like a ghost. Just how long have you been cooped up in here? Almost half a month now. Obsessing over how to open acupoints with blood tempering. Sadly, there's still zero progress. It's just too difficult. He patted his shoulder. But now that Zichen has joined us, the path of the pure-blood human will surely leap forward. Don't let your sister Yuyan's playful attitude fool you. She was actually the runner-up in the capital's college entrance exam back then. Yuyan bragged proudly. My physical index during the exam was 1 point higher than yours. Feel discouraged yet? Chuanwu sighed helplessly. All right. We know you're amazing. Stop teasing your junior. But it was actually her joining us that allowed me, who had been stuck at the second stage of body tempering for decades, to successfully complete my 3rd body tempering, using a standard 9th rank pureblood human body, and crush those advanced level low-tier gene fusers. Zichen, even though your exam score wasn't as high as your sister, Yuyan's, life is a long journey. There are plenty of late bloomers who start slow and explode later. You still have a great chance to surpass her. I have high hopes for you. She agreed. The director is right. As long as you build up a solid foundation, you'll eventually break through. Surpassing me is definitely not impossible, he asked. By the way, how is your progress with the blood tempering technique I gave you over the summer? Have you learned how to control your blood yet? Zichen replied. Yes, I have. Chuanwu asked curiously. Has your biological rank reached ordinary tier 4? He answered. Yes, I've evolved to that level. He praised. Excellent. Next, I'll have your sister Yuyan guide you through skin tempering. Back then, it took her less than 3 months after starting her freshman year to successfully complete her first skin tempering. With her guidance, you'll definitely be able to complete your first skin tempering smoothly within your first semester. Yuyan beamed excitedly. Leave it to me. Zichen flatly declined. That won't be necessary. I already completed my first skin tempering during the summer break. She froze in disbelief. Wait, what did he just say? He gasped in shock. Did my ears just play tricks on me? Yuyan shrieked. Are you kidding me? You were home alone all summer with no one to guide you. Mastering blood control would have been impressive enough. How on earth could you have already learned skin tempering and completed the entire skin tempering process? In reality, it only took Zichen 30 minutes of reading to figure it out. Zichen said nonchalantly. The manual had very detailed notes. I just studied it for a few days and picked up skin tempering. Chuanwu burst out laughing. Zichen, you must have mistaken it for something else. Come, let me check your arm to make sure. With his biological attribute system set to natural camouflage, he muttered to himself, It's probably best to keep my true stats hidden. With that, Zichen rolled up his sleeve and offered his arm. Take a look. The director gasped in utter disbelief. How is this possible? It really is a completed first skin tempering. She was dumbfounded. What? How did you even pull that off? Chuanwu shouted eagerly. Zichen, what is your current biological rank? Scratching his face, he evasively replied, Ordinary rank 9. The director instantly roared in ecstasy. A peerless genius. Yes, the pureblood human path is saved. With you here, the pureblood human body can definitely break through the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced level being. Yuyan silently marveled. He really is something else. There are other talented people out there, but now we have someone even more capable leading us. Charting a new path for pureblood humans and going further is definitely a good thing. Yuyan spoke up. Dean, we need to promote Zichen's potential right away to recruit more geniuses to the Tianren Pavilion and get more funding. Chuanwu shook his head. No. We must keep Zichen's matter a secret for now. Carelessly revealing his incredible compatibility with the pureblood human path could easily put him in grave danger. Besides, we need quality geniuses, not quantity. Right now, we already have Zichen. What we need to do is dump all of our resources into him and do everything we can to help him break free from the shackles of an ordinary being. Yuyan realized, I see. But if we do that, how much funding will we lose? Without enough funding, how can we research the pureblood human path? He reassured her, don't worry. I will use all my connections to gather evolution resources for Zichen. Once his performance is impressive enough, I will help him find a powerful backer. I will protect his safety while nurturing him with everything we have and spreading the philosophy of the Tianren Pavilion. Yuyan praised. You really think of everything, Dean, Chuanwu said proudly. Of course I do, Zichen thought to himself. If I told them I'm already a level 9 ordinary being, have completed both flesh and bone tempering, and am currently undergoing my second refinement, I wonder how crazy they'd go. He spoke up, Zichen, you don't need to go to classes at the Martial Arts Academy anymore. Those low-level lectures won't help you much anyway. You can just come straight to the Research Institute from now on. Your senior sister Yuyan will be your assistant. Yuyan complained. You want me to be an assistant to a freshman? Dean, do you expect me to throw away my pride? Chuanwu exposed her. We're all researching the pureblood human path here. Since when did we care about pride? Our skin is already as thick as a brick wall anyway. Tomorrow afternoon, the university is hosting a welcoming party for the freshmen. Once that's over, there will be a trial to determine who the top freshman is. With your current strength, as long as nothing goes wrong, the title of best freshman will definitely be yours. During the trial, make sure to rough up the freshmen from the Evolution Academy and the Mecha Academy a bit. Teach them a lesson on behalf of our Martial Arts Academy. Once it's done, I'll reward you with 10 blood Q pills. She chimed in, Dean, this was your real motive all along, wasn't it? And if you win the title of top freshman, the university will award you 10 academic credits. His eyes gleamed as he thought, 10 credits. Soon, the day of the Shanghai University freshman welcoming party arrived. People in the crowd whispered, isn't that the runner-up of the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam who joined the Tianren Pavilion? Why is he sitting next to Shen Qinghan? What is his relationship with my goddess? Mo Yu walked over to strike up a conversation. Lin Zichen, do you still remember me? Zichen looked up and nodded. I do. He looked at them curiously. What is the relationship between you two? Zichen took Qinghan's hand and raised it. We're childhood friends and we're engaged. We'll get married right after graduation. Hearing this, Mo Yu and everyone around them gasped in shock. Inside the hall, people were chatting and laughing merrily. Her figure was elegant as she attended the ceremony with a cold, serious expression. Her eyes were completely icy, devoid of any warmth. Zichen felt a bit intimidated looking into those deep eyes, while Mo Yu quickly moved on and kept chatting with everyone else. On stage, the host was gesturing for attention when, all of a sudden, Mo Yu abruptly stood up. The crowd erupted in whispers. The freshman representative is actually him? Usually, the representative is the absolute strongest among the freshmen. I thought it would be Ma Shiwei, who already underwent gene fusion. This Li Moyu has dyed blonde hair and talks too much. He doesn't look like a genius at all. I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover. Inside, Mo Yu was absolutely thrilled. Yes, keep being shocked. I went through all the trouble of dyeing my hair blonde and acting like a chatterbox just to create this contrast. Now, I finally get to flex on everyone. He stepped onto the stage and raised his voice. Has anyone here ever heard of Li Yijin? Zichen thought to himself, who doesn't know about that genius from Imperial Capital University? He continued on stage, well, you guys definitely don't know this. Li Yijin actually has an equally genius younger brother, the top scorer of this year's college entrance exam in the Imperial Capital. His gene fusion compatibility reached 16%, matching the top scorer of Nanjiang Province, and his physical stats are the highest in the entire country. And that genius younger brother of Li Yijin is none other than me, Li Moyu, standing right here before you. Back when I was in middle school, I made a promise to my brother. He would be in charge of breaking records at Imperial Capital University. While I would dominate the records at Shanghai University, every single record at these two prestigious universities will soon be completely swept by us. the Lee brothers of the capital. And now, allow me to give you a little taste of the overwhelming aura of a level 5 ordinary being. Mo Yu smirked with pride. Down below, the crowd began to panic. Is this the pressure of a level 5 ordinary being? Most of us are only at level 3 or even level 2. Is this the vast gap between us and a true genius? It's utterly despairing. I'm seriously losing hope here. He raised his voice and introduced himself. My name is Lee Mo Yu, and I expect everyone to remember my name. Ching Han whispered softly. Xiao Chen, that Lee Mo Yu guy is such an idiot. He's only at an ordinary level 5, yet he already thinks he's invincible. He has no idea you could easily crush him with just one finger. Since you reminded us to keep a low profile, she agreed. All right, I know. The host continued. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to the Student Union President, Zhou Zhuohong, as he takes the stage to speak. He spoke with deep respect. President Zhou, the microphone is yours. Xuehong spoke up. Hello, freshmen. I am Zhou Xuehong, the Student Union President of Shanghai University. I am here today mainly to tell you 3 things. First, campus discipline isn't managed by the teachers. It's handled entirely by the Student Union. The Student Union holds far more power than you could ever imagine. Second, the Student Union recruits 10 people from the incoming freshman class at the beginning of every semester. Our only requirement is raw strength. Freshmen who want to join the Student Union over the next half year must prove what they are made of. Third, the inner campus of Shanghai University is a place where might makes right. It is a harsh environment where only the fittest survive. Seniors dominating freshmen and the strong bullying the weak is a daily occurrence here, so you'd better brace yourselves for it. That's all I have to say. But before I step down, I'll let you all get a little taste of what a high-tier lifeform can do. Everyone was terrified by his power. This biological pressure is insane. I can barely breathe. This is brutal. Zekin thought to himself. The pressure from high-tier lifeforms is indeed impressive. But at this distance, it poses absolutely no threat to an ordinary level 9 like me. The others sighed in relief. Thank goodness it was just a tiny release. I honestly thought we were going to die right here. Is this really what a high-tier lifeform is like? It's absolutely terrifying. Furthermore, right after this freshman orientation, you will stay right where you are to take part in the entrance trial. The rules of the trial are extremely simple. There is a large martial arts platform in the center of the field, and whoever can stand alone on that stage for more than 1 minute. Whoever claims the title of the new king of freshmen will receive 100 academic credits, which is 10 times more than last year. The second person to hold the stage for over 1 minute will take second place and earn 90 credits. The ranking will continue this way until the 10th and final spot is determined, with that person receiving a bonus of 10 credits. Someone cheered excitedly. In previous years, the geniuses from our class always swept the top 10, and this year will definitely be no exception. During the entrance trial, if even a single student from a regular class, meaning anyone not in the genius class, manages to break into the top 10, then every single freshman from the regular classes will receive 1 academic credit. Someone calculated. 1 credit is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. If we stick together and help get someone into the top 10, we'll all strike it rich. Suddenly, a voice bellowed. Quiet down, everyone. He Yu snatched the microphone. My name is He Yu from Class 6 of the Evolution Department. My deskmate is Lin Zichen. You all should know that he was the second highest scorer in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exam and was admitted to the Tianren Pavilion. His strength easily makes him the absolute best among all the freshmen here. We are going to join forces to crush those guys in the genius class and get Lin Zichen into the top 10. The others chanted in unison, Lin Zichen will make the top 10. Clear the way for Lin Zichen. Chuanwu sneered mockingly. President Zhou, you're acting incredibly petty here. You were completely humiliated by Li Yijin on stage earlier this year. So why are you taking your anger out on Li Yijin's younger brother now? Zhenhe scoffed. Speaking of petty, out of nearly 20,000 people at Shanghai University, who could possibly compete with you, Lu Chuanwu? He joked. If I were petty, I'd only target the people involved directly, not go after their family members. Just then, Xuehong walked over and interjected. Dean Ma, I heard your daughter scored incredibly high on the college entrance exam. Is that true? He replied. She did all right, ranking 3rd in Jingdu University. Xuehong continued. Dean Ma, please have your daughter join the student union. I'll groom her to be the next student union president. Zhenhe agreed. She'll definitely join. I'll be counting on you, President Zhou, to look after Ji Wei from now on. Shu Hong said firmly. As long as they're talented, I'll always take care of them. Nearby, people began to gossip. Who do you think will become this year's king of freshmen between Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, the two top recruits? A guy asserted, definitely Li Moyu. His biological tier has already reached an ordinary level 5, making his physical strength practically unmatched among the freshmen. A girl retorted, Dean Ma's daughter scored slightly lower than Li Moyu, but over the summer break, she successfully fused with the Shadowcat gene, so her current strength might not be any weaker than his. The guy stood his ground. I still think it's Li Moyu. Even though Ma Shiwei underwent gene fusion, it was only a tiny partial fusion, so her actual. There is a limit to how much power can increase. Just then, Chuanwu's voice rang out. In my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Shiwei stands a chance of winning this year's Rookie King title. The Rookie King will obviously be none other than Lin Zichen, a member of my Tianren Pavilion. Chen Hang scoffed. Lin Zichen's physical fitness score on the college entrance exam didn't even make the top 10 among this year's freshmen. How could he ever be the Rookie King? Just because he's in your Tianren Pavilion, he gets hyped up by a bunch of irrelevant gossips. He continued to provoke him. If you don't believe me, Dean Ma, do you dare to make a wager with me? He replied arrogantly. Why wouldn't I dare? Chuanwu continued. Then let's bet 100 credits. Chen Hang went along with it. A bet it is. Just don't go hiding when you lose. He invited the others to bet as well, just to make things interesting. They joined in, saying, Sure, we're in too. Chuanwu suggested, Dean, considering your status, how about betting 1,000 credits? Tang Zi agreed. All right. Seeing this, he cursed inwardly. How does this old geezer dare to make this bet? Did he bribe Li Moyu to throw the first match? But with my own daughter still in the running, could that Lin Zichen really become the new Rookie King? But how is that even possible? Right at that moment, he walked over to Dean Ma. Lin Zichen, who scored the second highest on the provincial college entrance exam, was originally a freshman at your Evolution Academy, sir. But after Instructor Lu snatched him away halfway through, do you feel bitter? He shot back. He's just a provincial runner-up. Our Evolution Academy has as many of those as we want, so we're really not missing anyone like him. He thought to himself, I heard old Ma recruited the remaining 3 fourth years from Tianren Pavilion, yet he claims he doesn't care at all. Isn't this a clear attempt at revenge? Chuanwu was secretly thrilled. Fantastic. Everyone is betting 100 credits, and one person is betting 1,000. This time, I'm really hitting the jackpot. Down below the arena, the crowd roared. Everyone, charge! Wipe out the genius class. Someone shouted. The freshman trial has begun. Chaos immediately erupted below the arena. Stop hitting me. I surrender. Zichen stood there silently, thinking, in the genius class, many rely on high genetic fusion compatibility, but there are also those with genuine strength. This is the peak combat force of the genius class, led by Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, totaling 12 people. Suddenly, the system displayed his danger sense biological attribute. He pondered. The two strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Shiwei, have both reached the ordinary stage 5 biological rank. The remaining 10 are all at the ordinary stage 4 biological rank or above. Someone bellowed. The genius class is nothing special after all. We've already knocked them all down. The genius class snapped back. Don't you dare hide up there. Get down here and face your doom. Suddenly, Kizi leapt down, relying on numbers to bully the weak. You win against a few scrubs and now you think you can boast? Come on, I'm standing right here. Attack me as much as you want. You're all about to realize just how pathetic you really are. They yelled, charge and take him down. There's a whole crowd of us. What is there to fear? If we all rush him together and each land a single punch, we can easily take him out. With supreme confidence, he threw a punch, sneering, insects. In no time, everyone who rushed him was knocked down by Kizi. Countless regular class students were sent flying. He gloated. Insects are just insects. No matter how many of you there are, you can never budge an elephant. A student screamed, Lu Kizi is way too arrogant. He dares to call our regular class insects? Let's go teach him a lesson. Stepping up from below, Zichen shoved his hands into his pockets and confidently replied, if that's the case, then bring it on. Kizi responded, so you're the top scorer of the physical fitness test in Nanjiang province? I've been wanting to trade blows with you for a long time. I, Lu Kizi, am the top scorer of the provincial college entrance exam in Yuntian province. I ran the 100 meters in 5.69 seconds, jumped 4.52 meters high from a standing position, and achieved a single arm lift of 1,150 kilograms. Lin Zichen, Why don't you share your own physical fitness test results from the college entrance exam? Zekin's face turned serious as he said, "There's no need to share." He threw a strike and added, "You can just feel it for yourself." The very next second, Kizi was sent flying into the distance. The crowd immediately erupted in praise. Lin Zikin is the absolute GOAT. Moyu thought in disbelief. I thought Lin Zikin would win using some clever scheme, but I never expected him to win through sheer brute force. Tang Zi wondered, just how powerful is this Zikin guy anyway? Chen Heng assessed. He looks refined on the outside, but underneath, he's an absolute beast. As he stepped off the arena, he said, Dajiang Province's top scorer, Luo Yongjian, sprinting 100 meters. Right after, someone charged at him and was instantly sent flying by Zikin. The school's students cheered excitedly. Incredible! Crush those high and mighty snobs from the genius class. Our regular class has geniuses too. Li Moyu, Ma Shiwei, if you two don't step up now, this year's Rookie King title is going straight to the regular class. Someone couldn't help but shout, Go get him, Sister Wei. Crush him. Sister Wei, show him the true level of the genius class. Brother Chen, whatever you do, don't hold back just because she's smoking hot. Brother Chen is invincible. Zikin silently thought to himself that this was a perfect chance to observe a gene-fused cultivator up close. Watching Jiwei move, he was quite impressed. She is incredibly fast. Is this the attribute boost from the Shadow Owl gene? But as she watched him dodge her attacks effortlessly, she was completely shocked. He is dodging everything so easily. Right now, I can't even touch him. Continuing to attack like this is just pointless. Suddenly, Shiwei called out, Give me half a minute. Once I fully activate the Shadow Owl gene in my body, we'll settle this once and for all. Zikin calmly replied, Take your time. Since this was a rare opportunity to witness gene activation in person, there was no way he would say no. Up in the stands, the crowd began to whisper, Dinma, has the Shadow Owl gene in your daughter's body already developed to this level? Her talent for gene fusion is insane. She is way more of a genius than I ever imagined. No wonder she ranked third in the Capital University entrance exam. In terms of raw talent, she completely outclasses the top scorers from the other provinces. Hearing this, Dinma immediately frowned. She only recently went through gene fusion. Pushing herself like this could easily cause her body to suffer a severe backlash. She's still as competitive as she was as a kid. Shiwei suddenly yelled, Lin Zichen, you are far too arrogant. I can't believe you actually waited for me to activate my Shadow Owl gene. Now, you're going to pay for your arrogance. Zikin watched her kick and analyzed her movements. She was only at ordinary level 5 before, but now she seems to be reaching level 6. She looked at his calm demeanor in disbelief. Even now, she couldn't land a single hit. Jiwei launched a barrage of attacks, but Zikin dodged them all with effortless ease. Panic began to set in. Why can't I hit him? This is impossible. Meanwhile, he casually analyzed the traits of the Shadow Owl gene fusion. Having gathered all the data he needed, Zichen clenched his fist and decided it was time to stop wasting his time with her. The moment he unleashed his strike, Shiwei panicked. What? How is this happening? She was sent flying, full of denial. This can't be. The crowd erupted in excitement. Oh my gosh, Lin Zikin just turned that gorgeous face of hers into a swollen mess. Jiwei sat up, clutching her face as she wailed. My face! Zhenhe rushed over in a panic. Jiwei, Lin Zikin, how dare you beat my daughter to this state? Are you even a man? Zikin countered. The path of evolution doesn't care about gender, only strength. Watching from the stands, Moyu crossed his arms and spoke. Well said. The path of evolution only cares about strength. The moment he leaped down, the crowd grew even more hyped. It's Li Moyu, he's finally stepping up. Brother Yu, you're the only hope left for our elite class. Crush him and avenge Jiwei. Moyu sneered. Lin Zichen, I didn't expect you to be such a show-off, intentionally pretending to be just the runner-up of the college entrance exam, just so you could one-shot the provincial champion during the opening trials. Too bad you're not the only one hiding your true strength. He grinned as his body rapidly began to transform. Because so am I. The crowd gasped. No way. Li Moyu is a gene fusion user too? And it's the evil-eyed giant ape gene. That requires an incredibly high physical tolerance to fuse with. His beastly aura right now has probably reached ordinary level 6. He's still in the ordinary stage, yet he successfully fused with the evil-eyed giant ape. Those Li brothers really are geniuses. Chuanwu froze in sheer terror. We're doomed. This time I'm going to lose my shirt. That's 1,900 academic points and 19 million credits. In a dark corner, Lu Gong was busy on his phone. The organization just sent a mission. The voice on the other end said, I just placed a high-level demon seed in the garden outside the campus. You two go grab it, then find a way to feed it to Li Moyu. Shuji hesitated. Li Moyu is the young master of the capital's Li family. Feeding him a demon seed is way too risky, isn't it? The voice warned. Our organization is far more powerful than you can possibly imagine. A tiny family like the Lis can be wiped out with the flick of a finger. Lu Gang turned to him. Gee, are we doing this or not? Shuji replied with a sigh. Do we even have a choice? Zikan calmly evaluated his opponent. The evil-eyed giant ape has maxed out strength and defense, but its speed is quite slow. Once matured, they usually reach high rank, with only a select few powerful ones reaching rare rank. Moyu crossed his arms arrogantly and said, even though you and Ma Shiwei are considered the two top geniuses of Shan University, the difference between us is like night and day. I wonder if you'll still have such an easy time dealing with me now. Before he could even finish speaking, Zichen lunged forward with a punch. Moyu's reflexes were impressive. He actually managed to dodge Zichen's level 6 speed punch. Let's see how you handle level 7 speed then. Zichen's next fist connected with enough force to twist Moyu's face sideways. Zichen silently noted, his defense is incredible, definitely higher than an ordinary level 6. Moyu cursed in rage. Cheap shot, you have no honor. Now that I've cranked my focus up to 120%, you're never going to land another hit on me. Before he could even finish speaking, Lin Zichen appeared right in front of him. People began whispering that although Lin Zichen's speed was incredible, it was a shame he couldn't deal any real damage to Li Moyu. Li Moyu was definitely slower, but his high defense gave him a huge margin for error. On the flip side, Lin Zichen wouldn't be able to handle even a single punch from Li Moyu. It looked like the match was already over. He thought to himself that the reaction speed test was pretty much complete. The next test would evaluate the final attribute, strength. Li Moyu roared in anger. Lin Zichen, my speed might be slower than yours, but your strength is pathetic. You can't even scratch me. You've already lost this match. He flew into a frenzy and lunged forward, yelling, now it's my turn. In the stands, someone cried out in panic, Lin Zichen, run! Up above, the onlookers shouted to remind him, Chuan Wu, don't forget to transfer those 100 credits. Everyone in the crowd watched the arena with bated breath. Suddenly, the bones in Li Moyu's hand shattered in silence. Clutching his arm in agony, he screamed, my hand! It's completely broken! The spectators were completely baffled. What just happened? What's wrong with Li Moyu? Did Lin Zichen just win? That is so bizarre, Lin Zichen pondered. The strength of someone with the demonic-eyed giant ape gene fusion is incredibly massive, even to the point of breaking their own hand. It seems their offensive power completely overrides their defense. He spoke up. Li Moyu's right hand is probably shattered. Someone get up here and treat him. The medical team replied, got it. Suddenly, Dongji appeared and ordered, step aside, let her examine him. He wondered, could his entire right hand have shattered simply from the force of punching Lin Zichen in the face? If that's the case, just how hard is Lin Zichen's face? Suddenly, the system notification popped up. Natural camouflage skill activated. Lin Zichen wondered, should I use my spiritual power to mask my true strength? I just hope my natural camouflage skill can get me through this. Dongji glanced at him, a standard tier 6 biological level, but his skin toughness far exceeds others of the same tier, and the strength of his facial bones and muscles is absurdly high. But is that really all? He asked aloud. So, what's the deal? Just how strong is this Lin Zichen guy? She replied, standard tier 6, just with a much tougher physical body. Nothing else seems out of the ordinary. Lin Zichen observed them silently, thinking, looks like I managed to hide it. Li Moyu was dazed, wondering what kind of miracle medicine he had just taken to be completely healed. Lin Zichen asked him, is your hand fully recovered now? He happily replied, completely back to normal. Lin Zichen said, in that case, you can get off the stage now. Suddenly, Li Moyu shouted, Lin Zichen, just wait. Once my gene fusion technology reaches the next level, I will definitely defeat you in the arena. Immediately, a heated argument broke out between the two classes. So what if you can fuse genes? Lin Zichen can do it too, and he'll be stepping all over you for the rest of your life. This is the first time in my life I've seen a loser act so smug and self-righteous. Li Moyu lost to Lin Zichen, not to you. If Lin Zichen won, then our class won. Then Lin Zichen looked up, realizing that a full minute had passed. An announcement echoed, "Congratulations to Lin Zichen from Martial Arts Class 1 for becoming this year's Rookie King." His classmates erupted in excitement. Brother Zichen is the GOAT, the pride of the ordinary class. Then, he jumped down, having made his decision. "Since I've already secured the Rookie King title." Suddenly, Lin Zichen scooped her up in his arms, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. "Wait, isn't that Shen Qinghan from the genius class? What is Lin Zichen doing with her?" Qinghan's face flushed bright red as she thought, "No way. Is he really going to make our relationship public right now?" And then, Lin Zichen arrogantly declared, "Next, I'm taking all the spots from 2nd to 10th. Someone yelled out in anger, "Lin Zichen, you're taking this way too far. All of us from the genius class, let's jump him, beat him to a pulp, and get that traitor Shen Qinghan too. Let's trash them both." But anyone who dared to rush forward was instantly taken down by Lin Zichen. Shi Wei, her face already swollen, stepped forward and snarled, "Traitor, prepare to die." But then she was quickly sent flying by one of his kicks. Zhen He, seeing his daughter injured, cried out in panic, "Wei Wei." Lin Zichen thought to himself, "The opponents from the genius class have all been wiped out. Surely no one else will dare to challenge me now, right?" The system announced, "Congratulations to Shen Qinghan for securing 2nd place in the entrance trial." He then demanded, "The remaining ranks will be handed out to everyone in order. You guys get the ranks, but the credits belong to me." The other students erupted in excitement. "Brother Zichen, I'm coming." "Me, I want a spot in the top 10 too." Just like that, the total credits for the top 10 reached 550 points. Xia Yu was thrilled to receive his reward so effortlessly. Adding the 9 credits that all freshmen accumulated from their regular classes, the total score came out to 559. He spoke up in outrage. "Principal, Lin Zichen's actions are completely out of line. He already took the Rookie King title, so how can he monopolize all the top 10 spots for himself?" Chuanwu stepped forward to counter. "How is that out of line? Since when do the rules of the entrance trial forbid someone from sweeping the entire top 10? Even if there is no clear rule against it, that doesn't make his actions right. Lin Zichen is clearly just exploiting a loophole in the system." "I agree. Dean Ma is right. This is indeed a loophole in the rules, but we can only change them next year. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair to Lin Zichen." Zhen, he was extremely frustrated, but he had no choice but to comply. "I got it. Lu Gang just sent word that there is a change of plans. We don't need Li Moyu anymore. Swap him out for Lin Zichen. Feed him that high-grade demon seed and make him one of us." Once the entrance trial was over, he rushed over with open arms. "Zichen, just how many more surprises are you hiding from me?" But Zichen dodged him and didn't forget to remind him, "You haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Chuanwu replied, "Of course not. Here are 10 blood chi pills, plus triple your benefits for this semester. I've already transferred 300 credits directly to your account, so you can buy whatever you need." He thought to himself, after all, this kid did just help him win a bet of 1,900 credits. He leaned in and whispered, "Zichen, level with me. Just how much power are you still hiding?" "What is your real level?" he replied. "Just standard stage 6. I've finished skin tempering, refined a bit of muscle, and was born with naturally strong bones." Chuanwu was completely shocked. "You have already started muscle tempering? I can say with absolute certainty that before you graduate, you will be able to evolve into a higher form of life beyond standard pureblood humans. You must stay committed to the pure-blood human path. You are destined for greatness in the future." Zichen assured him, "Don't worry, Dean. I will." Later, in his private room, he wondered, "So, this is a blood chi pill?" Zichen decided to swallow it to test its effects. The system notified him, vitality plus 108. He sighed in disappointment. "That's it? Just this tiny boost? This increase is barely better than running a few miles. What a waste." So, Zichen decided it would be better to give them to Han Han instead. Just then, Qinghan asked curiously, "Zichen, when did you get back?" He replied, "About half an hour ago. Here, take this blood chi pill and let's see how it works." Her eyes widened in surprise. "A blood chi pill?" Zichen asked caringly, "How do you feel?" Qinghan replied, "I feel a warmth spreading through my body, and my energy feels so much more vibrant." "Zichen, the effects of this pill are amazing," he explained. "It doesn't do much for me anyway. Take the remaining 8 pills. Just make sure to only take 1 a day at most." She agreed. "Okay." The next day, Zichen greeted her. "Hello, Sister Yu Yan." She replied, "Well, hello there, our new human king. The dean told me your biological rank is actually just standard stage 6, and you've already started muscle tempering. He replied, that's right. Yu Yan exclaimed, oh my goodness Zishan, you are an absolute genius. With you joining the Celestial Pavilion, we're definitely going to shock the world and shatter everyone's perceptions. Zikan could only sigh and say, sure, let's work hard together. Later, he thought to himself, Liu Chuanwu and Song Yu Yan have spent years researching the aperture-opening blood tempering art without any breakthrough. It looks like I'll have to study the original text myself. With the help of my celestial root of wisdom trait, figuring this out should be a piece of cake. She spoke up, Zikan, the student council members are looking for you at the Research Institute's entrance. They probably want you to join them because of your incredible performance yesterday. Zikan declined, not interested. Yu Yan reminded him, being on the student council gets you bonus credits every month, you know. Just then, Zhou Shuihong approached them. Hello. I'm the student council president, Zhou Shuihong. Zikan replied, hello, president. He said, I'm here to personally invite you to join the student council. We want to groom you as a star candidate to become the next president. Joining the student council comes with a ton of perks. Besides getting 3 special meals a day, you will also have a say in major school decisions and receive extra credits every single month. Are you interested in joining us? He immediately perked up. Absolutely. Zhou Shuang continued, but there is one condition. You must abandon the pure-blood human path and choose the gene fusion path instead. Zichen was surprised. Why is that? Crossing his arms, he explained, the student council only accepts geniuses with a future. Right now, you certainly have talent, but if you don't pursue gene fusion, even a talented individual like you will eventually be left behind. The pure-blood human path is a dead end. Dean Liu and Instructor Song are living proof of that. Zikan asked. So you're saying I have to follow the gene fusion path just to join the student council? Shuihong nodded. Precisely. Zikan said, in that case, never mind. I'll pass. He thought to himself, the student council's perks can't even compare to what the Celestial Pavilion offers. The students behind Shuihong immediately started whispering, is something wrong with our new human king's head? He still wants to stick to the pure-blood path? Just because he won the human king title, he thinks he's hot stuff. This stupid freshman is going to regret this big time later. President, I told you so. That brainwashing trick of the Deva Pavilion has been ridiculously effective for a long time. There is honestly no point in wasting time trying to find him. The senior has already left. Forget it, let's just go recruit other geniuses instead. A genius without a future is no genius at all, they're just trash. Over on the other side, Yu Yan is absolutely fuming. Why do these kids in their 20s on the student council still think like stubborn old geezers? They are seriously a lost cause. She stops slamming the table the moment the dean walks back in. Both of them look at Chuanwu's expression in utter surprise. Dean, you are truly doing great things for the development of pure-blood humanity. You didn't even hesitate to sell your own body day and night just to attract investment. On the future path of pure-blood humanity, your name will surely be written in history. He silently curses. Would you die if you didn't add the part about selling my body? Chuanwu walks over and pats his shoulder. Zichen, mark my words. Women are nothing but obstacles on the path of evolution. They will break your bones and suck out your marrow. Avoid them at all costs if you can. Oh, right, Zichen. The school actually provides housing for the families of geniuses, and they can even arrange internal jobs. Do you want to bring your parents over to live with you? Zichen replies, I get it, Dean. I'll head home this weekend and discuss this with my parents. He adds, also, I've unlocked access for you so you can start taking on school missions. With your current abilities, you don't need to wait until your second semester. Just go ahead and take on missions directly to earn credits. Don't waste any time getting stronger. Yu Yan stands up and proudly pats her chest. Your sister Yan here takes on off-campus missions every single week to pile up credits. You can tag along with me on my missions later to get a feel for how to gain experience. In a little while, I'm going to take on a mission to hunt down a mutant beast, and I'll bring you along to show you the ropes. He replies, I'll be in your care then, Sister Yan. First, let's see what kind of missions are available on the school app. Zichen thinks to himself, the on-campus missions are mostly minor chores, usually only worth 1 or 2 credits. They might not pay much, but they're low difficulty, which makes them super popular. Let's check out the student-posted requests to see if anything fits. A post looking for a gene fusion training partner requires a female, preferably with beast ears, pale skin, a pretty face, and long legs. Is he really looking for a training partner? Yeah, I'd better check the off-campus board instead. There are plenty of off-campus missions with great credit payouts, but these locations are a bit too far. A mission to capture a 7-member bandit gang that's been hijacking mutant beast meat trucks, and a mission to hunt down an ordinary Tier 9 mutant beast. Finally, he makes his choice. This one looks perfect. The screen displays, mission to capture an out-of-control Gene, Fusion Catgirl. Mission accepted. She leans in curiously. You took that Catgirl mission? Why don't I come along with you? Zikin declines, no need, but how did you know, Sister Yan? Yan is puzzled. The mission board actually shows who accepted it, you know? He falls into deep thought after hearing this. No kidding. A total of 28 people have taken this on. 26 of them are seniors, and besides me, there's only one other freshman, Ma Shiwei. She's only an ordinary Tier 5. If she dares to take this on, she must have some backup. Zikin waves as he walks away. Sister Yan, it's getting late. I have to head back for lunch. She calls out, all right, get home safe. A short while later, he feels someone tailing him on his way back. Thanks to his danger perception, Zikin identifies them as an ordinary Tier 7. Suddenly, a guy comes charging up from behind, screaming, Lin Ziken, what the hell did Jiwei ever do to you? Why are you constantly plotting against her? You slapped her across the face during the entrance trials and even kicked her in the butt, and now you're trying to steal her off-campus mission too? Did Lu Chuanwu put you up to this? What kind of coward bullies a girl? You got the guts to fight me? Ziken calmly asks, did Ma Shiwei send you, or was it Dean Ma? He roars, neither. I came here on my own because I just can't stand your smug face. Ziken raises an eyebrow. So? He challenges him. Do you have the guts to fight me or not? Ziken sighs and walks away in annoyance. We're in college already, and I'm still running into weak-ass simps like this. The guy loses his mind. Stop right there. Ziken calmly throws a punch. You're too noisy. Ziken looks down at him. Satisfied now? Later, when he gets back home, he calls out, I'm home. Qinghan replies, oh, you're back? Lunch is ready. Wash your hands and let's eat. Zichen, those 10 kilograms of raw snail meat you bought at the mall yesterday were just delivered. I already put them in the fridge for you. He replies, thanks. I got it. He thinks to himself, I originally wanted to buy the whole stock to unlock the illustration, but that would have drawn too much attention. It's better not to stick out. That's why I only bought 10 kilograms to test the waters first. The system chimes in. You have absorbed a massive amount of raw snail origin essence. She walks over, looking curious. Zichen, why on earth did you use a trash bag to carry raw snail meat? Really? Zichen explained. This raw snail meat is already spoiled. You should just throw it away. Qinghan was puzzled. But when I signed for the delivery for you, it still looked so fresh. He explained, it was fresh when you signed for it, but I just absorbed all of its inner essence. That's why it went bad so fast. She was surprised. Absorbing essence? Is that your superpower? He nodded. Yeah. I can absorb the essence from mutant beast meat and gain a portion of their strength. Qinghan was dumbfounded. Are you even human? No wonder you didn't go with gene fusion and chose the pureblood path instead. With a superpower like this, you don't even need gene fusion in the first place. Zichen remembered. Oh, right. Dean Lu told me the school can help relocate the families of genius students here and arrange jobs for them. Should we bring our parents over? Qinghan hesitated. Wait, is there really such a good deal? Of course we should, Zichen suggested. Since we have the weekend off, let's go home together and talk to our parents about it. She shared, Xiao Chen, during class today, my instructor said there's a top-tier match happening at the arena at 3 this afternoon. That match is definitely worth watching. It's a showdown between the 9th-ranked mechanical student and the 8th-ranked gene-fused cultivator. Do you want to go watch it with me? Zichen agreed. Sure, let's go check it out after we finish eating. Along with the instructors and students, representatives from the Gechen Group are also attending. The Gechen Group is the largest partner of Shanghai University's mechanical department, so their presence isn't surprising at all. The host announced, look at the second-floor balcony. The genius mech girl we always see online is here too. The reason the Gechen Group spent so much money to support the Mechanical Academy is simply to expand their own influence. Qinghan asked, Zichen, what do you think? If the genius from Jing University fought that genius mech girl, who would win? He replied, we'll have to see who wins the next match first. It's hard to make an accurate guess right now. If the 8th-ranked evolved student wins, then the genius from Jing University is stronger. But if the 9th-ranked mechanical student wins, then that genius mech girl is the stronger one. Just then, the announcement rang out, and the duel began. The mech fighter quickly soared into the air to take the upper hand. Instantly, a barrage of lightning-fast bullets rained down on the opponent. The host continued. The 8th-ranked contender is completely overwhelmed. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. Is the mech fighter switching to melee combat? At that very moment, a brutal battle was unfolding in the arena. A flurry of punches was thrown like a raging storm. In the center of the ring, the 8th-ranked fighter's face was quickly bashed out of shape. In the end, he fell unconscious on the ground, instantly defeated. The crowd erupted into wild cheers. Oh my god, the mech fighter actually won. Meanwhile, Shu Yun was reporting, "Second miss, the area around Origin Ground 36 has been unusually quiet for the past few months. I don't know if the other side has abandoned the passage there, or if they're plotting something big." Dongzi asked, "What about Tian Xue? How is she doing in the Origin Ground? Has she adjusted yet?" She replied, "She's adjusted extremely well. She's growing incredibly fast and is about to evolve into a high-tier stage 2. Second miss, what kind of person is Tian Xue anyway? Why is her constitution so unique? She doesn't feel like an earthling at all." She warned, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't." Shu Yun said fearfully, "I'm sorry, second miss, that was out of line." Dongji ordered, "All right. I have a student meeting to attend, so I'll leave you to your work now." She complied. Dongzi switched channels, observing that the mech fighter held the upper hand against the evolved being. The Gekken group is stronger than expected. Mechanical enhancements have the advantage of wide applicability, but no matter how powerful they can't penetrate the Origin Ground. Once inside the Origin Ground, all electronic and mechanical equipment will malfunction. Then Dongji cut the call. Even the strongest robot will only turn into a pile of scrap metal in there. Zichen and Han Han went back home over the weekend. They mentioned the idea of having everyone move to the campus permanently, and their parents readily agreed. Next up was completing the Catwoman mission. Catwoman was an ordinary Tier 6 creature, and she was incredibly fast. She often appeared in Shanghai City's red light district to seduce men, before brutally torturing and killing them. The information on the screen showed that the target was extremely cunning, a master of disguise, and highly skilled in using various drugs. He mused, "The location is the plaza. With an enemy so cunning and hard to catch, it's no wonder this mission has been left incomplete for so long. First, I'll use my sky eye and danger sense to conduct a thorough search." Right then, the street was buzzing with chatter. "That guy's gaze is terrifying. What on earth is he doing? He has a great build and is quite handsome, but his eyes, they're sending chills down my spine." Right then, a burly man stepped out and barked, "Kid, who the hell are you staring at?" Ziken coldly ordered, "Get lost," as he secretly unleashed his biological suppression. "I have already swept this area, but found nothing suspicious. Let's move on to the next red light district and see." Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened in surprise as he spotted a familiar face. Ma Shiwei. Next to her were two upperclassmen of ordinary rank 7. They probably tagged along to help her complete the Catwoman quest, right? She pointed him out. "Look. That is Lin Zichen." Jiwei sneered in disgust. "Ugh, what bad luck. Let's stay away from him." The two beside her agreed. "All right." Watching them walk away, he couldn't help but feel completely helpless. "How strange," Jiwei explained. "Lin Zichen also took on the Catwoman mission, so he must have come here looking for her. We absolutely must beat him to it and make all his efforts completely useless." The upperclassman took the lead, saying, "Leave it to me. I have fused my genes with a demon hound, so my sense of smell is extremely sharp. I will definitely find Catwoman before he does." Suddenly, his senses tingled. "I smell her. She is in that bar right across the street." She quickly rushed off. "Once we capture her, we will drag her right in front of Lin Zichen just to rub it in his face." Shiwei stopped in her tracks and asked, "Where is she?" The senior pointed, "Right over there." Shiwei raised an eyebrow in doubt. "Really? She looks just like an ordinary college student." He explained, "The scent coming from her is identical to the one on Catwoman's personal belongings at the police station. There is absolutely no mistake. That Catwoman really is a master of disguise and incredibly cunning." Shifting her stance, she added, "We can talk about that later. First, let's go grab her." Sensing the approaching group, Catwoman noticed them and let out a cold, subtle smirk. Suddenly, she crashed right through the glass window. They cried out, "Oh no, she is trying to escape." Shiwei's group immediately gave chase. She realized, damn it, her speed is insane, we are about to lose her. He reassured her, "Don't worry, I can track her scent. She has to stop and catch her breath eventually." "Gotcha, she is hiding right inside there." Shiwei ordered, "Let's move in and end this quickly. Do not let her slip away again." Suddenly, Catwoman's voice echoed, "If I actually wanted to run, do you really think you pests could keep up? The better the hunter, the easier they become the prey. Don't you fools understand that simple truth?" They instantly went on high alert as she began to unleash her biological pressure. The group panicked. No way. She is an ordinary rank 9. Shiwei became highly defensive and anxious. She was hiding her true strength. Shiwei screamed, "Run! We can't handle this mission." Catwoman sneered. "Trying to run? None of you are getting out of here alive." She glanced at the senior and teased, "Well, aren't you a handsome little thing? Ever since you walked into the bar, this big sister has had her eyes on you." Next to them, Shiwei quickly unleashed a thick cloud of smoke, thinking, "This is my only shot. This smoke will dull her senses. Run while we have the chance." The female senior gasped, "That was too close. The mission intel was completely wrong. We almost died back there." He urged her, "Shiwei, quick, call Dean Ma, explain the situation and get them to fix that damn Catwoman mission right away." Shiwei anxiously pulled out her phone and said, "I am calling right now." Then, a thought crossed her mind. Wait, Lindsay Shen took this mission too. If he runs into Catwoman, he is as good as dead. No, I have to warn him. He is annoying, but I can't just leave him to die. But I don't have his number. I will have to call Shen Qinghan first. Meanwhile, Catwoman grumbled in anger. "Damn it! My prey slipped right through my fingers." Just then, her eyes caught sight of Zichen. Catwoman gasped. "Well, look at this handsome guy. He is totally my type. A blessing in disguise, indeed. But as for you, running into me, you can only blame your terrible luck. Handsome." On the other side, Zichen observed that Catwoman was indeed an ordinary rank 9. She suddenly froze in shock, thinking, how is his speed even faster than mine? Zichen's fist, surging with massive energy, flew straight at Catwoman. The sheer force of his punch smashed directly into her face, twisting it completely. Catwoman was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. Holding her face, she gasped. "Even taking 50% of his strength, only a layer of my face skin got torn. He is just a young student, so how is he this powerful? Moreover, he is not even a gene fusion user. If this continues, I'll definitely lose to him. Surviving is more important. He can even keep up with this speed?" Zichen lunged forward. "Then let's see how you handle 100% of my power." After the attack, he looked at her and gasped. Her neck is completely snapped, but she's still not dead? How is she still alive after all those hits? Still, her biological pressure is getting weaker and weaker. I have to finish her off before she recovers. Suddenly, Zichen's eyes widened at the sight before him, and he gasped. Oh no, the biological pressure inside her is suddenly surging again. In this life or death moment, she actually ignited her blood. I can feel that she is only a hair's breadth away from reaching the threshold of an advanced being. Catwoman turned wild and roared, "Kid, who the hell are you?" Thinking to herself, I was forced to trigger my advanced stage just now. Catwoman turned completely wild and roared, "Kid, who the hell are you?" She muttered to herself, I was just forced to fully activate all the Catwoman genes in my body. Even though it boosted my strength and saved my life, my wild beast instincts will now be permanently worsened. On top of that, it makes me much more vulnerable to a backlash from the beast genes. Meanwhile, Zichen quickly flashed a forced smile. Oh, sorry about that. I think I got the wrong person. She gritted her teeth, watching him walk away. His true strength is a complete mystery, and he is totally unpredictable. Besides, I have used up all my trump cards, and a gene backlash could strike at any second. If he attacks me again, I am as good as dead. I need to focus on staying alive first, and get the hell out of this dangerous place as fast as possible. Suddenly, the Catwoman spun around in shock. What is that sound? A weapon strikes her right on the forehead. Caught completely off guard, the Catwoman is pinned straight to the wall. Right in front of her, Zichen is charging at a blinding speed. He thrusts his weapon deep into the Catwoman's body. Zichen stares at her with a look of suspicion. Without hesitation, he continues his relentless, rapid-fire assault. Zichen senses that her biological pressure has completely vanished. He looks at her skeptically, wondering, is she finally dead for real this time? Zikin tells himself, the next step is to upload this to the school app's mission system to prove that I have completed the task. And then, notify the security department to clean up the scene. He pulls out his phone. Hello, yes, I am currently at Alley 20, Street 20. I have found the Catwoman's body here. Hanging up, Zikin reaches his hand out. Now, it is time to devour the Shadow Catwoman genes from her body. System, you have absorbed a massive amount of the Shadow Catwoman's life essence. He is amazed. He never expected that simply absorbing a high-level Shadow Catwoman gene fusion would accelerate the progress of his diagram this much. It is highly likely that the Catwoman suffered a gene backlash from the Shadow Catwoman within her, resulting in a much higher concentration of Dark Catwoman genes. Meanwhile, Xiaowei is speaking to Xia Zhenhe. Dad, that Catwoman mission I took almost got me killed. The mission details were completely wrong. That Catwoman was not just a regular tier 6, she was a regular tier 9, which is incredibly high. He asks in shock, what? Wei, tell me exactly what happened. I will have a word with Director He, the head of the mission assignment system, in a bit. She starts explaining. Well, this is how it all went down. Xiaowei thinks to herself, I should get back to school as soon as possible. It is too risky to hang around outside, lest that Catwoman comes looking for revenge. Beside her, Duanzi probes, Wei, look at this. What on earth is going on? How did Lin Zixin end up completing that Catwoman mission? She replies in utter disbelief that Catwoman's biological rank was tier 9. He is just a first-year freshman. How on earth did he pull that off? Once the weekend comes to an end, Han and Zixin head back to the school dorms together. Just then, he receives a notification. Your 300 academic points have been transferred. Zixin thinks to himself, the reward for the Catwoman mission has come through. But wait, why is the reward amount higher than expected? Then, another notification pops up. Shanghai University. The previous information regarding the Catwoman mission was incorrect. The Catwoman's rank has now been updated to a regular tier 9. Standing beside him, Qinghan says in surprise, the school's mission system is seriously unreliable. Thank goodness you are strong enough. Otherwise, you would have been sent to your death. He replies, it really was a trap. We will definitely need to be much more careful when taking on missions in the future. If a suitable mission comes up down the road, I will bring you along so you can get some real combat experience and toughen yourself up. She smiles happily. That is awesome. Finally, I get to go on a mission with you, Zixin. Meanwhile, Zikin looks down at his phone, lost in thought. He decides to directly buy 90 pounds of raw snail meat to activate the diagram. At first, I was worried that buying so much at once would easily draw attention, but thankfully, that does not seem to be the case. Exotic beast meat is incredibly nutritious and plays a huge role in boosting evolution. Since Han is so physically weak, I should definitely buy some more beast meat for her to eat. He speaks up, Han, have you ever thought about eating exotic beast meat? As they walk together, Zikin adds, I actually already ordered some. Qinghan sits down and suggests, let me see. How about we buy some violent giant eagle meat? 1 point gets us 6 pounds, which is enough to last us for a few days in the fridge. Zikin agrees. Sounds good. I will place an order for the violent giant eagle meat then. Qinghan stops him. No, do not order it. Let me do it. I still have the 90 points you gave me, after all. Zixin nods. Okay. He thinks to himself, since we are living under the same roof anyway, there is no need to draw a line between what is yours and what is mine. As the two of them are eating, the doorbell rings. He stands up and says, I will get the door. After picking up the package, Zixin is pleasantly surprised. Wow, I did not expect it to be delivered this fast. Let's put this violent giant eagle meat in the fridge first, and then I can start devouring it. System, you have absorbed a large amount of the raw snail's life essence. Zixin notices that, although it is a live snail, it is severely injured. He observes it closely and concludes, wow, its healing speed is incredibly fast. System, you have successfully unlocked the raw snail diagram and acquired the biological attribute, superfast self-healing. He is astounded. This is an absolute beast of a self-healing ability. The description for superfast self-healing reads, your self-recovery capabilities have been significantly enhanced. Zixin decides to test out this self-healing power first. With that, his gaze sharpens. Zikin stared closely at the wound on his hand. Slowly but surely, the massive gash began to shrink. eventually vanishing completely without leaving behind even a single trace. Within just a few seconds, the bleeding completely stopped, and the wound sealed itself up. With this rapid self-healing ability, as long as I have a single breath left and enough energy, I can constantly regenerate my health. Just then, the doorbell rang. Who could it be at this hour? Is that something you ordered? Ching-han asked. No, I didn't buy anything, she replied. But the moment the door swung open, a loud voice blurted out, I am so sorry. Shi-wei said apologetically, I'm so sorry to bother you guys this late. Zichen asked with a stern look, why are you asking about this? Crossing her arms, Shi-wei replied, I'm just really curious about how you managed to pull off that cat girl mission. Would you mind sharing a bit of the details? He bluntly replied, no, it's not convenient. Hearing this, she immediately turned to leave. Fine, then I won't bother you anymore. Standing nearby, Ching-han quickly chimed in. Shi-wei, why don't you come inside for a cup of tea? I have some tea leaves from back home that my mom roasted herself. Shi-wei declined. Maybe next time, I still have some things to take care of. Ching-han then gently explained to him, Zishin, Shi-wei is actually a really nice person. There was some misinformation about the cat girl this time, so she was worried you'd be in danger. She even texted me to warn you. We should try to talk to her more from now on. Zishen replied dotingly. If that's what you want, you can invite her over whenever you like. After all, she lives just one floor below us. Meanwhile, Chuanwu spoke up. That night, I saw Ma Zhenhe with my own eyes going to find Director He, the mission system manager. They couldn't agree on anything and immediately started arguing, which eventually turned into a physical fight. Yuyan asked curiously, was it because of the error in the cat girl mission details? He heartily replied, exactly. Ma Zhenhe's daughter took on that exact mission, but because of the mistake in the cat girl's biological tier, she was almost killed. How could he not be absolutely furious? She replied, I heard about that. The cat girl's actual biological stage was a standard tier 9, but the mission description listed her as only a standard tier 6. Chuanwu walked over to join the conversation and said, Zichen, you are only at standard tier 6, so how on earth did you manage to complete this mission? Yuyan asked, equally puzzled. Zichen, did you get carried by some powerhouse? Did you get a top-tier expert to help you finish the mission? Or did you set up some kind of trap? He answered them, no powerhouses and no traps. I simply relied on my own raw physical strength to solo her. She gasped, a solo kill? What do you mean by that? While Chuanwu panicked, wait, have you been hiding your true strength all this time? They both cried out in shock, solo? Am I hearing this right? Is this some kind of joke? Zichen sighed inwardly. After spending a few days together, I've realized these two are actually pretty decent people. Revealing my body, tempering progress, and my actual biological tier to them would probably do more good than harm. Plus, they might even be able to help me research how to open up my acupoints. I might as well just be upfront with them. Zichen turned around with a forced smile. Actually, my true strength recently reached standard tier 9. The two of them were completely dumbfounded upon hearing this. On top of that, I've already achieved full mastery of my first body tempering, and I'm currently working on my second run. Clenching his fist, Chuanwu exclaimed, full mastery of body tempering, heaven doesn't abandon those who strive. All these years of my persistence have finally paid off. Zichen, with you here, the path of the pureblood humans will definitely succeed. When that time comes, your name, along with the name of our Tianren Pavilion, will surely shake the entire world. Tears streaming down his face, he sobbed, I've spent so many years painstakingly researching the path of pureblood humans, to the point of ruining my family and losing my wife and children, yet I still made no progress. But today, I have finally met an absolute genius who is a perfect match for the blood tempering art. With him paving the way, the path of pureblood humans will undoubtedly shine brightly and become humanity's ultimate salvation. Zichen watched him, totally bewildered. How did it even come to this? He is literally crying and laughing at the same time. Chuanwu patted his shoulder. Zichen, your physical talent is honestly mind-blowing. If it weren't for the fact that you don't have a single drop of origin energy in your body, I would have suspected you were a mutant from the source land. Zichen asked curiously. A mutant from the source land? Chuanwu explained. In a world where exotic beasts exist, there must naturally be mutants as well. It's just that mutants usually reside within the source land rather than on Earth, so it's virtually impossible for us to ever cross paths with them. Yuyan asked skeptically. Do mutants really exist? Director, you are so biased. I've been in the Tianren Pavilion for so many years, and you've never mentioned this to me once. Zikan inquired. Director, what exactly is origin energy? Chuanwu explained. Origin energy is a unique power possessed by the creatures of the source land, much like vitality and spirit. He asked excitedly. How do you use that energy? What kind of abilities does it actually grant you? Chuanwu hesitated. Well, I'm not really sure how to answer that right now. After all, in all my years of living, I've only ever encountered 2 people with special abilities. Yuyan shot back. Are you just blowing smoke? Dean, your biological rank is stuck at ordinary tier 9, so you can't enter the origin ground at all. Curious, Zichen probes. Are there biological rank restrictions to enter the origin ground? He emphasizes that by standard regulations, to enter the origin ground, your biological rank must be at least high tier. Otherwise, you'll just end up as cannon fodder. By the way, who said I met them in the origin ground? I actually met them on Earth. One of them is a female disciple my ex-wife took in 10 years ago, from who knows where. He realizes. So Han's master, Luo Tianshou, is actually a mutant? Chuan Wu continues. As for the other person, I met them in a mysterious, super-ancient ruin, the very same super-ancient ruin, where the blood tempering technique was discovered. The secrets I'm about to tell you today must absolutely never be leaked to anyone else. You must keep this an absolute secret. Got it? She reassures him. Don't worry, Dean. My lips are sealed. I won't leak any of this. He nods. I trust you guys. Zichen, keep your abilities hidden for now, and don't show off too much, so you don't get targeted by the cultists. It's extremely dangerous, even inside the school, because they are everywhere. If you want to take on missions that match your true strength to earn points later on, just use your sister Yan's ID. Yu Yan confidently adds, I'm also at ordinary tier 9. If you use my account to accept missions, you can unleash your full strength without worrying about being exposed. Zichen agrees. Sounds good. Dean, do you have any information regarding the origin ground? I'd like to learn more about it. Chuan Wu lowers his eyes and replies, all information about the origin ground is classified, and even I know very little about it. But don't worry too much. Before you evolve to a higher biological rank, knowing more about the origin ground won't do you any good anyway. All you need to know is that for us, most creatures in the origin ground are enemies. They are constantly trying to invade Earth. As for why, some powerful experts speculate it's because Earth has something these origin creatures desperately want. Just then, his phone rings with the tune, You are my little apple. The voice on the other end quickly speaks up. Baby? Chuan Wu laughs awkwardly and explains, an old acquaintance of mine invited me over for dinner, so I won't be staying. If anything comes up, just hit me up on WeChat. Yu Yan sighs. The dean is so hard-working, off to secure investments for Tianren Pavilion again. Oh right, Zichen, how did you hide your biological rank and body tempering progress anyway? It's so seamless that not even the dean or the principal could sense it. Zichen replies, I'm really sorry, Sister Yan, but that's something I can't share. He thinks to himself, the system's ability is my ultimate trump card. There's no way I can tell her. Yu Yan clasps her hands together and begs, come on, Zichen, don't be so stingy. Just tell Sister Yan, all right? In exchange, I'll trade a secret with you. You can ask me absolutely anything. Zichen quickly waves his hands in refusal. I really can't say, sister. Seeing this, she sighs and gives up. Fine, if you don't want to talk about it, forget it. But since we're both at ordinary tier 9, how about we have a quick spar? He agrees immediately. Sure, I can do that. He reasons that sparring with an opponent of the same tier will help him analyze his own strength and sharpen his real combat skills. Yu Yan excitedly gets into a fighting stance and reveals, my body tempering is 1/5 complete. I've done skin tempering twice, flesh tempering twice, and bone tempering twice. So don't hold back, hit me with everything you've got, Yu Yan says. Ready? Zichen replies, ready. She gestures for him to come at her. Then let's start. You attack, and I'll focus on defense to see how strong your strikes are. Instantly, he lunges forward like a leopard with blinding speed. Yu Yan is startled as Zichen flashes past. Such incredible power. He has clearly only mastered 1 round of body tempering, yet he actually managed to hurt my abdomen, which has been flesh tempered twice. This guy is ridiculously strong. At this rate, he'll surpass me in no time. I can't let that happen. While he's still growing, I need to show him what a real expert looks like. She clears her throat and says, Zichen, I wasn't too impressed by that kick just now. Once you get an opening, you have to go for a fatal blow. You should have targeted my weak points. A real fight is a matter of life and death. There's no room for martial ethics. Got it? Helpless. He replies, I got it. Yu Yan regains her composure and steps forward. Then, let's start the real match. I hope you can last 5 minutes against me. Zichen quickly responds, then please guide me, Sister Yan. Right after, one attacks while the other swiftly dodges. She panics. I'm clearly going all out, so why am I the one being beaten to the point where I can't even strike back? Am I really about to lose? Just as Yu Yan's fist draws near, Zichen tells himself, it's time. With that, Zichen leans back and fakes a defeat. She helps him up. Zichen, you truly have a limitless future ahead of you. To think you forced me to use 90% of my strength just to scrape by with a narrow victory. I am afraid in another year, I won't even be a match for you anymore. Zichen, since you've already completed your body tempering stage, you can finally start opening your acupoints. I'll teach you the latest acupoint opening method I've been researching. Why don't you give it a shot? Zichen agreed and replied, okay, let me try it. While they were cultivating together, Yuanyan spoke up. The human body has a total of 366 acupoints, scattered across different parts of our body. According to the blood tempering art, the easiest acupoints to open are the 4 located around the heart. Once you sense those 4 acupoints around your heart, control your blood vitality to impact them. Keep the frequency under 10 times per second and make the impact force as strong as possible, but be careful not to damage your heart. Suddenly, Zichen's brows furrowed. It's not working. I can't break through at all. Seeing that something was wrong, she rushed over in concern. Don't rush, Zichen. It could be that your physical strength isn't quite there yet, or maybe there's something off with the method I taught you. The scene shifts to the underground room of the Lu family's ancestral home, where Chuanwu reports, Pavilion Master, I have finally found an absolute genius with the potential to unlock their acupoints. He can definitely rely on the pure-blood human path to shatter the shackles of ordinary biological ranks and evolve into advanced tier, rare tier, or even epic tier life forms. When that time comes, you can rely on the blood vitality he transfers to you every day to sustain your life. You won't have to stay trapped in this cramped bronze coffin anymore. With the protection of your immense power, you and that genius will lead our Tianren Pavilion forward. It will surely lead the physical bodies of all earthlings to ascension. The silence from the figure inside the coffin made him anxious. Why has there been no response for so long? Taking this long just to reply with a single word. It seems to have drained her entire day's worth of energy. The Pavilion Master is growing weaker by the day. I only hope Zichen can evolve into an advanced tier life form before she passes away. Back with Zichen, he said, I bought some vegetables to cook dinner. Qinghan asked, Zichen, there's actually something I need to tell you. My master approached me this morning and said she wants me to undergo gene fusion ahead of schedule. The gene we're fusing is from the cerulean jellyfish. She said it's a perfect match for me in the early stages. He fell deep into thought. The cerulean jellyfish is a low-tier exotic beast. Once matured, its biological rank is ordinary level 7, but a powerful jellyfish king can evolve to an advanced level, especially with mental power that far surpasses other life forms at the same rank. Even at its ordinary stage, it can use a fraction of its weak mental power to control dozens of cubic meters of seawater. Zichen said, that sounds great. I feel like the cerulean jellyfish is a perfect fit for you, so just do as your master advised. She hesitated, but my master wants me to fuse with the genes of the cerulean jellyfish king, which is an advanced tier life form. My body is so weak. What if I can't handle it and end up mutating? He silently analyzed the situation. Cerulean jellyfish genes are already incredibly rare, let alone a jellyfish king, which is a 1 in 10,000 find. Yuan Dongji is truly generous. I wish I had a master that generous. Zichen walked over and patted Qinghan's head. Don't worry. Jellyfish-type exotic beasts have a natural affinity for humans. Not to mention, your gene fusion compatibility is as high as 218. Fusing with an advanced tier beast's gene will be a walk in the park for you. You definitely won't mutate. She worriedly asked if there would be any side effects. Zichen explained, you might lose your reproductive ability and exhibit some physical traits of an exotic beast. But you've already frozen your eggs. So if you want to have children in the future, you can always use them. As for the external physical traits, they can be hidden. You just need to trigger the beast genes inside your body to enter a dormant state. Besides, Many visible beastly traits can actually make you look even more attractive. You know, like cat girls or fox-tailed girls. You've seen them before, right? They're incredibly popular. Qinghan replied. That actually seems true. She thought to herself, I wonder what kind of beastly traits I'll show after fusing with the cerulean jellyfish king. Will I become prettier? Then, Qinghan held her phone up high and asked, Zichen, look at this cerulean jellyfish. Isn't it absolutely beautiful? He complimented her. It really is, but not nearly as beautiful as you. She blushed. You sure know how to sweet talk. This video was recorded by my master. She didn't carry any equipment at all and simply dove 10,000 meters deep into the ocean. Her physical toughness must be insane to pull that off. Zichen replied, She has to be at least rare tier. Qinghan was amazed. That's incredible. I wonder if I'll ever be able to evolve to the rare tier in the future. He replied, Of course you can. Your gene fusion compatibility is a whopping 218, after all. Forget rare tier, you could even reach epic tier, she countered. It's not that simple, you know. It's not just about gene compatibility. It also depends on various physical factors and evolution resources. Zichen, your physique is already completely broken. You were born with a natural water affinity. That is awesome. Once you fuse it with water attribute genes in the future, you will definitely surpass your master. As for development resources, you do not have to worry at all. I will work my butt off to make money from now on, and whatever resources you want, I will buy them all for you. Thanham blushed and teased. Well then, I will have to do my absolute best to satisfy my generous sponsor. Black or white? Which color does my sponsor like more? Anything you choose is fine. I love both, he replied. She smiled and said, Then I will just wear one of each. Toothan was stunned. That sounded incredibly weird, but honestly, it was worth a shot. He then fell into deep thought. Ham had class this afternoon. Since I am not going to the pure human research lab today, I will just train at home. He made up his mind and decided to check the recent news first. According to recent news reports, several mysterious, unidentified plant species have been discovered across various locations in Sunhai City. They come in all shapes and sizes, many of them looking incredibly bizarre, which has drawn a massive crowd of botanists eager to study them. However, since it is still unclear whether these plants are dangerous, the public is advised to stay away and not let curiosity get the better of them. This is to avoid any unnecessary injuries or accidents. Toothan fell into deep thought. These mysterious plants looked remarkably similar to the ones in the background of Ham's photo. Could they be from the exact same place? But how on earth did plants from the origin ground end up here on our planet? Could the tree god cult be behind this? We just wiped out the rat god cult, and now this tree god cult pops up? There are seriously way too many bad guys out there. I have got to get stronger as fast as possible. Ever since my second body tempering, my inner energy and vital energy have been draining way too fast. The small amount I have is nowhere near enough. Let me check the shop to see if there are any pills that can quickly restore my vital energy. This blood recovery pill actually looks pretty decent. Let me start by buying 100 of them. The description says, Blood recovery pill, 1 point per pill. Now that the living snail illustration is unlocked, it is time to open up the next exotic beast illustration. Let me see if there is anything that fits. The 10,000 poison mongoose. According to the system, its meat costs 20 points per pound. He pondered. Even though it had the word poison in its name, the creature itself was not toxic. Plus, since it fed on other venomous beasts, its poison resistance had to be insanely strong. Unlocking the 10,000 poison mongoose illustration might even grant me a poison-resistant attribute, which would definitely save me from dropping dead unexpectedly. But since my points are still under 200, I will just buy 1 pound first to start making progress on the illustration. If I cannot break through the acupoints, it might be because my physical strength is not high enough. I should probably focus on finishing the second round of tempering first. Just like that, Toothan trained and tempered his body for 2 hours straight before collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily. This is not right. My vital energy is draining way too quickly. I have to stop and take a break. No, this is bad. I am starving. I need to get some food to recharge my energy right now. Just then, there was a loud, aggressive knock at the door. A voice called out, Hello, school delivery service. Is anyone home? I have 2 packages for you here. Toothan swung the door open, and the boxes almost tumbled to the floor. He quickly caught them and sighed in relief. Got them. The delivery girl asked worriedly, Are you all right? A moment later, Tuthan stared at the pills in front of him. Let us see how well these blood recovery pills actually work. My head is not spinning anymore, and my limbs do not feel weak at all. No wonder it costs 1 point per pill. The effect is absolutely mind-blowing. Next up is devouring the life essence of the 10,000 poison mongoose. A system notification popped up. You have devoured a portion of the 10,000 poison mongoose's life essence. He was highly satisfied. With these blood recovery pills, the time it took to restore his vital energy would be cut down significantly. At the same time, the efficiency of his body tempering would also receive a major boost. Spending points to accelerate his growth was definitely the right call. It was definitely a worthy investment. As the sunset cast its golden glow over the city, Thon Ham's voice echoed from outside the front door. Thon, I am home. I brought someone back with me. Guess who it is? So Tam waved her hand and smiled. Hey, Thon, long time no see. Thon was surprised. So Tam, long time no see. She walked in and looked around in awe. Wow, you two have it so nice. Living in a luxurious apartment like this is a dream come true. Unlike me, I do not even have my own room. I have to squeeze in with a bunch of roommates. He replied, if you want a single room, the Martial Arts Academy actually offers them. You could always move over there. So Tam smiled. Thanks for the suggestion, Thon, but I actually still enjoy hanging out with my roommates. I would get too lonely living by myself anyway. Thon nodded in agreement. Fair point. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she sighed. Actually, the real reason I came to see you guys today is to complain about my miserable life. You have no idea how awful the upperclassmen at this school are. Since you two are geniuses, nobody dares to mess with you. But for regular students like us, life is an absolute nightmare. Thon frowned. What do you mean? Thonham was also curious about what was going on. So Tam explained. Just the day before yesterday, a senior girl came to inspect my dorm room. She took a liking to my cosmetics, and without even asking, she just grabbed them and walked out, saying she was borrowing them for 2 days. One of the guys in my class had it even worse. His family sent him a 100-year-old blood ginseng, and they literally robbed him of it. I tried filing a complaint with the student council, but they refused to lift a finger. They actually told me that this school follows the law of the jungle. They said if we do not like it, we should fight back ourselves. But we are just brand new freshmen. For one, we're not nearly as strong as the older students. Isn't this just blatant favoritism toward those seniors? Zikin spoke up, saying, Chushin, if any of the older students give you a hard time, just let me know. I'll see if I can handle it for you. Chinghan said indignantly, those seniors are absolutely disgusting. If they dare try anything again, we'll find a way to deal with them together. She quickly cheered up and said, in that case, I'll have to thank you, Zichin. Suddenly, an earthquake shook the area, and she agreed, wow, it really feels like an earthquake. Meanwhile, Zichin's danger perception system kicked in. He frowned, feeling an uneasy premonition, though the warning wasn't too intense. Somewhere else, a man spoke respectfully. Lord Envoy, I'm hoping to break through to a higher biological level this year. I was wondering if you could grant me some evolutionary resources? The figure in the crow mask replied, given your outstanding performance this year, you've earned this demon flame flower. This flower acts as a highly potent aphrodisiac, so it is best to have a woman by your side when you consume it. Overjoyed, the man bowed and said, thank you so much, Lord Envoy. A genius with an absurdly powerful physical talent has emerged among this year's freshmen at Shanghai University. I've already arranged for someone to force-feed him a high-grade demon seed. If we can successfully recruit him into our cult, the other man reminded him, that doesn't matter. The real geniuses are in the primordial ground. Yaksha gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, so what if there are tons of geniuses in the primordial ground? It's not like I can even get close to them. Suddenly, a mysterious voice reported, Lord Envoy, we've received word from the primordial ground. They've located the corresponding boundary point, and it has been set at the matching biological coordinates. We just need you to go there to activate the connection. The crow-masked man quickly replied, I'll head over right now. He then warned angrily, listen up. If you guys can't get Lin Zikin to consume that high-grade demon seed within 3 days, then I'll have to find someone else to do the job. The person on the other end of the line quickly assured him, don't worry, sir. We will definitely get it done within 3 days. Back at school, Chinghan said, Zikin, I need to head over to my classroom now. Zikin nodded and replied, go ahead. Just then, a loud voice caught his attention. Lin Zichen. Lu Gang ran up, panting, and asked, "Do you have a moment? We really need your help with something." Zichen replied calmly, "What is it?" Lu Gang looked uneasy as he explained, "There's this third-year student who has it out for Wang Shuji and me. Just because he's stronger than us, he's been bullying us every single day. Could you please step in and stand up for us?" Shuji chimed in. "You're this year's freshman king. After all, the upperclassmen definitely won't want to get on your bad side, so they'll respect your word," Lu Gang added flatteringly. "And of course, we won't ask for your help for nothing. These spirit fruits can improve your skin, clear your mind, and boost your energy and vitality. They're rare evolutionary resources my family sent me. I'm giving all of them to you, so I really hope you can help us out." Shuji pleaded, "Lin Zichen, for the sake of our old high school friendship, please do us this one favor." Zichen asked, "Just how strong is this third-year student?" Shuji answered, "He's an ordinary level 6. Zichen thought to himself, "Well, that's nothing to worry about." Zichen said, "All right, meet me at the gate of the Pure Human Research Institute at 5:30 this afternoon. I'll help you handle it then." The two of them said in unison, "Thank you, Lin Zichen. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, and we'll be there. We'll head out for now and see you at 5:30. Thanks again." Qinghan looked at the bag curiously. "Zichen, hurry up and open the bag. Let me see what's inside. I've never seen spirit fruits this huge before." Smiling warmly, Zichen said, "Go ahead and take one." Qinghan replied, "I'll take a smaller one. The big ones are way too much for me to finish." "Sure, here's a small one," Zichen said as he handed it to her. But as she picked it up, she frowned in disgust. "Zichen, this fruit looks really gross. Is it infested with bugs or something?" He took the fruit to examine it closely. "Is it spoiled?" Suddenly, his danger perception system went off. Zichen was shocked as a red warning flashed before his eyes. A prompt appeared. "Do you wish to devour the high-grade parasitic seed of the mutated tree?" He gasped in confusion. What on earth is this? These so-called spirit fruits were actually parasitic tree bugs. Realizing this, Zichen immediately rushed after the two boys. "Wait, don't leave yet." Shuji stopped, startled. "What's wrong?" Zichen turned to Qinghan and quickly instructed, "Qinghan, contact your master right now and ask her to come here immediately." She nodded and did as she was told. A short while later, Yuan Dongzi arrived on the scene. "What's going on here?" Zichen explained, "Principal Yuan, these two asked me for a favor and gave me this bag of spirit fruits as a gift. Inside are several bizarre red fruits like this one. I suspect they're connected to the tree god cult." She frowned deeply and said, "This is indeed a seed of a mutated tree. Once swallowed, the mutated tree will take complete control of your mind. You will lose all self-control. This is one of the most common methods the tree god cult uses to force people into joining them." Zichen's stomach sank. Could they have already been taken over by the tree god cult back then? Hearing this, the two boys panicked. "Principal Yuan, we were forced to do it. Please, Principal Yuan." Dongji sighed and said, "I'll take them in for questioning first. As soon as we get some answers, you two will be the first to know." Shuji tried to speak but panicked when no sound came out. "Why can't I open my mouth?" Lu Gang thought grimly. "Is this Yuan Dongji's special ability?" She snapped in anger. "Those wretched heretics! Now we can't even trust the special instructors or the school board. Bottom line, we must stay on guard around everyone." Looking at them, Qinghan chimed in. "Master's psychic power is so insane she can use telekinesis to fly. She's so cool." Zichen replied, "Yeah, being able to fly must be amazing." "Curious," she asked. "Zichen, Lu Gang, and Wang Shuji are so wicked. You wanted to help them, but they tried to stab you in the back." Zichen warned, "We need to be extremely careful from now on." The very next day, the investigation results for Lu Gang and Wang Shuji were released. Both were confirmed to be members of the rat god cult. During the combat portion of the college entrance exam, a security guard had forced them to swallow a demon seed. As punishment, both were expelled and faced criminal charges. Their lives were basically ruined. Zichen and Qinghan's parents had also recently moved onto the campus. Thanks to the boost from the blood restoring pill, his second skin tempering was complete, and his second flesh tempering was already 40% done. As for Qinghan, the day of her gene fusion had finally arrived. Nervous but excited, she said, "Master, I'm a little anxious. Can you let Zichen come with me?" Zichen called out to Principal Yuan. She explained, "The blue jellyfish is a water-type mutant beast. The more water your body holds, the easier the fusion will be. So, you need to chug a ton of water first. Right after that, Dongji forced Qinghan to keep drinking non-stop. Soon, bloated and full, she protested. Master, I can't take another sip. She replied, even if you can't, you have to. Now, strip down and lie over there. This syringe contains the blue jellyfish queen's gene, which will be injected straight into your heart soon. I'll use my psychic power to numb your pain receptors so you won't feel a thing. But during the actual gene fusion, even with your pain receptors blocked, you're still going to feel an intense, burning agony. If the pain gets unbearable, absolutely do not hold it in. Just open your mouth and scream. Qinghan nodded anxiously. Understood, master. Watching from a distance, Zishan thought, normally, gene fusion requires a ton of complex equipment to constantly monitor the subject's vitals. But Yuan Dongji can just use her ridiculously powerful psychic energy to monitor everything, making all that machinery completely useless. She spoke up. The blue jellyfish queen's gene has been successfully injected. Once the fusion process kicks off, that excruciating pain is going to hit you very soon. Dongji warned, brace yourself. 2 hours later, Qinghan asked, completely bewildered, Master, why does it feel like I haven't felt anything at all? She froze in shock. That's bizarre. Zichen probed, Principal Yuan, did something go wrong with Qinghan's gene fusion? Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Dongji's mind. How is this even possible? Could it be that Qinghan's gene fusion actually failed?